Hi, I'm Roderick, your professor for Philosophy 1043, the summer online version of Business Ethics, and welcome to the first lecture, which is, what is philosophy? Business ethics is a branch of ethics, which in turn is a branch of philosophy. Specifically, it's a branch of axiology, which is a branch of philosophy. So what is philosophy? Well, to understand any field of study, the two things you need to know about it. First of all, what's it about? What's its subject matter? What topics does it deal with? And second, what's its method? What is its means of dealing with that subject matter? So, in order to understand any field of study, you need to know those two things. Let's start with the subject matter. So, philosophy deals with the most fundamental questions about reality, knowledge, and value. The branch of philosophy that deals with the nature of reality is called metaphysics. The branch of philosophy that deals with the nature of knowledge is called epistemology, and the branch of philosophy that deals with the nature of value is called axiology. And ethics is a branch of that, and business ethics is in turn a branch of ethics. So here's some examples of sample questions that metaphysics deals with. Is the mind separable from the body? What is causality? What are space and time? Do we have free will? Does God exist? What makes me the same person as my past self? My past self was a little baby who couldn't speak English. My present self is a big fat man who can. So what makes me the same person as that guy? Here's some examples of sample questions in epistemology. What's the difference between knowing something and just having a correct belief about it? In order to know something, well, you have to believe it, and it has to be true, but that's not enough for knowledge, right? Because you might just accidentally happen to believe the true thing. So what do you have to add to true belief, correct belief, in order to get knowledge? That's one question. Another question is, how much evidence do you need to count as having knowledge? And here's a famous example. How do you know you're not dreaming right now? It seems to you that you're sitting in front of your computer, watching and listening to this lecture, but how do you know that you're not, in fact, lying in your bed asleep and having a rather boring dream? Indeed, how do you know you're not dreaming all the time? How can you tell? Standard epistemological question. Some standard questions in axiology. Is moral value objective or subjective? One way of thinking about it is morality more like etiquette or more like health? So, for example, different cultures have different beliefs about etiquette. In our culture, the polite thing to do when you meet someone is to shake hands. In Japan, the polite thing to do when you meet someone is to bow. They both seem equally okay. It doesn't seem like one of them is right and one of them is wrong. Maybe the Japanese version is a little bit better than ours because you're less likely to pass germs to someone by bowing, by shaking hands. So still, by and large, they both seem okay. So you might think, is morality like that? Is it like etiquette, just a matter of different practices in different cultures? Or is morality more like health, where if one culture believes that something is good for your health, another culture believes something is bad for your health, we generally think one of those is right and one of those is wrong. So which one is morality more like? Same thing with aesthetics. Is if you and I go together to see a movie, and you think the movie's great and I think it's awful, or vice versa, are we just expressing our own personal opinions, or is there really some fact to the matter as to whether the movie is good or bad, whether a painting or a piece of music is beautiful or not? Etiquette and health, I just covered that one. What makes actions right or wrong? If some actions are right and others are wrong, what is it about the right actions that makes them right? Is there something they all have in common that makes them right? And if so, how do we figure out what that is? Is there a best way for human beings to live? Is the best way for any human being to live just however it happens to, that he or she happens to enjoy living? Or are some ways of living objectively better for human beings? What do we owe each other? What do I owe you? Do I owe you not interfering with your life? Do I owe you actively helping you? Or do I owe you nothing? How do we settle that? Here's a question, the question of political philosophy. Political philosophy is in large part a branch of ethics, which in turn is a branch of axiology. And business ethics draws on both ethics and political philosophy, as we'll see. We generally think you ought to be law-abiding. We think that if someone says, you broke the law, we take that as a criticism. But why should you break the law? Why should you obey the law? We know hardly anybody thinks you should never break the law. We usually think there are cases where you should, cases where there are famous cases where we think that people did something noble by breaking the law. But what determines when we should obey the law? What is it about the law that makes it the case that we should obey it? What about laws that are bad? People say, well, if the law is unjust, you should still obey it. You should work to have it changed. But people don't always think that. Sometimes they think you should rebel, depending on how bad it is. But why should you obey an unjust law? It's not the content of the law that makes you obey it, because the content's wrong. So what is it about the law that makes it the case that you should obey it, if anything? Now, these three branches of philosophy, metaphysics, dealing with the nature of reality, epistemology, dealing with the nature of knowledge, and axiology, dealing with the nature of value, that includes moral value, aesthetic value, political rights, various things, they're not entirely separate from each other. For example, you can't really expect to settle ethical questions about how we should live without appealing to some questions. It certainly makes a difference to ethics as to whether there's a best human life or not, what kind of things human beings are, whether we have free will, whether God exists. It seems like those questions, metaphysical questions, are relevant to answering ethical questions. Likewise, in defending any claim, whether it's metaphysical or axiological, ethical or aesthetic or whatever, you have to be faced with the question, all right, how do we know? What counts as good evidence for this claim? That's an epistemological question. So it's difficult to settle some of these questions without bringing in the other ones. Now, given the account I've just given of philosophy's subject matter, it looks as though philosophy overlaps with a couple of other fields, namely religion and science. After all, what are some of the things religion is concerned with? Some of those look like metaphysical questions. Religion's interested in questions like free will, the existence of God, whether the soul can be separated from the body. Also interested in epistemological questions, questions about faith and reason. Should you go only by what your reason tells you, or should you have faith? If so, when should you have faith, and in what? Those are epistemological questions, questions about the basis of knowledge and proper belief, and so on. And questions about how we should live, how we should treat each other, what's ultimately valuable in life. Axiological questions, specifically ethical questions. Clearly, those are very important to religion. So with some overlap in subject matter between philosophy and religion. There's also overlap in subject matter between philosophy and science. Some of the questions science is interested in look like some of the things you mentioned as metaphysical questions. The nature of space and time and causality. Questions about evidence and how much evidence you need to have in order to be justified in believing something. That's a question scientists are interested in. And even axiological questions. People sometimes say, well, science is sort of value-free. Science doesn't have any ethical assumptions. But there are questions about what counts as good or bad science. Is science primarily about explaining things or about predicting them? Ideally both, but people have had different views about whether science should primarily be trying to predict what's going to happen next or explain why things happen. And some kinds of science are better at some than others. Quantum mechanics is really good at predicting, but it's not as great at explaining. Darwinian biology is really good at explaining, not so good at predicting. All right, so philosophy overlaps with religion and science in its subject matter. They deal with some of the same questions, or at least in some ways look like similar questions. Then what makes philosophy different from religion and from science? Well, remember, said that in order to understand a subject matter, in order to understand a field of study, you have to understand its subject matter and its method. When it overlaps with other fields in its subject matter, it must differ from them in its method. And that's going to be the subject of the next lecture. Hi, welcome to the second lecture. This is one on how philosophy is different from science and religion. So last time we saw that philosophy has something in common with science and religion. Some of the same questions it seems to be interested in. Questions about relationship of mind and body, questions about space and time and causality, questions about ethics and value, have some overlap with science and religion. So how does philosophy differ from science and religion? I said that it differs in its method. Even when it talks about what look like the same topics, it's dealing with them in a different way. In a way that in some sense makes it even a different topic, because you're interested in the aspect of the topic that is accessible through that method. So let's start with religion, how philosophy differs from religion. Well, it's a common feature of many religions that if you're an adherent of that religion, you're supposed to accept the doctrines of that religion on faith, or testimony, or authority. That is, on someone's say-so. You're supposed to accept what the religion says because of some person, or some scripture, or some institution that tells it to you. And you're supposed to believe things because that's what you're told to believe. That's a feature of many religions. Now, it's not inherently true of religion as such. There are versions of religion that don't depend on testimony or authority. So there's natural religion, which is an attempt to ground religious belief on scientific evidence alone. This is something that's very popular in the 18th century. And then there are a lot of forms of Buddhism that say you should not accept our doctrines on faith. You should accept them only after trying them out in your own experience, examining them, seeing if they're true. So, for example, here's a famous quotation from a Buddhist text called Jnana Sara Samuchaya, and I do not promise I'm pronouncing that correctly. But what this passage says is that just as if someone offers you gold, and you're not sure whether it's really gold that they're paying you with, that you would test it to see if it's real gold or fake. You test it through examining it, through your experience. So likewise, if the Buddha offers you his teachings, you shouldn't just accept them out of reverence for him because he's this wise figure. Instead, you should test them out in your experience, examine them, see if they make sense, see if they work for you. So not all religions necessarily involve any kind of appeal to someone's testimony as authority. But even if they don't all do, the fact that some of them do shows that appeals to authority are at least consistent with or compatible with the idea of religion. That's how it differs from philosophy. Appeals to authority are not compatible with philosophy. In philosophy, you don't accept something because someone says so. Of course, that means that you shouldn't even accept what I'm telling you now about philosophy, just on the basis of my say-so. You should look into it for yourself. I can give you suggestions. I can point you in directions, but ultimately, I'm not an authority in this course either. I'm authority about some things. I can authority about certain facts about the history of philosophy and so forth. But in terms of the content of the doctrinal content of philosophy, I'm not an authority any more than anyone else is. Now, to say that philosophers don't appeal to authority when they're doing philosophy doesn't necessarily mean that philosophers are against appealing to authority, that they think it's illegitimate or inferior. They might, but they don't have to. It's just that when you're appealing to authority, you're not doing philosophy. So think of the following example. Suppose that you're really bad at math, and your roommate's really good at it, and you're trying to solve some equation. It might be that the most reliable way of getting the right answer is to ask your roommate, rather than trying to work it out for yourself. In other words, this is a case where appealing to someone else's testimony, someone else's authority, or say-so, is more reliable than getting the truth, than figuring it out for yourself. But even though that's so, it's still the case that if you are getting the answer by asking your roommate, you're not doing math. Asking your roommate for an answer is not a way of doing mathematics. It's an alternative to doing mathematics. There are cases where it might be a reasonable alternative, but it's not a way of doing mathematics. Likewise, then, appealing to someone's authority is not a way of doing philosophy. Even if they are a wise authority and they might be reliable in telling you the answer, you might have various good reasons to believe someone's testimony, but that's not doing philosophy. Philosophy is an attempt to answer these questions without doing that. So philosophers are never going to say, at least when they're doing philosophy, they might, if they have another hat on, but when they're doing philosophy, a philosopher is not going to say, believe what I have to tell you because I'm so wise and I have such insight. Maybe they really are wise. Maybe they really have this great insight. And that might be a good reason for believing them, but it's not philosophy. They're not doing philosophy if they are asking you to accept their word for something. Instead, the only thing a philosopher is going to do is to try to show you that you are already committed to what they're saying. So rather than saying, believe this because I say so, they're really going to say, believe this because you say so. Believe this because this is already implicit. This commitment is already implicit in what you think. So philosophy is an attempt to answer the kinds of questions I talked about last time without relying on authority or testimony. So one way of putting it is philosophy is a fundamentally anti-authoritarian discipline. That doesn't mean that philosophers have always been anti-authoritarian in their doctrines or in their personality, not necessarily. But in terms of what the structure of the method is, philosophy is about as far from authority as you can get. Or to put another way, the only authority a philosopher can appeal to in trying to convince you is you. We're not going to say, believe this because I say so. We'll say, believe this because this is what you say. Look, I can show you that this is what you're committed to given what you've already thought. Now, that doesn't mean you can't combine philosophical reasoning with appeals to authority. So a lot of theology is like this. There's a lot of theology that's just sort of a hybrid discipline. It's partly philosophical and partly not. Theology may take some of its doctrines on faith simply from some ecclesiastical institution or from, say, some sacred scripture. Doesn't try to prove those, just accepts them as someone says so. But once you've accepted them, you can then use purely philosophical reasoning and try to figure out what those imply. You say, all right, well, if I accept this on faith, what does this commit me to next? What's the logical implication of that next? And you can do philosophy downstream from there. All right, so I've offered you a way of showing how philosophy and science might differ. Sorry, how philosophy and religion might differ. What I'm going to claim now might be surprising. I'm going to claim that this is also how philosophy differs from science, in that philosophy doesn't depend on authority, and science does. You might say, wait a second. Religion may, at least in many cases, make appeals to authority, but science doesn't. In science, you don't rest your claims on someone say so. In science, scientists have to prove what they claim. They have to test things empirically. Isn't that right? Well, yes and no. Collectively, scientists as a group body base their conclusions on the results of empirical tests. But no individual scientist is personally going to test every single conclusion he or she relies on. If you're doing science, you're not going to go back and prove all of the previous generations and generations and generations of science. In learning science, you will do some of that experimentation yourself, but you're never going to do all of it. You have to rely on the results of other scientists. Science is a cumulative discipline in a way that philosophy isn't, or at least isn't in the same way. So scientists have to rely on the say-so of other scientists. Now, they do that in cases where they have good reason to think the scientists have performed proper empirical testing, but as a scientist, you don't have to personally empirically test everything you come up with. Now, of course, you're not going to, ordinarily in science, you're not going to rely on someone else's findings unless they've been replicated. But again, they'll be replicated by someone else, not by you, ordinarily. You don't personally replicate all the findings that you rely on in science. Whereas a philosopher is going to be different. A philosopher is never going to say, well, I haven't gone through this philosopher's reasoning myself, but I know they're really smart, and I know this other philosopher has confirmed their results, and so I'm just going to accept it. If you wrote something like that in a philosophy article, no philosophy journal would publish it. I hope, because that's not philosophy. In philosophy, you can't accept someone else's reasoning without working through it yourself. Of course, the fact they've gone through the reasoning first makes it easier for you. So in that sense, there is a kind of cumulative result. You don't have to figure out for yourself what the reasoning should be. You can go through someone else's reasoning and look at it. But you can't accept the reasoning unless you personally have gone through it. And this helps to explain why philosophy and science have very different attitudes toward the history of their disciplines. Scientists are not usually particularly interested in the history of science. I mean, they may happen to be, but it's not part of doing science ordinarily that you pay a lot of attention to what scientists thought 1,000 years ago or 1,500 years ago or whatever. Most science textbooks will have like a short little section at the beginning where they'll give you a little potted history of science, history of physics or chemistry or whatever the field is. And incidentally, it's usually wrong. For example, lots and lots of physics textbooks will begin with the claim that Aristotle's approach to physics dominated the Western world for 1,000 years. One time I even saw it say 2,000 years, which is especially striking, but 1,000 years. So often you'll see lots of physics textbooks that say Aristotle's approach to science dominated the Western world for 1,000 years. Try to figure out for some time what those 1,000 years could be. Because Aristotle's works were lost in the West until around the 13th century, 12th, 13th. So the period of Aristotle's domination of Western science could not have started later than the 12th century. Which means if it lasted 1,000 years, we must be still in it. It's not over. But surely Aristotle's authority was overthrown in the 17th century, right? So 500 years max, not 1,000. Anyway, one of my pet peeves, one of my gripes. Anyway, because, so science involves this cumulative body of data, this cumulative body of findings that you rely on without personally testing it yourself. And since earlier scientists didn't have access to that body of data that we have now, they're less relevant to the present conversation. But philosophy is not like that. Philosophers all start from the same place in a way. We don't rely on a bunch of findings we haven't personally gone through. So we all start with the basic human condition. And that's why a philosopher 2,000 years ago is still relevant to philosophy today. So we're going to be looking, as we're looking at the background of the basic ideas of philosophy here as a background to business ethics, we're going to be looking at people who have been dead for 300 years, 1,000 years, 2,500 years. And we're not looking at them just for historical interest. I mean, they are of historical interest. These are people who have shaped our culture with their ideas, so they are of interest historically. But that's not why we're looking at them in this course. We're looking at this course because they're still at the table. They're still part of the present conversation of philosophy. That doesn't mean that philosophy isn't cumulative, but the way it has cumulative success is simply that we find out, different philosophers try things, and we find out things that work and things that don't. But we have to find out by reading what they said, not just by reading someone's summary of it. That's what I just said there. Here's another way in which philosophy differs from science. Science relies mainly on empirical reasoning. That is, on reasoning that's derived from the evidence of the senses. You do empirical tests, you look at the results, and mix the chemicals together, or you roll the ball down the inclined plane and see how fast it goes. You observe things with your senses. That's primarily the way that science works. Whereas philosophy relies mainly on conceptual reasoning, that you will think something out and try to figure out whether it makes sense, even before you go looking to test it. Because, some things don't make sense. Like, suppose I say, 30% of bachelors are married. You don't have to go testing that. You already know intellectually it doesn't make sense. It's a conceptual question. You don't even need to do the empirical part. Now, it's not as though this is a pure and sharp divide. It's not as though philosophers solely use conceptual reasoning and scientists solely use empirical reasoning. Each one uses, it's a matter of emphasis. Each one uses some. In fact, obviously, mathematics is conceptual, not empirical, and scientists use a lot of mathematics. But also, here's a famous example from Galileo. Just mentioned, in the 17th, overturning Aristotle's physics in the 17th century. Well, here's one of the main guys responsible for doing that. Here's a case of Galileo using conceptual reasoning in science. He's using in science the kind of reasoning that philosophers usually use. So, just as an example, before Galileo, the dominant theory of gravitation was Aristotle's theory, which said heavy objects fall faster than light ones. And that could be plausible enough if you're, if you're dropping, let's say, a lead weight and a piece of paper. Because of air resistance, the piece of paper will gradually, slowly float while the lead weight will drop right down. But, of course, Aristotle thought that even apart from differences in air resistance, just inherently, heavy objects fall faster than light ones. That sounds plausible enough. But, nowadays we know it's not true. Galileo is one of the main people to show it's not true. How did he do that? Well, partly he offered empirical arguments. There's a famous story about his climbing to the top of the leaning tower of Pisa and dropping weights off, but he actually never did that. He did roll weights down inclined planes. That slows it down, makes it easier to measure. And figured out that they seem to roll down at the same speed. But he also offered a purely conceptual argument against Aristotle's view, one that didn't appeal to empirical evidence. And here's the argument. He says, all right, look, imagine you've got two weights, and one is heavier than the other. So what does Aristotle's theory predict? It predicts that the heavy one will fall faster than the light one. That's the theory. But now, suppose we tie the two weights together and consider them as one big weight now. What does Aristotle's theory predict about how these two weights will fall once they're yoked together as a single weight? Well, on the one hand, if you've got a faster thing and a slower thing, and you tie them together, what usually happens, what seems like would have to happen, is the faster thing has got to speed the slower thing up a bit, but the slower thing has got to slow down the faster one a bit. Just try it. If you're going along on a skateboard, you grab someone going by you on a bicycle who's going faster, assuming you don't just both immediately fall over. Be careful trying this experiment. You'll slow the bicycle down a bit. The bicycle will speed your skateboard up a bit, which makes sense. It seems like there's only so much, motion to go around. Some of it's got to get transferred there. Just like a hot object and a cold one next to each other, some of the heat's got to flow to the cold one. So if you yoke a faster object and a slower object together, some of the speed has got to flow from the faster one to the slower one. So the faster one will slow down, the slower one will speed up. Seems like that's what you predict. So that's what you should get. The blue arrow represents the speed at which both of them fall together. The two red arrows show the speed at which each one wants to fall by itself. So it seems as though the smaller weight pulls the faster one back a bit, and the faster one pulls the slower one forward a bit, and you get an intermediate speed. It seems like that's what the Aristotelian theory predicts. On the other hand, if you put the two weights together, they're now a new weight, which is heavier than either of the weights separately. And if the rate at which things fall is proportional to their weight, that means that the whole thing together should fall faster than either weight. Say one is 1 pound and one is 2 pounds. The 2 pound one falls twice as fast as the 1 pound. Well, then the whole thing together weighs 3 pounds, and so it should fall 3 times as fast as the 1 pound. So Aristotle's theory seems to have incompatible predictions. Aristotle's theory predicts that the two weights together will slow the heavier one down, and that the two weights together will speed the heavier one up. Predicts both. In other words, predicts that the two weights together will fall faster than the heavy weight by itself, and it predicts they'll fall slower than the heavy weight by itself. It seems to predict them both. But they can't both be true. And so, we don't have to do an empirical test now. We've got enough information just by thinking about it. We can see that the Aristotle's theory has got to be wrong. That was Galileo's argument. Now, that kind of reasoning is much more common in philosophy than in science. It does sometimes happen in science, as I just showed. Einstein did things like that too. His thought experiments often took that kind of form. But a lot of philosophy is like that, much more often than science is, figuring things out conceptually rather than empirically. Now, there's a kind of division of labor between philosophy and science. It's philosophy's job, of the various options, it's philosophy's job to figure out which ones make sense, which ones are conceptually possible. And the ones that don't make sense, you knock out. And then of the ones that are left as conceptually possible, then it's science's job to decide which of those is the best empirical support. Now, sometimes there's only one option left possible by philosophy. It turns out there's only one that makes sense. In that case, science doesn't really have to do anything. It's like once you figure out that all bachelors are unmarried, then you don't need science to go around interviewing bachelors to find out how many of them are unmarried. So how does that work in practice? Well, that's what's coming next. Okay, in the last couple of lectures, I've talked about the method of philosophy, in particular about the way it differs from religion, the way it differs from science, and in particular the way in which it doesn't rely on authority. So That's what it doesn't do, is rely on authority. So what does it do? How does it work in practice? Well, the heart and soul of philosophy is argument. And argument here is used in the strict philosophical sense. In ordinary language, people often talk about people having an argument, meaning having some kind of dispute. That's not what it means in philosophy. In philosophy, an argument is the giving of reasons to support a conclusion. It doesn't necessarily involve any kind of dispute between people, because there might not be any other people. You can give an argument just all by yourself. In a room all by yourself. You can't have an argument in the colloquial sense with someone else if you're all by yourself, but all by yourself you can come up with reasons to support some conclusion, in which case you are constructing an argument. And if there are other people, they don't necessarily disagree. You could offer someone an argument in the philosophical sense, and they agree with you. They say, yeah, that seems right, so there's no dispute. So remember, in philosophy, when we talk about argument, we don't mean having a dispute. It's not an event that occurs between people. It's a structure of reasons supporting a conclusion. The reasons that you give for the claim you want to support are the premises. So here's an example of an argument. All oaks are trees. All trees use photosynthesis. Therefore, all oaks use photosynthesis. So the first claim is a premise. That's one of the claims you're using to support the final claim. Second claim is also a premise. And then that's the conclusion. So the premises are the reasons you give for supporting the conclusion. Now, you want the premises to support the conclusion. The conclusion doesn't support the premises support the conclusion. Here's a more complex example. All oaks are trees. All trees use photosynthesis. Therefore, all oaks use photosynthesis. Nothing on Mars uses photosynthesis. Therefore, nothing on Mars is an oak. This isn't a philosophical argument, but it's an argument. So there are your premises. And then you get an intermediate conclusion. That is, it's a conclusion relative to premises 1 and 2, but it's going to in turn be used, this conclusion is going to turn to be used as a premise for a further conclusion. So 1 and 2 together generate 3. Then you add 4 as another premise. And now treating 3, which you previously treated as a conclusion, you now treat 3 as a premise. That's why it's an intermediate conclusion. It's not the real final conclusion. And 3 and 4 together generate 5, which is the conclusion, the final real conclusion of the argument, the thing that you're trying to show. Now, 2 properties of arguments that philosophers are interested in are validity and soundness. Arguments being valid or sound. Now, in philosophy, these are used as technical terms. In ordinary language, we don't really distinguish them. If someone says that's a valid argument or that's a sound argument, they probably just mean that's a good argument. They don't mean anything different by the 2 terms. But in philosophy, these mean very different things. So a valid argument is one where the conclusion follows from the premises. Not just follows the premises. When you set it out in premise-conclusion format, the form of conclusion almost follows. That is the last thing. It follows from, meaning it's generated by the premises. It's necessitated by the premises. So you can say the premises necessitate the conclusion. The premises entail the conclusion. The premises give rise to the conclusion. One way of putting it is that a valid argument is one where if you endorse the premises, you've thereby implicitly committed yourself to endorsing the conclusion. So you say that all trees use photosynthesis and that oaks are trees, you've thereby committed yourself to the claim that oaks use photosynthesis. Whether you intended to commit yourself to that or not, you've done it. One test of a valid argument is that if you've got a valid argument, it's impossible to have the premises be true and the conclusion false at the same time. Given those because the conclusion is implicit in the premises. So if the premises were true, the conclusion would also have to be true. Now, in an argument that's valid, the premises don't actually have to be true. To say an argument is valid is just to say that if the premises were true, that would imply the conclusion is true as well. But it doesn't mean the premises really are true. So the following is going to be a valid argument. All kittens have scaly green tails. Sasha is a kitten. Therefore, Sasha has a scaly green tail. One's obviously false. We don't know whether 2 is true or false because we don't know, who Sasha is. But 1 is clearly false. But this is a valid argument, because if you grant these premises, you have thereby entailed the conclusion. If it really were the case that all kittens have scaly green tails and that Sasha has a kitten, then it would have to be the case that Sasha has a scaly green tail. You can imagine the premises being true or false, you can imagine the conclusion being true or false, but you can't simultaneously imagine the premises being true and the conclusion false. That's not possible. That is prevented by the laws of logic. So this argument is valid. Soundness is a different property. It's a more complex property than validity. In order to be valid, an argument just has to pass one test. Does the conclusion logically follow from the premises? To be sound, it has to pass two tests. One of them is just validity. Validity is one of the tests for soundness. So you might say that sound arguments are a subclass of valid arguments. All sound arguments are valid. Not all valid arguments are sound. So sound argument has to be valid, and then it has to have all true premises. So remember this argument again. Well, this is valid, but it's not sound. It's valid because given the premises, the conclusion logically follows. The conclusion is necessitated given those premises. But it's not sound because at least one of the premises, 1, isn't true. We don't know whether 2 is true or not because we'd have to find out who Sasha is. But 1 is false, so it doesn't have all true premises. It's not sound. Now, here's a different argument. All kittens have scaly green tails. Sasha has a scaly green tail, therefore Sasha's a kitten. Remember, the last one was kittens have scaly green tails, Sasha's a kitten, therefore Sasha has a scaly green tail. This reverses them. Kittens have scaly green tails, Sasha has a scaly green tail, therefore Sasha's a kitten. Is that valid or not? That is invalid. It's spelled like the word invalid, but it's pronounced invalid. It's invalid because if you know that something is a member of the larger class, then it has to be a member of the subclass. It's like if you know that, if you know that something is a member of the subclass, it has to be a member of the larger class, but not vice versa. If you know that something is in Auburn, it has to be in Alabama. But if it's in Alabama, it doesn't have to be in Auburn. So, if you know that kittens are a subclass of things with scaly green tails, then anything that's a kitten is going to have a scaly green tail. It's not the case that anything that has a scaly green tail is going to be a kitten. Here's another argument. All kittens are mammals. All mammals are warm-blooded, therefore all kittens are warm-blooded. That's valid, and it's sound. It's valid because the conclusion is implicit in the premises, and it's sound because all the premises are true. So I've given you examples of arguments that are invalid and unsound, valid and unsound, and valid and sound. Why didn't I give you an example of an argument that's invalid but sound? Because that's impossible. The laws of logic prevent it. Because remember, one of the tests for being sound is being valid. So if you pass the test for being sound, you have thereby passed the test for being valid. So you couldn't be invalid and sound at the same time. Sound arguments are a subclass of valid arguments. And one reason we're particularly interested in sound arguments is they always have true conclusions. That's not part of the definition of soundness, but it follows from it. Because a sound argument is the kind of argument where, first of all, it's valid, meaning that if the premises are true, the conclusion has to be. And second, the premises are true. So then it logically follows that if an argument is sound, it has a true conclusion. Since we want true conclusions, because we're really interested in truth, we're particularly interested in sound arguments. All right, where do we get our premises from? Once you've got premises, you see what logically follows from them. Where do we get our premises from? How do we find them? That's the topic for the next lecture. Okay, lecture 4. Continuing the question of understanding the nature of philosophy. And so I'm going to be talking about what I call the crossword puzzle method. So newcomers to philosophy often say, look, particularly college students who usually haven't had philosophy in high school, unlike other fields you've taken in college, usually if you take history or math or English, you've had some version of those in high school. You're just taking a more advanced version in college of something you had before. But hardly any, in the United States at least, hardly any high schools teach philosophy. A handful do. Few do. So you're coming to a brand new field, and so often you wonder, well, look, if you think of fields of studies being placed on a kind of continuum from what students like to call more objective or less objective, as we'll see, philosophers don't like that terminology, but at one end of the spectrum, you've got something like mathematics, where there's just one right answer, and usually there's just one right way to get that answer, or at least a small number of right ways to get the answer. And often in a math assignment, everyone's homework will look, if they're doing it right, will all look more or less alike. The other extreme is creative writing, where there's no one right way of doing it. I mean, there are better and worse ways of doing things, but there's no one right thing everyone has to do, and you don't expect everyone's homework to look alike. If everyone's homework looks alike, there's a problem. And the other fields are somewhere in between. So where does philosophy fall in this continuum? Well, some of each. On the one hand, we're dealing with validity, the validity aspect of soundness. Whether an argument is valid, whether the conclusion follows from the premises, that's straightforward, that's cut and dried, that's a matter of the laws of logic, which are like the laws of mathematics. They're just part of the inherent nature of reality and of thought. It's an interesting philosophical question exactly what their nature is and where they get this necessity. That's a metaphysical question, partly epistemological also. But in this case, in this sense, whether an argument is valid or not is like mathematics. It's cut and dried. But when it comes to the other side of soundness, that is the part about having all true premises, well, whether an argument's premises are true or not is more controversial. That's more open to personal interpretation. That doesn't mean there's no right answer. It doesn't mean it's all subjective. But it means that you can be doing philosophy well even if you're disagreeing with other philosophers who are doing it well. Starting from where you start from. When you're trying to convince yourself or figure out the truth for yourself, you start from the premises you initially find plausible. It doesn't mean you're going to stick with them. You may have to give up some of them. But your starting premises are whatever you initially find plausible. If you're trying to convince someone else, you start from what they initially find plausible and work out your way up from there. Then what happens when you start from premises you find plausible, you work out what logically validly follows from them, you find something following from them that you don't think is true, or you don't want to accept, or you're not sure you should accept. Or if you're trying to convince someone else, and you start from premises they accept, and you show that this leads to something they don't yet accept. And now they have a choice, or you have a choice, and it's you. You can either accept this new conclusion, change your mind about it and accept it, because it follows from your premises, or you can go back and reject one of the premises. You've always got a choice. You just have to figure out which one you're more committed to. Now, anytime you're making that decision, you have to go by what you think you're more committed to. But of course, in going through this process more, you may find out you were wrong about what you're more committed to, and you may have to go back and change your commitments, or or make your answers more deeply reflect your real commitments that you hadn't figured out yet. We'll see how that works. All right, so what this does is it's a way of making your belief set more consistent. One reason that philosophy can get traction is we have lots of inconsistent beliefs. We let different beliefs grow up in different parts of our minds. We don't bring them together. Philosophy is a matter of bringing them together, tracing out the implications of our beliefs, finding out whether they conflict with other beliefs, forcing us to, well, it doesn't force us to do anything, but you can just stick with your inconsistent beliefs if you want. Philosophy can't make you not do it. Just the punishment for doing that is that you'll end up remaining confused. But philosophy is a way of making your belief set more consistent. But you might wonder, why should we think this is a way of reaching the truth? After all, making your belief set more consistent doesn't necessarily mean you're getting closer to the truth. After all, you might have a bunch of true beliefs and a bunch of false beliefs, and they're conflicting with each other. And in order to make your beliefs more consistent, you might end up unknowingly rejecting a lot of the true beliefs in order to keep your false beliefs. And so your whole belief set becomes more consistent, but it's becoming more false, not more true. So how do we know that philosophy isn't just making our beliefs more false? How do we know it's not leading us astray? how could eliminating inconsistencies be plausibly regarded as a path to truth? Well, so here's what I want to use the crossword puzzle analogy. I want to say that doing philosophical inquiry is like solving a crossword puzzle. And I'm going to give you a very simple crossword puzzle. It's just got room for 2 words in it. You can think of this as like a fragment of crossword puzzle. So there it is. You've got 2 7-letter words, 2 down and 4 across. Excuse me. I'm not sure if you can see the 2 and the 4 there, but the vertical one is 2 down, the horizontal one is 4 across. Each one is 7 letters long. They intersect where they intersect. And now suppose that the clue for 4 across, so there's 4 across again. Suppose the clue for 4 across is large feline predator. So what do we know? It has to be a large feline predator, and it has to be 7 letters long. So you have to think of a word for a large feline predator that's 7 letters long. So some things that come to mind aren't going to work. Jaguar is not going to work. That's 6 letters. Bobcat is 6 letters. Saber-tooth is too many letters. Smilodon is too many letters. So you have to think of a 7-letter word for a large feline predator. Does anything come to mind? Sure. One thing that comes to mind is panther. Panther is a large feline predator. 7 letters. Boom. But that's not the only possibility. What about a cheetah? Also a large feline predator. 7 letters. Leopard. Another large feline predator. 7 letters. So we've got 3 answers that all look pretty good. And we keep thinking about it, we can think up some other ones too. Usually the first 3 people come up with are the ones I just gave you. Panther, cheetah, and leopard. Not always in that order, but those 3 people come up with first. Then sometimes people come up with lioness as a possibility. And then once people think of lioness, sometimes they then think of tigress. They usually think of lioness first because lioness is a more common word than tigress. Probably because male and female lions look more different than male and female tigers do, and therefore we feel more of a need for a word distinguishing male and female lions than we do for tigers. But still, tigress is a large feline predator. People sometimes suggest maybe wildcat. That's smaller than the other ones, but didn't say how large. It's bigger than a house cat. Anyway, so we've got 6 possibilities. 3 really plausible ones, and then 3 possible. How do we answer it? How do we know which one's the right one? Well, we don't yet. There doesn't seem to be any way to know which one to put in. However, we know more than just that it has to be a large feline predator and it has to be 7 letters long. We also know it has to fit in with 2 down. So remember there's 2 down there. Whatever that is has to fit. What's 2 down? Well, suppose the clue for 2 down is the most famous vampire in literature. Here it really seems like there's a best answer, doesn't there? Dracula. I mean, you could try and feel something from Twilight or something, but it's really not as famous as Dracula. Dracula really does seem to be the most famous literary vampire. So it seems like even though there wasn't a clear best answer to 4 across, it looks like there is a clear best answer to 2 down. But once we've got a clear best answer to 2 down, we suddenly now have a clear best answer to 4 across. Because now all those different answers, panther, cheetah, leopard, etc., that all looked equally good, no longer all look equally good. Now there's only one of them that fits with Dracula. There's only one of those that has an R as its second to last letter, so it's consistent with Dracula. Cheetah doesn't work there, panther doesn't work there, etc. We now know how to answer it. It has to be leopard. Nothing else will fit there. So this is a case where we were able to find the right answer to the one we weren't sure of, thanks to the fact that it had to fit in with the other answer we were sure of. And that happens in philosophy too. Now, of course, sometimes you have to revise that answer if it turns out to conflict with something else you're even more certain of, something you're even more committed to. If Dracula turned out to conflict with 2 + 2 = 4 or something, then maybe you have to go back and think about something else. But that's how we solve the ones we don't know, is by the requirement that they have to fit in with the ones we do know or think we know. Now, it's true that mere consistency is no guarantee of correctness. It's possible in principle that you could write a wrong answer in for the first one. You could write Panther, and then that leads you to write something else instead of Dracula. But it's plausible answer, and the other ones are all plausible, and fit the whole thing in, you get all wrong, but all plausible. It's possible in principle, but it's really unlikely. It's really unlikely that you could fill in a crossword puzzle with all the answers being wrong, but all the answers being just as plausible as the right ones. Or just try it. It's hard to make even normal crosswords, but you can do it. But try to come up with a crossword where there are two sets of answers, and there's one where all the answers are completely wrong, but just as plausible as the right ones, and they all fit together just as well. It's really hard. So it's really unlikely. Now, if you just get some local consistency going, it could very easily just be, some wrong answers you got consistent with each other. But the more you expand it, and of course your total belief set is a much huger thing than a crossword puzzle, which means it takes longer and it's more complicated. But the more of your total belief set you manage to make consistent, the less likely it is, at least this is the argument, the less likely it is that the whole thing is wrong. Now suppose we just decided to stick with Panther. Our first thought was Panther. We stuck with it. That meant that our next answer for the vampire had to be something whose second letter was E. So we either decided to go with Lestat, the Vampire and Anne Rice's novels. Of course, that's only 6 letters, so maybe we'd stick an extra T at the end. And we try to claim that this misspelled version of Lestat is more famous than Dracula, and that's crazy, but we could do it. And we could make everything else fit. We could just stick with something we started with and be so sure of it that we'd fit everything else into it and come up with the whole thing being consistent and wrong. But the whole result would look nuts. Likewise in philosophy. You can stick with your guns, start off with some crazy thing, and you make everything else fit, and the whole thing looks crazier and crazier. And there are philosophers who've done that. But, the penalty you pay is you've got a theory that's obviously crazy. That's the penalty some people are willing to pay. And of course, people can disagree about, which theories are more crazy. Now, here's another aspect of philosophy and philosophical inquiry. People sometimes say, look, the reason people disagree about these things is that they all have different definitions of the terms they're talking about. In fact, I often see in student papers will say, no two people have the same definition of justice or courage or something. I always wonder, how do you know? Really? There are like 6 billion people on the planet. You're really sure that no two people of them have the same definition? And people think that different definitions is why people have disagreements. But in fact, disagreement is possible only among people who share definitions. You can't disagree with me about something unless we have the same definition of it. Which means that actually there's a lot more. Either there's a lot less disagreement than we think, or there's a lot more agreement on definitions than we think. What do I mean? Well, take the following 2 claims. One person says, a bank is a safe place to store your money. The other person says, a bank is an unsafe place to store your money. So are they disagreeing? Well, it looks like it, but it depends. If they mean the same thing by bank, like they mean a financial institution. So one of them thinks, financial institution, a place like Wells Fargo, it's a safe place to deposit your paycheck there. It's a safe place. Another person is a little less certain about the economic situation. They think maybe there's going to be another bank crash or something, and they say, no, a bank like that is an unsafe place. But in order to disagree about that, they have to agree about what they mean by bank. They both agree that that building there with Wells Fargo on it, that building is a bank. They just disagree about whether that's a safe place to put your money. But suppose that when one of them says a bank, they mean an institution like Wells Fargo, and the other one means a riverbank. The other one means that if you go down to the edge of the Chattahoochee and stick your money in the mud there, that's not a good place to put it. In that case, they're not disagreeing. The person who thinks that Wells Fargo is a safe place to put your money, and the person who thinks that the muddy riverbank of the Chattahoochee is an unsafe place to put your money, they're not disagreeing with each other, because they're not talking about the same thing. You can't disagree about whether a bank is a safe place to put your money or not unless you agree about what you mean by bank. So you can't disagree about facts unless you agree about definitions. That's when I take an example of something that that has been established by philosophy. That's an example. Now, in philosophy, people often look for definitions. In fact, as we'll see, Plato's dialogues often involve people looking for a definition of some ethical term like courage or justice. And people sometimes think that's wrong. People sometimes think that you should start an inquiry by defining your terms. In order to inquire into something, we first have to agree on what we're talking about. And in philosophy, it's not that way. In philosophy, often, the definition is the output of the inquiry, not the input. You don't start off with the definition, you have to find it. Why is that? How can you go looking for a definition if you don't have it yet? Well, here's the thing. We often are not consciously aware of what definition we're using. We have a definition in some sense. There's a definition that's guiding our use of the terms. But we're not conscious of it. We can't access it. And that's an example of the wider fact that we often speak and think in accordance with rules we're not consciously aware of. We're not always aware of what rules we're governed by. We have to look at our practice in order to figure out what rule we're following. So take this sentence. Oops. Okay, there's a mistake in the PowerPoint. That's supposed to be there's a blue big truck outside. It's not supposed to say there's a big... So pretend this sentence says there's a blue big truck outside, which is what it's supposed to say. It sounds odd in English to say there's a blue big truck. I have another mistake. I said we instinctively want to put blue in front of big. No. We instinctively want to put big in front of blue. Obviously, this particular slide was written by an alien. It was temporarily substituting for me. It happens sometimes. So the odd sentence is there's a blue big truck outside. When we hear this, we naturally want to say there's a big blue truck outside. It sounds awkward in English to put blue in front of big. It's natural in English to put big in front of blue. Yet if someone had asked us, are there rules in English as to what order you put adjectives in? We might have said no. We might not have thought of any. But the fact that we're uncomfortable saying there's a blue big truck outside shows that we are following a rule. We're following some kind of rule about the order we put our adjectives in. We weren't even conscious of it. We discover what the rule is by looking at our linguistic practice and figuring out what we want to say. There, I got rid of that bad slide. Right, so take a word like bachelor. Suppose someone says, what's a bachelor? Well, our first reaction might be to say bachelor means unmarried male. A bachelor is just an unmarried male. And what about a male dog? It's not married. Is it a bachelor? Well, on reflection, we realize just as you realize you don't want to call something a blue big truck, you realize you don't want to call a dog a bachelor. But if you really by bachelor meant unmarried male, then you ought to call a male dog a bachelor. So if you don't, that suggests you don't really mean unmarried male by bachelor. You really mean unmarried human male, maybe. Now, what about a 2-year-old nephew? He's human and male and unmarried. Is he a bachelor? Well, if you're reluctant to call the child a bachelor, that suggests that maybe what you really mean is not unmarried human male, but unmarried adult human male. What about the Pope? Well, here people are less certain usually what to say. There's more disagreement as to whether the Pope is a bachelor or not. So you might say, yeah, he's a bachelor. He's not a typical case of a bachelor. When you think of a bachelor, he's not what pops to mind, just like when you think of a bird, a penguin doesn't pop to mind. There are sort of standard and non-standard examples of things. But nevertheless, he's a bachelor. He meets the definition. It's just an unusual case. That's one possible thing you might want to say. Or instead you might say, well, no, he's not a bachelor because he's not really unmarried. The Pope is married. He's just married to the church. You might worry about that answer because you might think that's a metaphorical sense of being married, to be married to the church. You might think he's not really married, so he's still a bachelor. Another possibility, if you really feel you don't want to call the Pope a bachelor, maybe what you really mean by bachelor is unmarried adult human male who's eligible to marry. And so that would explain why the Pope's not a bachelor, because even though he's unmarried and adult and human and male, he's not eligible to marry. In fact, once you think about eligibility to marry, you may realize that actually you didn't need this stuff about adult and human, because that's already covered. The reason that dogs aren't bachelors is that dogs aren't eligible to marry. The reason that 2-year-old boys aren't bachelors is they're not eligible to marry. So maybe all you need for the definition is unmarried male who's eligible to marry. Maybe that's what you really meant by bachelor all along. Now, that's not the end of all the puzzles. There's still puzzle about what it means to be eligible to marry. Is the Pope eligible to marry? Well, not under the laws of the Catholic Church. But under the laws of Alabama, I guess he's eligible to marry. If he came here and wanted to get married, I don't think they'd stop him. So that's a tricky concept too. But at least here we at least may have moved in direction of coming up with a more precise account of what we mean by bachelor. It isn't that we changed what we mean by bachelor. We're just discovering what all along we really meant by bachelor, something more like unmarried male who's eligible to marry. So if you want to know what you mean by a word, you might think just turn your mind inward and think, what do I mean by this word? And the definition that pops to mind will be what you mean. But maybe not. Maybe if you ask yourself off the top of your head, what does bachelor mean? You might say unmarried male, but turns out when you think about dogs and toddlers and popes, you might think maybe you really mean something else by it. So, our first Plato reading, this dialogue, the Laches, is going to be doing this now with a philosophical example, with courage. It's going to be doing with courage what we just did with bachelor. Take the first example that someone comes up with of a definition for courage, show that it conflicts with other things they're more committed to, the crossword puzzle method. If you originally wrote in Panther, you have to cross it out because you're more committed to Dracula. If what you initially mean by courage conflicts with something else you believe that you're more committed to, you have to revise that. And so the Laches dialogue is going to show, this is where the rubber meets the road. We'll see actually how philosophy works. Now, the Laches is not business ethics yet, but it's ethics. So finally moving in a philosophical direction and seeing how all this works. And I'll talk about the Laches in the next lecture, as well as a little bit about the origin of philosophy. Hi, welcome to Lecture 5. This is one on Plato's dialogue, the Laches, also for some background on the origin of philosophy. So, there's a sense of philosophy in which every culture has a philosophy. That is, in the broad sense, colloquial sense of the term philosophy, every culture has a bunch of inherited wisdom, teachings about the nature of the universe and our place in it, and what human beings are like, and how we can know things and what's valuable, all that kind of thing. Sort of answers traditional philosophical questions, at least broadly speaking. Every culture has some sort of teachings like that. However, that's not philosophy in the strict sense. In the strict sense, philosophy isn't just a bunch of teachings about those things, but it's an attempt to examine them, to defend them, or criticize them through rational argument. And that's something that not every culture has developed. It's something that arose in specific places and specific times. There's certain prerequisites that a culture has to have in order to develop the discipline of philosophy. So one of them seems to be literacy. It seems like we don't know of any cases where a non-literate culture, a culture that didn't have writing yet, developed philosophy. Part of the reason for this is, as we've seen, philosophy develops by noticing contradictions in our overall belief set. We leave something over here, we leave something else over there, bring them together, notice that they conflict, and then try to figure out, all right, which am I more committed to, which am I less committed to? And as a result, philosophy gets going. In order to do that, you have to be able to notice contradictions in your overall belief set. Now, it's easier to do that in a literate culture than a non-literate culture. A literate culture has its information stored in a form that makes it easy to make cross-correlations. Books, scrolls, and so on. Books actually a little bit easier than scrolls, I think. You can look and say, well, here on page 32 it says this, but over here on page 412 it says that, and flip back and forth. That's why I said it's a little bit easier with books than with scrolls, but you can do it with scrolls. You've got two different scrolls. This one says this, that one says that. You put them next to each other and you see the conflict. It's harder to do that in non-literate culture. Non-literate cultures can store a lot of cultural information in memory through oral traditions. But the way in which it's stored makes cross-correlation harder. In non-literate cultures, you have tribal elders who have memorized an enormous amount of stuff, but it tends not to be accessible in the sense of just, immediately zipping to the page you want to go to. It's more like It's the difference between when you have a video on a screen, you can just jump to the part of the video you want, versus when you first have to go through a commercial, and you can't just jump to the end of the commercial. You just have to wait for the whole thing to go through. In non-literate cultures, there's this long string of information, often sort of historical sequences of stuff, but it's been memorized in that order. And often the people who memorize it aren't in a position to just jump, and you ask them, what is taught about subject X, so they don't have it filed that way. It's harder to file it that way when you're filing a lot of information just in memory. Instead, you have these long sequences where step 1 reminds you of step 2, reminds you of step 3, and so on. You can't just jump to the part of it that you want, and that makes it harder to notice, to put together, oh, something was said here and something else was said there. Another prerequisite for philosophy seems to be intellectual competition. Different people, different groups competing for what are the wise claims. If you've got a society where there's some privileged group that's in a position to just impose its interpretation of things on everyone, then it's really hard for philosophy to get going, because first of all, you don't have to seek the answers. Figure out what the answers, because there's an established group that knows the answers. Just go and they tell you. And if you disagree with them, well, they've got enough power that you're not going to be able to successfully disagree with them. And so not much room for philosophical inquiry there. So in order for philosophy to arise, you need an absence of any kind of intellectual monopoly like that. So look at, historically, where philosophy has arisen. Philosophy, in around the 8th through 6th centuries BCE, philosophy arose, seems independently, although there may have been some cross-influence, but if so, there wasn't a lot. It was at least mostly independent. 3 places: India, Greece, and China. And by Greece, I only mean the Greek world. Philosophy starts on the periphery of the Greek world, in the Greek colonies along the coast of Asia Minor, and then it comes from the colonies back to the mainland. And I think there are reasons for that. But anyway, philosophy starts up in these 3 rather different cultures around the same time. But one of the things these cultures have in common is intellectual competition, though the form it takes is different. So in India, what happened is, in ancient India, you have the 2 top political classes: the priestly class, the Brahmins, and the warrior, aristocrat, kingly class, the Kshatriyas. And there's a competition for spiritual authority. It hadn't yet been established who was going to be on top. Eventually, in Hinduism, the Brahmins end up on top, but the dissident religions like Buddhism tend to rise from the Kshatriya class. Anyway, so neither side was in a position to impose its own position. They were competing. And as a result, they had to argue. If you have the sole position, you don't need to argue. You don't need to give an argument if you're the boss. You just tell people what's what. But if you've got different people competing for spiritual authority, then you have to try to convince people, argue and debate. And so you get this culture of debate. So the earliest philosophical writings anywhere, as far as we can tell, are the Upanishads, especially the early Upanishads, the first 2 or 3 of the Upanishads. And they're collections of various different kinds of texts, but one of the things that they feature is philosophical debates. And we see that there was a culture and a practice and a tradition of having these debates. And so that's where philosophy seems to rise from in India. In the Greek world is set in the Aegean Sea. You've got the mainland of Greece, but also you've got all these little islands. You've got the coast curving around ultimately to Asia Minor. But you've got all these little islands. It's really easy to... In those days, travel by sea was easier than travel by land, and safer and faster. Because remember, there weren't any roads for the most part in Greece. There were a few, but not many, not well maintained. So transportation, travel, trade was easiest by sea. You've got all these little islands. You've got plenty of places to stop. You're never too far out of sight of land. If you're in the Aegean, it's really convenient. And so the Greeks became great merchant traders, much more than in India and China, which were much more landlocked. especially China. And as a result of trade, the Greeks traded with the Italians, the Egyptians, and the Persians, and all these different groups. And so they encountered lots of different cultural ideas. The Greek philosophy has a sort of a multicultural impetus to it in a way that Indian and Chinese philosophy don't as much. And there was no powerful priesthood class in Greece and no official scriptures that imposed doctrine. No one had the power to impose any particular doctrine. No one particularly was interested really in doing that. You could get in trouble if you denied the existence of the gods, but there's no specific list of things you had to believe about them. And the Greeks were fascinated by cultural difference. So Herodotus, in his history, tells the story of going to this Asian court, and you run into a tribe that when their parents die, they eat them. And then this tribe is introduced to some Greeks, and the Greeks are horrified at the thought of eating the corpses of their parents. They said, "What do you do?" "Oh, well, we bury them." Well, this tribe was horrified at the thought of burying, taking the dead body of your loved one, instead of bringing it back into yourself through eating it. You just dig a hole in the ground and put it in the ground. They thought that was revolting. And so Herodotus was interested in these different traditions, and his book is just full of reports of this, because Herodotus traveled all over. So when you're confronted with all these different claims to wisdom, and there's no one official group to tell you what are the right views, then you're interested in figuring out, how do I decide which are the defensible views and which aren't? So the word philosophia in Greek means love of wisdom. Philo, love, sophia, wisdom. And to say it means love of wisdom means you're searching for wisdom. You're trying to discover what the correct criteria are for determining which claims to wisdom are real and which ones aren't. In addition to that, another thing that helped develop philosophy in the Greek world was that a lot of city-states had, and Athens is sort of the premier example of this, had legal institutions that placed a high value on argument. So Athens was a democracy. If you wanted to make your case, you didn't make your, if you wanted to make an impact on the city's policies, you didn't vote for someone to support policies. You'd stand up in the popular assembly yourself if you were a free adult male citizen. Stand up for yourself and you argue for your favorite positions. And likewise in the law courts, they didn't have lawyers. You couldn't have someone else represent you. You had to represent yourself if you're in a lawsuit. And so this practice of being able to argue your case became very widespread, and that certainly contributed to philosophy. Likewise in China, philosophy arises out of the collapse of the Zhou dynasty. Now, the Zhou dynasty was a long time collapsing. It's official, and it's a bit later than its actual collapse. But anyway, and when it collapses, what happens is that you have all these scholars and bureaucrats and middle manager types that are now out of a job because the regime they worked in has collapsed. So you've got a bunch of intellectuals and public functionaries who have no more job. They've got a lot of experience, a lot of ideas. They become wandering teachers. Now, as the Zhou dynasty has collapsed, the old imperial dynasty is no more, and so the empire fragments into a lot of little kingdoms. You have a lot of local people starting things up. So you've got, let's say, some local general who sort of turns himself into a king. He carves out some little local territory, declares himself king because there's no empire to stop him anymore. This happens all over the place. Well, these new rulers don't have much in the way of political experience. They're generals, they're used to giving orders, but not really used to administering a state. And so they need advice. You've got all these out-of-work scholars happy to offer it. And so these wandering scholars will travel from court to court trying to find someone who will appoint them as a political advisor. That's when you get people like the Confucians. Confucius himself was one of these folks. Confucius or Kunze. Well, what happens if two different scholars with different ideas about how to run a state show up at the same court, and neither's in a position to just silence the other one, so they have to convince the king, or whoever they're trying to convince, they have to give arguments. They have to try to give reasons for thinking their position is better than the other. And so that's one reason that early Chinese philosophy has such a strong political orientation, more than Indian or Greek do, is that you have this competition for political influence. So in all three cases, intellectual competition, the need to give arguments, choosing among different positions is crucial. Okay, this brings us to Laches, where we're going to see how this works in the case of an individual mind. How do you resolve disputes within a single mind? Socrates was not the first Greek philosopher, but he was the first philosopher in Greece, maybe anywhere, to be really self-conscious about the philosophical method. Not, he didn't just practice it, but he thought about it and reasoned about it. He applied his method to itself. He reasoned philosophically about philosophical reasoning. Now, we don't have any writings by Socrates, so all we have is writings by some of his students, the chief one being Plato. So we don't know whether this conversation that Plato relates, how closely it resembles anything that Socrates really said. That's a matter of dispute. But for our purposes, it doesn't matter, because we're not looking to Socrates as some kind of authority to tell us what's what. If we were, then we'd want to know whether this accurately reflected his views. Instead, we want to see if the arguments are good. And so, in that sense, an argument is good or bad regardless of who says it. So the question that they're trying to define in the Laches is the nature of courage. And so Laches comes up with a definition. Courage is standing firm in battle. That's his definition. However, it turns out that upon questioning, this definition conflicts with some of Laches' other beliefs, because Socrates asks him, well, what about this? Do you think this? Do you think that? And gets Laches to produce more beliefs, more premises. So here's some of the things Laches believes. So he's got this definition. Courage is standing firm in battle. That's something he believes or thinks he believes. But he also believes that courage can be shown in contexts other than warfare. Socrates asks him, do you think it's possible to bear up under illness courageously, or under poverty courageously, and so on? And Laches says, yeah, sure. So he thinks this. Courage can be shown in contexts other than warfare, but it seems like standing firm in battle, at least if you mean battle literally, cannot be shown in contexts other than warfare. So look, these conflict. You can't consistently believe all three of these at the same time. If courage and standing firm in battle are the same thing, then that same thing either can be shown in context of other than war, or it can't. It can't be both. So one way of thinking of when you have an inconsistent belief set here is any two of those beliefs could be used as premises for an argument against the third to be valid. So remember back when we were doing the crossword puzzle, and we found that if you wanted to put in panther for the large feline predator, that conflicted with Dracula as an answer to the most famous literary vampire. And so if you're more committed to Dracula, you have to revise panther to something else. Or likewise, if you want to define a bachelor as an unmarried adult human male, but you don't want to call the Pope a bachelor, you have to pick. You have to go one way or the other. Laches has to decide which of these is more committed to. Now, it turns out that the one he's least committed to is the claim that courage equals standing firm in battle. It'd be really hard to give up the claim that standing firm in battle cannot be shown in context other than warfare. That's almost a tautology. But he could have given up the second claim, the claim that courage can be shown in context other than war, although that would strongly alter the way he's used to using the word. But instead, he gives up the definition. He decides that definition isn't really what he wants to say in defining courage. So Socrates has gotten him to change, well, not what he meant by the word, because in some sense he meant all along. He meant something that could be shown in context other than war. But Socrates has got him to realize that he means something different. And Socrates isn't telling him, this is wrong because I say it's wrong. Socrates is trying to get Laches to see that Laches has to give it up because it conflicts with something that Laches, is more committed to. All right, so Laches tries another definition. Courage equals endurance. And this is a better definition. This is, instead of looking at particular cases like standing firm in battle, you try to figure out what the general property is that explains those particular cases. What is it that all the cases of courage have in common that makes them all count as courage? And Laches suggests endurance. And by endurance, he seems to mean something like persistence in the face of danger or hardship. And that's a better definition. but it turns out to have some problems for Laches. So here's some other things Laches believes. He believes that courage is a virtue. He believes that virtues are always admirable. So in other words, calling something courageous means praising it. But endurance is sometimes foolish. There are cases where persistence in the face of danger or hardship is foolish. So, for example, what about running into a burning building? Is that foolish or not? Well, it depends why you're doing it. If you're running into a burning building to save a loved one, then even though it's risky, it seems like it's a risk worth taking. So we could admire that and think it's great. But suppose you're running into the burning building because you remember you left your ham sandwich on the ninth floor. So you're running back up to get it. Well, it seems like that's not a risk worth taking, so that would be foolish. And nothing foolish is admirable, Laches believes. Well, notice that this set of beliefs is inconsistent. If courage and endurance are the same thing, as the first claim says, then if courage is a virtue, like the second claim says, then endurance is a virtue. And if virtues are always admirable, that means endurance is going to be admirable. If endurance is foolish, that means it's something that can be foolish and yet admirable, and that contradicts the last one. So you can't believe all of these things. You have to decide which one to give up. Now, it's not obvious which one to give up. You can imagine cases for giving up one or another of these things. But Laches decides, in this case again, it's the definition he's least committed to. He still feels pretty strongly committed to these other claims, and so he decides to give up that definition. It was an improvement over the last definition, but still doesn't work for him. So he tries again. Well, if the problem with endurance, an example of courage, is that endurance can be foolish, and when it's foolish, it's not admirable, and so not a virtue, and so not true courage, then why not say, well, it's not just any old endurance, but endurance that's guided by wisdom, wise endurance, that's courage. Well, that could work, but it turns out that there's some problems for Laches. One is that Laches thinks that wisdom requires fairly high intelligence, and yet he believes animals can have courage. He believes animals don't have high intelligence. That's awkward. If courage is wise endurance, then you can't have courage unless you can have wisdom. If only beings with high intelligence can be wise, then only beings with high intelligence can have courage. If animals don't have high intelligence, they can't have courage, and yet he thinks they can. So this set of beliefs is inconsistent. He has to give up one of them. And he ends up once again giving up the definition. This isn't the only problem with the definition. There's another one that's, in some sense, even worse. He thinks courage equals wise endurance, but look, if courage is wise endurance, then it seems like the more wisdom you've got, the more courageous your endurance will count as. And you might wonder if that's right, but at least that's what Laches thinks. If what makes endurance courageous is that it's guided by wisdom, then the more wisdom you've got, the more courageous that endurance will be. And yet, it seems to take more courage to do something you lack expertise in. So, doing something dangerous like climbing out on a tightrope, well, if you're really an expert tightrope walker and you've been raised in in a circus from a young age as an acrobat, then although there's still danger, there's a lot less danger. It takes a lot less risk if you're an expert tightrope walker, and so it doesn't seem to require as much courage to go out on the tightrope. Whereas if you're not an expert, maybe you're good enough at it that it's not completely hopeless to go out on the tightrope, and you might have a good reason to go out to save someone or something. It seems to take more courage to do it if you have less expertise. But expertise seems like a kind of wisdom. And so, if if having more expertise, more wisdom about walking on a tightrope makes you less courageous for walking on the tightrope, then wisdom seems to make endurance less courageous, which conflicts with the claim that makes it more courageous. And Laches doesn't know what to say about that. I mean, he ends up thinking, all right, his definition must be wrong, but he doesn't know now what to say, because it seems like when you look at the case of people taking stupid risks, running into a burning building to save their ham sandwich, there it seems as though wisdom makes you more courageous, makes you count as more courageous. And yet you think about this other case, it seems to make it less. Now, maybe Laches is wrong about which claim to reject. Socrates just tells him, it shows him that his views conflict with each other, but Socrates can't decide which one he should reject. And the other main speaker in the dialogue, Nicias, thinks that, in fact, saying that courage was wise endurance was pretty much on the right track. So Nicias thinks, well, yeah, animals don't have courage. They have something like it, in the same way that the person who runs foolishly into danger, has something similar to courage, rashness maybe, but not real courage. Animals don't have either. See, there's an example of an animal clearly lacking courage. As for the worry about whether having more wisdom makes you count as more courageous or less courageous, Nicias makes an interesting suggestion, which is maybe we need to distinguish two different kinds of wisdom. So there's the expertise about what the risks are and how to reduce them. So when Nicias talks about the sense in which the doctor is and is not an expert about the fearful, because the doctor is an expert about illness, and illness is something fearful. The doctor is an expert about what what treatments will cure you and what treatments will kill you and what treatments are likely to do what and so on. And the expert tightrope walker is an expert on what the risks are and how to reduce those risks. And that's the kind that makes you count as less courageous. But there's also expertise about which risks are worth taking. This is the kind that Nicias thinks the doctor doesn't have, and this is the kind that makes you more courageous. The doctor is an expert about, so for example, suppose you're trying to decide whether to get some kind of medical procedure that has a 60% chance of curing you and a 40% chance of killing you. You're trying to decide whether to do it. Well, the doctor is an expert on what the risks are and how to reduce them. But the doctor's not an expert on whether that's a risk worth taking. He might be, but if so, it's not in virtue of medical expertise, in virtue of some other kind of wisdom. That's a kind of evaluative wisdom. So the first kind of expertise is merely a technical issue, knowing what the risks are and how to reduce them. But knowing whether a risk is worth taking or not is a value issue. Nicias thinks that's the kind that makes you more courageous. So the person who runs into the burning building to save their ham sandwich counts as lacking courage because they lack knowledge of which risks are worth taking. Where the person who walks out as an expert tightrope walker, well, they just have the first kind of expertise, and that doesn't make you more courageous. And so the debate proceeds, and it doesn't end fully resolved in the dialogue. But our purpose for this course was not specifically with the doctrinal content of this dialogue, because it's not really in business ethics, which is where we're headed, although we'll be looking at a lot of foundations before we get to that. But just to show how this works, that you you look at your various beliefs, you find conflicts in them. In the case of each conflict, you see which view you're more committed to, and you reject the one you're less committed to. You may have to go back and change something you decided earlier, but that's what I've been calling the crossword puzzle method. And the Laches is a good example of how that works in the case of individuals' beliefs. You can do this with individuals' beliefs, because you can also do it with the beliefs of an entire culture, which is what I was talking about earlier. See you next time. Okay, Lecture 6, Relativism. So, I'm going to define relativism as the view about any given area of inquiry, because you can be relativists about some areas of inquiry, not others. But for any given area of inquiry, you're a relativist about that if you think that what's true or false in that area of inquiry is relative to people's beliefs. So that same belief could be true or false depending on who believes it. So according to relativism, the very same claim at the very same time can be true or false. So for example, if you're a relativist about ethics, you might think that a certain practice is moral for me because I think it's okay, but not moral for you because you don't. Or moral for my culture because my culture thinks it's okay, but not moral for your culture because yours doesn't. So that the very same moral belief can be true or false for different people or different cultures. So, as I've already just suggested, relativism comes in at least two forms. You can be a personal relativist that about whatever, ethics or whatever. You can be a personal relativist and you think that what is true in that area is relative to what each individual thinks. So each individual has facts that are relativized to them. Or you can be a group relativist, And you can think that doesn't go by individuals, but by groups, that what group you're a member of determines which things are true for you, regardless of what you personally think. So what society or what culture you belong to determines these things. So, for example, if you believe abortion is wrong and I believe abortion is okay, then according to personal relativism, abortion really will be wrong from your point of view, really wrong in the universe as relativized to you, and it really will be okay in the universe as relativized to me. That's what personal relativism is going to say. By contrast, if you're a group relativist, you think that it's not the individual who gets to decide these things, it's the society or the culture. So, for example, if the dominant view in my culture is that abortion is okay, then abortion is going to be okay for me even if I don't agree with it. And likewise, if the dominant view in your culture is that abortion is wrong, then abortion is going to be wrong for you even if you think it's okay. So in that case, the individual doesn't decide, it's the group or the culture. But as the abortion example itself shows, it's a little hard to pin down exactly what kind of group we're talking about, because we belong to lots of different overlapping groups. Does the group that you're a member of think abortion is wrong or abortion is okay? Well, what group are we talking about? You belong to lots of different groups. So what group do I belong to? What's my society? The Western world? Is it the West in general that determines which values are going to be true for me? Or is it the particular country I live in, the United States? Or is it the state of California, which is where I'm originally from? Or is it the state of Alabama, which is where I live now? Or is it just Auburn University? Or is it something else, the worldwide community of academics, which is going to be both broader and narrower than the United States? Broader, because it'll include lots of people who aren't in the United States. Narrower, because it'll exclude lots of people who are in the United States. So is that my community, the worldwide community of academics? Or is it the worldwide community of philosophers, which is narrower, because not all academics are philosophers, but it's also broader, because there are philosophers who aren't in academia. Is that my community that determines my values? Well, I belong to other communities too. Community of science fiction fans, or all people who share my religious views, or all people who share my political views. What society do I belong to? Lots of different ones. So if what's true for me about something is what's determined by my society, which society wins? Since, what the majority of people in Alabama think is not going to be the same as what the majority of people in California think, it's not going to be the same as what the majority of people in the United States think, or what the majority of people in the Western world think, or the majority of academics, or philosophers, or science fiction fans, or political, religious, whatever. Those are all going to be different. Now, our business ethics textbook uses the words relativism and subjectivism. It looks to me like they're using it in such a way that relativism means group relativism, that makes morality or whatever relative to your society or your culture. And they're using subjectivism to mean what I'm calling personal relativism, what makes it relative, what makes something right or wrong just for you as an individual. But philosophers don't usually use the terms that way. Usually philosophers call both of those things relativism, and they reserve subjectivism for something else. So I'm going to use the term relativism for both. Now here's a related thing. This is related to relativism. I think it's an expression of relativism. People often talk about the fact-opinion distinction. This is something that is a mystery to philosophers. When philosophers hear non-philosophers talking about this, we don't really know what they're talking about, or we try to find out, then we become distressed. But lots of people have this distinction in mind between facts and opinions. So the idea is, facts are supposed to be objectively true. Not only true, but they're provable. You can prove they're true. Not only can you prove they're true, but you have proved they're true. They're known to be true. All those things are what a fact is supposed to be. Whereas opinions are supposed to be mere beliefs. They're not objectively true. They're just like subjective attitudes. They're not provable, and therefore they're not known. Nobody knows them to be the case. They're not even facts. Now, one of my colleagues was horrified to find out that his children were being taught the fact-opinion distinction in grade school. Horrified because philosophers don't think this distinction makes any sense. And so, we always become alarmed when we see people using it because we think some kind of confusion is going on. So look, What's a fact? A fact is something that's objectively true. Now, whether something is true or not is a completely different question from the question of whether it's provable or unprovable, or known or unknown. Remember the distinction between metaphysics, the study of reality, and epistemology, the study of knowledge. But whether something is a fact or not is a metaphysical issue. Whether it's provable, knowable, known, unknown, those are epistemological issues. There are lots of facts that nobody knows. What was my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather doing at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on his 13th birthday? I don't think there's any way of knowing that now. But it's a fact. Whatever it was he was doing, that's a fact. He was doing something. So whether something's a fact or not has nothing to do whether it's known or unknown or provable or unprovable. There are facts that may never be knowable. The information may just be lost. There may be facts that are knowable but not known yet, and then there are facts that are known. But those are all facts. Likewise, when you call something an opinion, all it means to call something opinion is to say that somebody believes it. That's what an opinion is. It's something that someone opines, something that they hold to be true. Now, if they hold something to be true, it might be true, or it might not be. If it's true, it might be something provable or knowable, or it might not. If it is knowable, they might know it or they might not. It doesn't matter. Whether it's true or untrue, knowable or unknowable, whatever it is, it's an opinion. So even if it's true and known to be true, it's still an opinion if someone believes it. So if I happen to believe something that actually is true, then what I believe is a fact and an opinion. These aren't two separate categories. It's an opinion because I believe it. It's a fact because I'm right. Moreover, if I don't just believe it, but if I know it, some true thing that I know to be true, it's still an opinion if I believe it. Since knowing something involves believing it. In order to know something, you have to believe it, and it has to be true, and then there's dispute among philosophers as to what else you have to add to it. You have to add something else. True opinion plus causation by the facts, or true opinion plus justification, or something. There's a big epistemological debate about exactly what you have to add to true belief to get knowledge. But anyway, knowledge involves having a true opinion. Now, people sometimes say, well, that's just an opinion. When they say that, they do mean you don't know it. But the fact that you don't know something if it's just an opinion doesn't mean you don't know it if it's an opinion. Just as a kind of weakener, it's a claim that it's this and no more. An opinion can also be knowledge. But if you see something that's just an opinion or merely an opinion, then you mean it's not knowledge. But that doesn't mean the class of opinions can't be facts or be known. The class of opinions includes some things that are known. It's just that the class of mere opinions, when you call something a mere opinion or it's just an opinion, you're saying it's not known. But even if it's just an opinion, it can still be knowable. But presumably you don't know it yet if it's just your opinion. It can be provable even if it's not proven. It could certainly be a fact. If you have a belief that happens to be true, even if you can't know it or prove it, then it's just an opinion, but still a fact as well. There's a famous quote from the dude there. All right, so in addition to the different kinds of, you could be a personal versus a group relativist. You can also be relativist about some topics, but not others. So, for example, you might be a relativist about aesthetics, but not ethics. In other words, you might think, if I think this movie is great and you think it's terrible, there's no fact of the matter. Neither one of us is more right than the other. It's being a great movie is true for me. It's being a lousy movie is true for you. But you might be a non-relativist about ethics. You might think, when it comes to ethics, abortion is either really okay or really wrong. Whereas this movie, whether it's great or not, you might think that's a matter of just a personal opinion. But you might think ethics is something more than that. Or you might think that ethics is, like aesthetics, they're both relative. But not physics. You might think it's an objective fact that protons weigh more than electrons. That's true even if people don't believe it. But it's not an objective fact that abortion is right or abortion is wrong. You could be relativist about all those things. You could be non-relativist about all those things. Lots of philosophers are not relativists about aesthetics. They think that some paintings really are objectively more beautiful than others. In fact, the Auburn Philosophy Department is sort of a hotbed of anti-relativist aesthetics. Now, it's possible to be a relativist about everything. And you can think that every single fact is relative only to the people who believe it. It holds only for those who believe it. In fact, there's a famous example of this. The Greek philosopher Protagoras made this famous claim, man is the measure of all things. What he meant by that is, whatever seems true to anyone is true for that person. This applied to all facts, not just ethics or aesthetics, but physics, logic, and you name it. Every kind of fact there is, he thought that they were all relative. And some people nowadays hold this view too. Well, in Plato's dialogue Theaetetus, we get Socrates raising an objection to this. Now, we don't know whether Socrates himself raised this objection or whether it was Plato's idea using Socrates as a mouthpiece. Who knows? But anyway, Plato has Socrates raise the following problem. He says, look, all right, so according to relativism, any doctrine is true only for those who believe it. Any doctrine. But that is going to mean that relativism itself is true only for those who believe it. In other words, if relativism is a claim that all doctrines are relative, it has to apply to itself. It has to claim that relativism itself is true only for those who believe it. But Socrates doesn't believe in relativism, so it's not going to be true for him. So according to relativism, relativism itself is not true for Socrates. So ordinarily we hear this bold claim relativism that says, look, I'm going to tell you something you didn't know, namely all these facts are relative. You got to accept this new revelation now that all these facts are relative. Well, it turns out that according to relativism itself, if you don't accept relativism, it's not true for you, and therefore you don't need to accept relativism. This kind of makes proselytizing hard. Going knock on the door, hi, I would like to convert you to relativism. Doesn't relativism say I can keep my non-relativism if I want to? Sure. Okay, well, I will then. Goodbye. So how can Protagoras tell Socrates, you're wrong to reject relativism? Because relativism seems to say no one's ever wrong about anything. If whatever seems true to you is true to you, if it seems true to me that mice are 10 times as tall as elephants, then that is true for me. Mice, as relativized to my universe, really are 10 times as tall as elephants. So no one's ever wrong, which means people who reject relativism are also not wrong. Well, if relativism can't even assert the wrongness of people who reject it, then what is relativism even saying? So one way of looking at Socrates' point here is this. To make an assertion, you have to deny the opposite. If I say that there's a book on the table, I'm thereby rejecting the claim that there's no book on the table. After all, if I say there's a book on the table, but I also say there's also no book on the table, it seems like I haven't really said anything. I haven't made a move. It's like in chess where there's a famous analogy. At chess, you don't count as having made a move until you take the hand off the piece. You move your pawn forward, but until you take your hand off the piece, you still can retract the move. Well, a relativist is like someone who never takes their hand off their piece. They move the pawn forward and they just hold it there, reserving the right to move it back. They never actually make a move. If I assert there's a book on the table, but at the same time I say there's no book on the table, well, it's like saying relativism itself then claims it can't even assert itself because it has to be just as open to its own denial as to its own assertion. And so it's not really saying anything. That's a way of looking at Socrates' objection. The problem then is that relativism is self-destructive, because if relativism is supposed to apply, if you're a relativist about everything, it's self-destroying, because relativism has to apply to itself, and so relativism has to deny its own truth for the people who reject it. Now, most relativists don't go as far as Protagoras. Most relativists aren't relativists about everything. So therefore, most relativists don't have to be relativists about the truth of relativism. If you're a more modest relativist than Protagoras, you can say there are some absolute truths. Like if you're a relativist about ethics but not about physics, you could say truths in physics might be absolute, even if truths in ethics aren't. And so therefore, you could claim that relativism is an absolute truth, and so you avoid this problem. So let's consider, since this is an ethics course, let's focus specifically on people who are relativists about ethics. So why might you want to be an ethical relativist? Why might you want to say that right and wrong are relative to either individual observers or societies or whatever? Well, one common idea is many people think relativism is the foundation of tolerance. You got to be a relativist in order to be tolerant of other people's beliefs. So the idea is, if I think I'm absolutely right, and you're absolutely wrong, then this is going to tend to make me inclined to force you to accept my views. If I'm right, then I'm really absolutely objectively right. I'm going to force you to do this. In fact, there's a famous line from the economist Milton Friedman who says, "Thank goodness we don't know what's objectively right or wrong. Because if we did know it, then we'd have to legislate it. We'd have to force everyone to do what's right, and then we could no longer live in a free society. So living in a free society depends on not knowing what's right or wrong." That's what Friedman said. Whereas, so the idea is, if I don't know what's absolutely right or wrong, if I think that it's all relative and that your views are just as good as mine, then I won't be inclined to force you to live my way, and so we'll have a free, tolerant society. So this is a common argument for ethical relativism. But there's a problem. Relativism doesn't have any inherent connection to tolerance. First of all, you can be tolerant without being a relativist. So there's a picture of John Locke, who was not a moral relativist. He was a moral absolutist. But he was famous for defending freedom of speech and freedom of conscience. He wrote a famous series of essays on toleration, arguing for tolerating different religions. He wanted to tolerate almost all religions. He made a few exceptions, but nobody's perfect. He thought that people have an absolute moral right to their own opinions, even if they're wrong. So his reason for being tolerant wasn't relativism. It was anti-relativism. He was a moral absolutist. But whether moral absolutism leads you to be intolerant depends on the content of your moral absolutes. If your moral absolute involves things like freedom and individual rights, then you're going to think, you can think that people have a right to live their own lives and you should be tolerant of them, even if they're wrong. Objectively, absolutely wrong. On the other hand, you can be a relativist without being tolerant. So here's an example. I don't think I have to tell you who this guy is. The Nazis were relativists. I mean, to the extent that they had any coherent philosophy, they weren't as philosophically consistent and disciplined as some other political groups. But by and large, the dominant view among the Nazis was relativism. They believed different moralities were true for different groups. So they thought, for example, that tolerance had genuine value within Jewish morality, but didn't have any value within Aryan morality. Aryan morality is about conquering and subduing the weak, whereas Jewish morality is about tolerance and equality and stuff like that. And so the Aryans thought, tolerance is good for them, but it's wrong for us. And so we're going to impose our ways on them. So there's nothing inherent in relativism that's going to make you tolerant, because the Nazis were relativists, but they were not notably tolerant. Now, here's another reason people sometimes are ethical relativists. They say, look, different cultures have these deep disagreements about what's right or wrong. The very same practice is considered right in some cultures, wrong in others. Isn't that a reason for being some kind of a group relativist? Well, as in the article I gave you by Michael Watkins, by the way, this is a terrible picture of Michael Watkins. It's the only picture I could find online, but he doesn't really look like that. When I first saw him, I didn't even think it was him, so it's not a good picture. But anyway, in the article I gave you on my favorite howlers, he points out a problem with this cultural disagreement argument. So suppose the ethical relativist makes the following argument. Cultures have disagreed about morality, therefore morality is relative to one's culture. Look, that's obviously not valid as it stands. The concept of relative shows up in the conclusion, but it's not in the premise. Some other assumption must be going on. There must be another premise being assumed. So this must be an enthymeme. That is, an argument where one of the steps is not made explicit. We're just supposed to guess what it is. So what implicit premise does the relativist have to be assuming to give this argument? Well, here's the suggestion. The relativist must be assuming something like this. Cultures disagree about morality. If cultures disagree about something, then that thing is relative to your culture. Therefore, morality is relative to one's culture. So even though this argument doesn't explicitly assert two, it seems like they must be assuming two in order for this argument to work. But should they assume two? Does two make sense? Seems like a problem, which is cultures have disagreed with a lot of other things besides ethics. For example, cultures have disagreed about whether the Earth is round or flat. Our culture thinks it's round, but There have been plenty of cultures that thought it was flat. Some of the ancient Greeks thought it was actually inverted, concave, like a bowl. That's a whole other story. So look, take this argument. Cultures have disagreed about the shape of the earth. If cultures disagree about something, then that thing is relative to your culture. Therefore, the shape of the earth is relative to your culture. Well, that conclusion looks pretty awkward. Could the shape of the earth be relative to your culture? What would that mean? Suppose I come from a culture that believes the earth is flat. You come from a culture that believes the earth is round. And suppose we say, all right, so the earth really is flat for me, and it really is round for you. What does that mean? Suppose you and I go off on a journey. We head off toward the horizon. Well, if the earth really is flat for me, it seems like at some point I ought to come to the edge. If the earth really is round for you, it seems like eventually you ought to be able to go all the way around. If we're going together, it doesn't seem like I can come to an edge and you keep going. One of us is right and one of us is wrong. Now, Protagoras would say, well, maybe he really is relative. But most relativists don't want to be relativists about the shape of the earth. But if that premise that if cultures disagree about something, that makes it relative, if that premise was true in the first argument, it would still have to be true in the second. And so this picture would have to be the way things really are. But if you're someone who's a relativist about physics, about ethics, but not about physics or geography, isn't going to want to grant that the shape of the earth is relative. So they have to reject premise 2. Otherwise, they'd have to accept that argument about the shape of the earth. But if you reject premise 2 in order to avoid being a relativist about the shape of the earth, then you can't invoke premise 2 in order to be a relativist about ethics. Now, the relativist can come back and say, yeah, but there's a difference between disputes about ethics and disputes about science. And then we know how to settle disputes about science. We do scientific empirical experiments and so forth. We don't know how to settle disputes about ethics. Well, suppose that's true. That doesn't change. That doesn't make the original argument any better, because the original argument didn't point to any differences between ethical domains and other domains. All it pointed to was the existence of cultural disagreement. That's all it mentioned. So that argument still isn't going to work. Moreover, suppose it's true that we don't know how to settle ethical disputes. Why should that make us relativists, as opposed to skeptics? A relativist thinks there's no objective absolute fact. It's all just a matter of individual interpretation or group interpretation. But the skeptic thinks there may be an objective fact, but we can't know it. So here's an example. Was the first human being to set foot on Australia a male or female? We don't know. No, at some point there was presumably some first person to set foot on it. It's like, human beings didn't originate in Australia, but at some point they got there. Who was the first person to set foot on it? Well, we don't know. It may not even be knowable. The information may just be lost. Even if it's knowable, certainly we have no idea how to find it out. So we don't know how to settle that question. But we don't think it's relative. We don't think, well, if I think it was a male, then it's a male for me. If you think it's a female for you. No, it really was a male or female, even if we don't know which. So the mere fact that ethical disputes can't be settled, or we don't know how to settle them, doesn't mean that they're relative. In any case, why should we believe that ethical disputes can't be settled? Where does that claim come from? After all, philosophers have offered lots and lots of arguments that they think do settle various ethical questions. Now they disagree with each other, but economists disagree with each other too, and people don't think economics is relative. Most people don't. So if someone says, I've offered an argument that does settle this ethical question, it seems a bit insincere to say, well, I'm just going to assert that ethical questions can't be settled without even looking at your arguments. You'd have to go and look at the arguments philosophers have offered to settle ethical questions before you can say it's impossible to settle any ethical question. You're just sort of ignoring the entire discipline of philosophy when you say that. Now, of course, not everyone's going to be convinced by those arguments. You could say, well, if not everyone is convinced by the arguments, does that mean the arguments don't settle the question? Does settling a question mean being able to convince everyone? Well, maybe not. The Flat Earth Society still exists. Now, actually, there are several different groups calling themselves the Flat Earth Society, and some of them seem to be sort of satirical joke groups, but some of them appear to be serious. That is, there are some people who still literally think the Earth is flat. So not everyone's been convinced by the arguments for the Earth being round. Does that mean that the shape of the Earth hasn't been settled? Maybe settling something isn't a matter of actually convincing everyone. Maybe settling something is offering arguments that everyone ought to be convinced by if they read them and understood them. Not everyone reads them, and those who read them don't understand them, or sometimes refuse to understand them, or whatever. So in philosophical inquiry, you can't just assume relativism. So watch out for this tendency to say, well, after all, there's no objective truth about this. You can't assume that there's no truth, or you can't assume that it can't be settled or known. You can't assume any of those things. Those are controversial claims. You need to argue for them. And to make sure that your argument isn't open to the various kinds of counterexamples that Michael Watkins offers in his article. Okay, it's true for me that this lecture is over. Lecture 7, the ethics of virtue. So virtue ethics or virtue theory is a particular kind of moral theory. So what's a moral theory? We'll be talking later on in the course a bit more in detail about what moral theories are. But broadly speaking, a moral theory is like a scientific theory. It's a theory that purports to explain certain things. So a scientific theory purports to explain, why rocks fall at the rate they do, why when you mix these two chemicals together you get an explosion or something. It's supposed to explain all those things. A moral theory is supposed to explain things in the moral domain. A moral theory is supposed to explain why particular actions are right or wrong. So, you might believe that a whole bunch of things are right or wrong. You might think that, murder is wrong and honesty is right and so forth. But a moral theory explains why. What is it about the wrong things they have in common that makes them wrong? What is it about the right actions they have in common that makes them right? That's what a moral theory is. And there are three popular families of moral theory: consequentialism, deontology, and virtue theory. So consequentialism evaluates actions in terms of their consequences, in terms of their results. You want to evaluate an action, you look downstream, you look at its output. You see what it causes or tends to cause. So the right actions are the ones that have the best results, greatest number of good results, or greatest balance of good results over bad. So murder is wrong because it has or tends to have bad results. Honesty is good because it has or tends to have good results, that kind of thing. The most famous version of consequentialism is called utilitarianism, and we're going to be looking at that later on in the course. Very influential moral theory. Deontology, which comes from the Greek word deon, meaning duty, or that which must be done, evaluates actions in terms of their inherent nature. So deontology rejects consequentialism. Deontology thinks that evaluating actions in terms of their results is, the popular phrase about the end doesn't justify the means, but deontologists think the end doesn't justify the means. That the fact that something has good results does not necessarily make it right. Some actions are inherently right or wrong just because of the kind of action they are, the kind of category or rule they fall under, regardless of their results. So that there's some things that would be wrong, like let's say torturing a toddler to death, would be wrong even if it had really good results. You could construct some story where it had really good results. It would still be wrong just inherently. And the most famous version of that is Kantianism, named after the 18th century German philosopher Immanuel Kant, and we'll be looking at his view later. Now, I should say that these three families of moral theories, the boundaries between them are not always precise. You can describe these three categories in the abstract very neatly, but when you look at particular theories, sometimes you get people that are sort of a mix of them. And we'll see that later too. Now, just as consequentialism looks downstream from the action in terms of what it gives rise to, and deontology looks at the inherent nature of the action or what rule it falls under, virtue theory looks at what state of character the action expresses. So virtue theory says, well, that's a courageous action or a cowardly action, meaning it expresses the kind of attitudes of a courageous or cowardly person, it expresses those traits of character. So consequentialism and deontology are alike in one way. Namely, they both start off with the question, which are the right actions? And they take the question what the best kind of person is to be as a secondary question. For them, you first figure out the right actions, and then the best kind of person to be is the kind of person who does those actions. So the category of right action is more basic than the category of good person. Virtue ethics or virtue theory reverses this. Virtue theory takes the question, what kind of person should I be, to be the more fundamental question. And then you subsequently figure out the right actions, namely the right actions are the ones that express the attitudes that are appropriate to the right kind of person. So one way that the ancient Greeks on this put it is, the right action is the one that the virtuous person would do. So in order to figure out the right action, you first have to figure out what the virtuous person is like, what their attitudes to life are. Now in China, the main virtue theorists are the Confucians. You can make a case for the Taoists being sort of virtue ethicists, but it's a little complicated. But the Confucians are a clear case, and I'll be talking a little bit about them in a later lecture. In the West, virtue theory was the dominant theory of the first 2,000 years of moral philosophy. Indeed, not just virtue theory, but a particular version of it called classical eudaimonism. It wasn't called that then. We call it that now. Often, when a particular theory dominates everywhere, it's not called anything because it's just sort of the dominant view. Just like the Greeks didn't have any word for the worship of the Greek gods until Christianity came along. Because it's like everyone worships the Greek gods. Maybe those Germans call them something else. They call them, Thor instead of Zeus, but it's, they assumed that everyone had the same gods under different names and different beliefs. So as long as a view is dominant, often there's just no term for it. It's like the idea, people say that fish have no word for water. Of course, fish don't have any word for anything. But if fish did have a language, water might not be one of the first words they'd come up with because it's just all around them. Dolphins might come up with it because dolphins jump out of the air more, or the water more to get air. So anyway, for the first 2,000 years of moral philosophy, so from the time of Socrates, up to the Renaissance, so throughout most of antiquity and Middle Ages, the view that dominated moral philosophy in the West, it wasn't the only theory, but it was really, really dominant, even though there were different versions of it, was classical eudaimonism. Eudaimonism comes from eudaimonia, which is the Greek word for happiness or well-being. Literally, it means having a good daimon, a favorable guardian spirit, but that soon became just a metaphor. It didn't really mean literally you had a guardian spirit. Classical eudaimonism is to distinguish it from other kinds of eudaimonism. So eudaimonism, broadly speaking, is any theory that makes happiness central. But the classical eudaimonists had a particular theory about happiness. So you start off with Socrates and Plato and Aristotle, and then in Greece, and then it passes on to the Roman Empire with Cicero and the Stoics. The Stoics start off in Greece, but become even more influential in Rome. Then when Christianity comes along, it gets taken up by the medieval Christian scholastics. They merge it with Christianity, but it's still classical eudaimonism. And in the Middle Ages, lots of Jewish and Muslim thinkers also developed some version of this. So it's a really, really influential theory. It starts coming under attack in the Renaissance and afterward. And modern moral theories often go against it. Like you can see both consequentialism and deontology as sort of ways of rebelling against virtue theory and consequentialism. So what does classical eudaimonism say? Well, when we talk about happiness, we often think of it as a feeling or a mental state, some kind of subjective psychological thing going on in our minds. But that's not necessarily part of the inherent meaning of the word happiness. We use the word happiness that way because our language is influenced by a lot of philosophical trends that emerged during the 17th and 18th centuries. Another example is the word substance. We use substance to mean a kind of stuff. Now, originally, substance just means whatever the basic underlying subject of things is. And in ancient times, the substance might be something like a dog or a cat or a human being or a tree. Those were substances as basic subjects. There came to be a philosophical view that was, in fact, sort of homogeneous material stuff was the basic underlying subject. And so the word substance came to mean that. And so now if we say, we found a white substance on the chair, we probably don't mean that we found a white cat on the chair. We mean some kind of like white powder or something, sugar or flour or cocaine, one of those. So there are lots of cases where the way we use language is actually influenced by philosophical trends that happened in the early modern world. Happiness is one of those. So the classical eudaimonists, when they talk about happiness, they mean your life objectively going well. Of course, your life objectively going well includes your having positive mental states, but it's not limited to that. So, for example, suppose something bad has just happened in your life. Your best friend has just been killed. Or you've just got some kind of fatal illness or something. You don't know about it yet. So we would say you're not, or at least lots of modern people would say you haven't been made unhappy yet. Because you don't know about it. But the classical eudaimonists would say you're already less happy, because happiness isn't just a matter of how you feel, it's a matter of how your life is objectively going. If your best friend has just died, or if you've just gotten seriously ill, then your life is already going worse, even if you don't know it yet. And so your happiness, that is your well-being, your objective well-being, is already affected. That's the classical eudaimonist view. Now, we often say things like ignorance is bliss, or what you don't know won't hurt you, which is implying that we think that well-being is just a matter of how you subjectively feel, or what you're subjectively aware of. If you're not aware of something, it doesn't affect your well-being. Well, that would be true if your well-being is just a matter of how you subjectively feel. But the classical eudaimonists are going to say that that's the wrong view. And moreover, they're not just going to assert that, that they're right and we're wrong, because there were people who had this kind of view in ancient times too. But the classical eudaimonists had arguments against them. And they would have arguments against us if we hold this subjective view. So imagine the following case. Suppose someone has spent their whole life working on some project. They spent their lives trying to complete it, and they die just before they finish it. And then either someone else comes along after they die and puts the last, brick into the structure and completes it for them. Or else they come and just smash the project so it never gets finished, one way or the other. Well, it seems like we would feel happy for the person if, assuming the project wasn't something we were against. If Hitler spends his whole life trying to achieve something, that's different. But suppose that some good person with some good project spends their whole life trying to achieve it, and they die just before it gets finished, but someone else comes along and finishes it for them. We'd feel happy for them, glad for them things turned out that way. Whereas if someone just comes and smashes up their project after they're dead, we'd feel sad for them, sorry for them. The classical eudaimonists are going to say that shows we don't think well-being is just a matter of how you feel, because that person doesn't know it. Now, you might think, well, maybe their ghost is hanging around watching. We don't have to think that. You might think either that there's no afterlife, or that the afterlife is off somewhere else, not interacting with stuff going on here, but you still might feel happy or sad for someone, depending on what happens after they're dead. Which seems to imply that you think someone's interest can be affected even if they don't know about it. Even if something happens that they don't know about, and they never find out about it, it seems like that could still affect their happiness. Take another case. So imagine someone who thinks they've got a great life. They think they're achieving wonderful things in their career, and they're, so much for autocorrect, they're admired by their friends, is what I meant to type there, not they're admitted by their friends, although they're admitted to, I suppose. They have friends who admire them, they have a spouse who loves them, they're doing great stuff, they think everything is great in their life. But in fact, they're not really achieving anything. They think they're achieving these things, but everyone's lying to them about it. A big hoax for some reason. So let's say that you think you've developed a cure for cancer, and you're really pleased about it because people tell you it works, but in fact they're all lying to you. It doesn't work. It's just like sugar water or something. And your friends don't admire you. They despise you, laugh at you behind your back. Your spouse doesn't love you, or not you. We're assuming this is someone else. The spouse doesn't love them. The spouse just married them for their money. The spouse makes fun of them behind their back too. Now this person might die without ever finding out that this is the case. So these unpleasant things never actually affect their personal consciousness. Would you think that person has a great life? Would you envy them? Would you say, yeah, I'd like to have a life like that? Well, if all that matters to someone's well-being is how it feels from the inside, then that person had a wonderful life. You should envy them. But if you wouldn't envy them, if instead you'd pity them and you'd feel horrified and wouldn't want that life, then that shows that you think there's more to someone's well-being than what they're aware of from the inside. So that's how the classical eudaimonists would try to convince modern people that even we are really committed to thinking that happiness is more than just a matter of how you feel. All right, so what does classical eudaimonism amount to? Well, it's got the following claims. First, there's a claim that for each person, there's some ultimate end, for the sake of which that person does everything else that they do. And that ultimate end is their own happiness. And this happiness is an objective condition. It's not just a psychological state. Of course, it includes psychological states. You're not going to be happy unless you've got the right psychological states. But also, in order to be happy, objective things have to be going well with you. Also, crucially, moral virtue is a constitutive part of happiness. You're not a classical eudaimonist unless you hold this view. And then right actions are those that express virtue. So that's what makes this an example of virtue theory, because you define right actions in terms of virtue rather than vice versa. Now, if moral virtue were merely causally or instrumentally a means to happiness, then this would be a version of consequentialism. But it's not. Moral virtue isn't something that causes happiness, it's something that's part of it. Because remember, happiness isn't just a mental state. Now, if moral virtue is a constitutive part of happiness, that means there can never be a genuine conflict between morality and self-interest. You never have to choose between doing the right thing and doing what's in your self-interest. Because if moral virtue is an essential part of your happiness, then you can never achieve happiness by doing something immoral. Then the further implication is there's no fundamental conflict between your interest and anyone else's either. Because morality, virtue, requires you to respect other people. So you can't achieve your self-interest by running roughshod over other people, because that would be going against virtue, and virtue is part of your self-interest, part of your well-being, part of your happiness. And so there's a fundamental harmony of interests among people. This is what the various classical eudaimonists, despite various differences in further details of things they think, this set of doctrines is what they pretty much have in common. This may look odd to you, but this is the view that something like 90% of all moral philosophers, including pagans, Christians, Muslims, and Jews, from the 5th century BC up to the Renaissance, this was the set of views that they almost all agreed on. So this is a very robust and long-lasting theory. It came under decisive attack after the Renaissance, during and after the Renaissance. Doesn't mean it was wrong, but philosophical fashion shifted away from it. It became a less popular view, and only started getting seriously revived around the end of the 20th century. So, the classical eudaimonists talk about virtue as being a means to happiness, but they mean this in a special way. And so I've already sort of hinted at this. There's this distinction between instrumental means and constitutive means. So, a means to an end is something you do in order to get the end. But an instrumental means is a means that brings about the end causally, whereas a constitutive means is one that's part of the end. The stove is an instrumental means to getting your breakfast, but the eggs are actually part of your breakfast. I think it might be odd to call something part of your breakfast if it's a means to it, but we'll see why this might work. So suppose I've got this goal of playing the Moonlight Sonata, but I don't have a piano, and even if I had a piano, I couldn't play it because I don't have piano lessons. And even if I had them, I need sheet music. So I need those things. I don't have any of them. So maybe I don't need to buy a piano, maybe I just need to rent one or get access to one. But anyway, that requires money. The other things require money. So I need to get money. So I get a second job to get more money. Well, getting the second job is a means to getting more money. Getting more money is a means to getting access to the piano and getting some piano lessons and getting the sheet music. And all those things are in turn means to my ultimate goal of playing the Moonlight Sonata. So this is a means to that, which is a means to that, which is a means to that. Those are all instrumental means. The relationship between means and end is causal in each of those cases. In each of those cases, something happens in order to bring about or make possible something happening later. But now suppose I've done all that. I bought my piano and my piano lessons, my sheet music, and I'm now able to play the Moonlight Sonata. And right now I'm sitting down to play at this moment. And I play a particular chord. And you ask, why did I play that chord? Did I play that chord for its own sake? Was playing that chord an end in itself? No. I played that chord because I'm trying to play the Moonlight Sonata, and that chord comes into the Moonlight Sonata at that point. So I have to play that chord if I want to play the Moonlight Sonata. So in that sense, I played that chord in order to play the Moonlight Sonata. I played that chord for the sake of playing the Moonlight Sonata. And so playing that chord is a means to the end of playing the Moonlight Sonata. It makes sense to call playing the chord a means to playing the Moonlight Sonata if my reason for playing the chord is I have to play it in order to play the Moonlight Sonata, which is my goal. I'm playing the chord in order to play the Moonlight Sonata. So this is a case where a part of a whole can be a means to the end of the whole. But it's not an instrumental means. Well, it's instrumental in the sense it involves a musical instrument, but not instrumental in the sense I'm talking about. Instrumental in the sense of a tool, a strategy. It's not something I do in order to bring about the playing of the Moonlight Sonata later. Rather, it's a constitutive part of playing the Moonlight Sonata, to play that chord. And so one way of seeing the difference is, when you've got a constitutive means, nothing counts as the end unless it includes those means. By contrast, an instrumental means is one where you could, in principle, have achieved the end without those means. So, for example, it makes sense to say, gee, I wish I could play the Moonlight Sonata without having to take a second job, or without having to do all this practicing and so forth. Because you can conceive of playing the Moonlight Sonata without those causal things happening first. But wouldn't it make any sense to say, I wish I could play the Moonlight Sonata without having to play these notes in this order? Because the Moonlight Sonata just is those notes in that order. So the means is an essential part of the end. Likewise, so the Diamonists are going to say, it makes no sense to wish to achieve your happiness without morality, because nothing achieved through immorality would count as true happiness. Now, the founder of classical Eudaimonism is our old friend Socrates, who we've been seeing already. And we've seen him teach through this question and answer method in the Laches. Now, in law school, they also use something they call the Socratic method. It involves questions and answers. It's important to see that the Socratic method Socrates uses and the Socratic method the law schools use are not the same thing, even though they both involve questions and answers. In the law school version, you're supposed to master a body of material. And then after you've read it and mastered it, then the professor asks you questions about it, and you're supposed to give the right answer. You're supposed to give the answer that you got from the material. And you'll be penalized by the professor if you give the wrong answer. Socrates isn't trying to test your knowledge of some body of material he's assigned to you. Socrates is trying to tease out what beliefs you're committed to. Whereas in the case of law school, you don't necessarily believe that the stuff is true. You're just supposed to master what it says. Socrates is interested in what you believe, and he's trying to find out what you're logically committed to believing. And if you give a wrong answer, Socrates isn't going to impose a penalty on you. You've just imposed a penalty on yourself. That is, you're guilty of having a contradictory belief set. That's the penalty. It's sort of a natural penalty. It's a penalty that just comes with the territory, not something that you have had imposed on you by someone else. Now, Socrates didn't write anything, or if he did, we don't have anything. So all our information about him comes from other people. In particular, his students wrote lots of stuff about him, and they nearly all wrote in the form of dialogues, in which he was a character. Probably some of them started doing this, the others started imitating them. We don't think Plato was the first person to do it. There were other Socratic students who started doing it first. However, almost all of these dialogues have been lost. Lots of his students wrote dialogues. We've lost them stuff. We have a few fragments from one guy or another. But only two of Socrates' students actually had their dialogues survive. And that's Plato and Xenophon. In the pictures, it's Plato on the left, Xenophon on the right. Those are the only two of Socrates' students whose Socratic dialogues survived in substantial amounts. So most of our information about Socrates comes from those two guys. Now, their accounts are broadly similar, but the details are often quite different. Now, people usually read, if you're going to read one of them, people usually read Plato rather than Xenophon, and that's because Plato is usually thought to be more philosophically interesting. In fact, a lot of people think Xenophon is a complete idiot. I do not think he's a complete idiot. I think Xenophon is greatly underrated. But I do agree that Plato is a lot more interesting. It's no insult to Xenophon that he's not as philosophically interesting as Plato, because Plato's one of the greatest philosophers of all time. It's like saying that a sculptor isn't as good as Michelangelo, or that a musician isn't as good as Mozart. I mean, that's not an insult. Now, when people like Plato and Xenophon write these Socratic dialogues with Socrates as a character, what are they doing? They don't seem to be recording actual conversations that really happened, because in many cases, these conversations, if they had really happened, would have happened when Plato and Xenophon weren't there, or would have been too young to be there, or whatever. So the conversations are invented. But do they represent what the historical Socrates actually thought, or are they just using Socrates as a mouthpiece for their own views? Scholars disagree about that. Some scholars think that in Plato's earlier dialogues, Socrates is mostly a representation of the historical Socrates, and gradually over time, Plato starts using him more and more as a mouthpiece for his own developing views. But we don't have to settle that question in order to, engage with the dialogues, because what really matters is these arguments. Do the arguments work or not? It doesn't matter whether it's Socrates or Plato or someone else who first came up with them. More later. Okay, so here's a lecture on the first book of Plato's Republic, Socrates versus Thrasymachus, Dawn of Justice. So the Republic is about justice. That's its main topic. In the first book, we get a series of conversations. First, Socrates talks with Cephalus, then he talks with Polemarchus, but the main conversation is with Thrasymachus. And by the way, these were all real people. That doesn't mean the conversation ever happened, but most of the characters in Plato's dialogues are real people, and these in particular are. The picture on the right is alleged to be a picture of Thrasymachus, although it's not clear how far back this sculpture goes. It may not actually look like Thrasymachus. But anyway, this was someone's idea of what Thrasymachus might look like. Okay, so Socrates, remember, he's a classical eudaemonist, as we talked about last time. He thinks all the virtues are constitutive parts of a person's well-being. And so justice is one of the virtues, so he thinks that justice is part of your well-being, which means it can never be in your self-interest to act unjustly. You can't achieve your well-being by acting unjustly, because justice is part of your well-being. Thrasymachus disagrees with that. Thrasymachus thinks that to behave justly is a matter of subordinating your interest to those of other people. So it's not in your self-interest. And he thinks it's foolish to subordinate your self-interest to other people's interests. Why would you do that? So he's not a fan of justice. So here's his argument. He says, look around and see in different societies what's called just. It always seems to be what benefits the ruling group or ruling class in any society. Go to a monarchy, and you'll see that what gets called just in that society is what benefits the king. Go to an aristocracy. What's called just in that society is what benefits the ruling elite. Go to a democracy. What's called just in that society is what benefits the majority. So justice is just whatever benefits the ruling party. So Thrasymachus thinks that justice is just a collection of commands that the rulers impose on the ruled. And the purpose of these rules is to exploit the ruled for the sake of benefiting the rulers. So justice is a matter of, to be just is to act as one of the ruled, sacrificing your self-interest, letting yourself be exploited by some rulers over you. That's what justice is. So if I justly refrain from shoplifting, say, I'm just letting the existing economic structure rule me. I'm letting their interests in controlling their property outweigh my interests in having it. So Thrasymachus does not admire justice. He thinks it's foolish. He thinks you're a sucker. Justice is a big con game, and people who act justly have fallen for the con game, and they're letting themselves be exploited. So if you're wise, you will act unjustly whenever you can get away with it. So when Thrasymachus sees Socrates coming forward defending justice, Thrasymachus thinks that Socrates is full of crap. Now Thrasymachus has spoken of justice both as what's in the interest or advantage of the rulers and what the rulers command. He just treats those as interchangeable. And Socrates says, well, wait a second. Those aren't necessarily interchangeable. Now, if the rulers command things that are in their own interest, then they're interchangeable. But what if the rulers are confused about their own interests? Rulers could be mistaken about what's in their interest, and so they might command something that's not in their interest. In that case, what's in the interest of the rulers, what the rulers command, will come apart. So if you can define justice as both of these things and they come apart, you're going to have to pick which of these definitions of justice is the one you really want. So, if a ruler issues a command that's actually not in his own interest, that order is going to be just if you define justice as what the ruler's command, but it's going to be unjust if you define it as what benefits the ruler. So Thrasymachus has to choose which definition he wants to keep. Which one is he more committed to? Now Thrasymachus is a clever adversary. Thrasymachus says, look, if an expert makes a mistake, then at that moment they're not really acting as an expert. Suppose you're a mathematician and you're an expert in mathematics, but at some point you make a mistake, you get a wrong answer. Well, at that moment, then, you're not really exercising your expertise. And since experts are people who exercise their expertise, at any given moment that you're not exercising your expertise, at that moment you're not really acting as a mathematician or whatever. So think of rulership the way Thrasymachus does, as the expertise of exploiting the rule for your own benefit. Well, if you mistakenly issue an order that doesn't benefit you, then at that moment you're not really exercising the expertise of rulership, and so you're not really acting as a true ruler. And so therefore you're not going to get cases of rulers commanding something that's not in their interest, because at the moment they command something that's not in their interest, at that moment they're not a ruler. And so therefore, Thrasymachus doesn't have to choose between his two definitions. They really do coincide. What the rulers command, what benefits the rulers really are going to be the same thing. And thus spake Thrasymachus. Now this is clever on Thrasymachus' part, because although this claim that you don't count as a true ruler unless you've got and are exercising the expertise of rulership, although that claim might be controversial, Socrates seems to accept it, or something close to it. So if Thrasymachus is trying to convince Socrates, he's chosen a good example, because in Plato's dialogue the Minos and in Xenophon's collection of dialogues, Recollections of Socrates or Memorabilia of Socrates, Socrates is portrayed as holding that only the wise person, only the person who has wisdom about rulership counts as a genuine ruler. So invoking this premise is smart on Thrasymachus' part. However, Socrates is going to make it backfire on Thrasymachus nonetheless, because he's smart too. So Socrates says, look, isn't it the case that the arts and crafts and various kinds of expertise have this general feature that they tend to bring into a better condition whatever they're operating on? So medicine makes your body healthier. Education makes your mind better informed, and so forth. Shepherding, the art of shepherding keeps the sheep fed and protected. Don't all these arts or crafts or forms of expertise bring into a better condition what they're operating on? Because if they do, then here's Socrates' argument. If every expertise brings what it operates on into a better condition, and rulership is an expertise that operates on the ruled, ordering them around, telling them what to do, then rulership has got to bring the ruled into a better condition, which means that rulership has to benefit the ruled. Contrary to Thrasymachus' view that rulership involves exploiting the ruled for the sake of the ruler. Now Thrasymachus is going to challenge that first premise, the premise that every expertise brings what it operates on into a better condition. And he points to the example of shepherding. He says, yeah, shepherds do feed and protect their sheep, and that benefits them in the short term. If you really want to understand what shepherding is all about, you have to look at the long term. Are shepherds feeding and protecting their sheep ultimately in order to benefit them? Is that the ultimate goal? No, because at the end, they turn the sheep over to the butcher to be slaughtered. They sell the sheep to the butcher, which is not in the sheep's interest, conventionally understood. And thus shepherding is an exception, a counterexample, to the claim that every expertise works to benefit those it operates on. And if shepherding can be a counterexample, why can't rulership? Now here's where Thrasymachus' claim backfires, the one that he gave that said that you only count as a genuine expert when you're practicing your expertise. Socrates is going to invoke the same distinction. He says, look, when the shepherd goes to the butcher and sells the sheep to the butcher, that's not an exercise of the shepherding craft. No kind of shepherding expertise is involved in order to make a monetary exchange like that. That's the art of money making, buying and selling. And so at that moment, you're practicing the art of money making. So as long as you're practicing the art of shepherding, you're still benefiting the sheep. It's only when you stop practicing that and start practicing the art of money making, when you sell the sheep to the butcher, that's when you are harming the sheep. But at that moment, you're not really exercising the art of shepherding. Now, Thrasymachus is very unhappy with Socrates. Thrasymachus is one of the angriest of all the interlocutors in the Socratic dialogues. But he doesn't know how to answer this objection. However, maybe he gives up too quickly. Maybe we can see what he ought to say to defend his position. Because we've mentioned the butcher, maybe instead of focusing on what the shepherd does with the butcher, maybe we should focus on the butcher. Is butchering an expertise? It seems like it might be. But butchering doesn't seem to bring its subjects into a better condition. Slaughtering the sheep doesn't put them into a better condition. Now, there's a sense in which it does. It brings them into better condition from the point of view of those who want to eat them. It doesn't bring them into better condition from the point of view of the sheep, though. But from the point of view of those who want to eat them, yeah, butchering the sheep gets them, closer to the table. But, in that sense, then rulership might make the ruled in a better condition from the point of view of the ruler, more docile and easy to fleece, so to speak. But that's not going to give Socrates what he wants. Now, Socrates gives another argument that also is open to question. He says, look, when injustice appears within a group, it causes strife within the group, right? Thrasymachus agrees. Well, if that's so, then it must be the nature of injustice to cause strife in whatever is in. It's like you might think this is too quick a generalization, but the idea seems to be, take some injustice, stick it in a group, boom, it causes strife. So we generalize, sticking injustice in X causes strife to appear within X. Well, that means if you stick injustice in an individual, it's going to cause strife in you. And it's not in your self-interest to have strife in yourself. So it's not in your self-interest to be unjust, because injustice is the kind of thing that causes strife whenever it's in. So you don't want injustice inside you. Now, Thrasymachus doesn't know how to answer this either, but maybe he should. Say, look, Socrates is making an argument by equivocation here. There are two different things you might mean by injustice being in a group. It might mean that if you say that the group is characterized by injustice, it might mean that the group displays injustice to those outside it. We'll call it external injustice. The group goes around committing injustice against those who are outside the group. Or injustice in the group might mean that there's injustice within the group in such a way that the group members are unjust to each other. Now, in principle, you can imagine one without the other. You can imagine a group that goes around unjust to outsiders, but they treat each other nicely within the group. Now it's plausible enough that internal injustice causes strife in whatever you stick it in. But Socrates hasn't given us reason to think that external injustice does that. And so Thrasymachus can say, well, all I'm saying is it's in your self-interest to be externally unjust. It's not clear what Socrates would say in response specifically to that argument. Now, if Socrates could form some kind of connection between external and internal injustice, to show that you can't avoid internal injustice without avoiding external injustice also, then he could answer this. And later in the Republic, in sections I haven't assigned, he does give that kind of argument. So from the fact that he gives an argument that doesn't quite work in Book 1, that doesn't necessarily mean that's the end of the matter. There's more to come, and he's going to revisit some of these things in stuff we're not reading. But anyway, that's a possible concern. Some of the other arguments in Book 1 look like they're more defensible, whether they're right or not. They at least seem more promising. So Thrasymachus and Socrates are alike, and they both put a high value on expertise, and they both think that virtues or things to admire are closely connected with expertise. So what Socrates needs to do is to convince Thrasymachus to think of justice as an expertise, because then that will force Thrasymachus to think highly of justice. So Socrates says, imagine two groups of musicians, and they're both trying to play the same musical piece. The first group, Group A, each musician is trying to play the piece correctly. Their standard for success is they look to the correct score, and they try to follow it. In Group B, they don't have any objective standard. Their only idea of success is comparative. Their only standard for success is trying to outdo the other musicians. And not by being truer to the score, because they don't have an idea of a non-comparative standard. Rather, they try to play louder than the other musicians, or they try to play faster, or they try to play more notes. That's their idea of success. Now, Socrates asks, which of those two groups seems like the experts, and which like the non-experts? And Thrasymachus says, Group A seems like the experts. They actually understand what music's about. Group B, they think that the way to play something better is to outdo the other musicians. Their standard of success is relative to the other musicians. They don't know what they're doing. But which group most resembles the just and which the unjust? And Thrasymachus has to grant that the group that are trying to measure up to an objective standard look more like just people, whereas those who spend all the time just trying to outdo each other, and whose standard of success is getting the better of each other, those look more like unjust people. Which means that Thrasymachus has to grant that just people look more like the experts, and unjust people look more like the non-experts. And since he's a fan of justice, he's a fan of expertise, he has to grant, then justice is something to admire, which means justice is a virtue after all. But he's still not convinced that justice is in our self-interest. I mean, he thought that virtues had to be in our self-interest, but now he sees that justice is a virtue. He still doesn't see how justice can be in our self-interest. And so Socrates is going to try to show him that once he's granted it's a virtue, he has to grant it's in our self-interest. Now, in order to understand Socrates' argument, there are a couple of things you need to know. First is that in Greek, anything that makes a thing excellent is called a virtue of that thing. That used to be true in English. We know that nowadays we no longer say a sharp knife is a virtuous knife. We might say a sharp knife is an excellent knife. We don't say it's a virtuous knife, but we do still say things like sharpness is a virtue in a knife, or simplicity is a virtue in a theory, or whatever. So we still do halfway talk that way. And the Greeks talk that way too. So what does it make sharpness a virtue in a knife? The reason is that sharpness enables the knife to cut well. Cutting is the function of a knife. That's what a knife is for. Sharpness isn't a virtue in everything. Sharpness is not a virtue in a baby's rattle, because you don't want the baby's rattle to cut the baby, or you don't want the baby cutting anything else with the rattle. So sharpness is only a virtue in things whose function is cutting. Sharpness is a virtue because it enables us to perform that function well. So Socrates draws the general moral that the virtue of anything enables that thing to perform its function well. Now, the other thing to know to understand his argument is when Socrates talks about souls, you might think that he's saying something controversial. He's assuming that we have souls. But in fact, it's not, because in Greek, when they talk about souls, all they mean is whatever distinguishes you from your corpse, whatever distinguishes a living person from a dead person, is the soul. So in order to believe in the soul, you don't have to believe in something that's immaterial and immortal and separable from the body. Now, many Greeks did believe that the soul was immaterial and immortal and separable from the body. But that was just additional beliefs they held about the soul. That wasn't part of the concept of soul. In Greek, it wouldn't make sense to wonder whether you have a soul, because that just means wondering whether you're alive. So nowadays we think of materialists as people who would deny that we have souls. But in ancient Greece, materialists would never have denied we have souls. Rather, they denied that the soul was immaterial and immortal or separable from the body. The materialists just said, look, the soul is just the organization of the way the material body functions. That's all it is. The soul is like the software to the body's hardware. But they wouldn't have denied that the soul exists. So when Socrates talks about the soul, he's not making any kind of controversial or unjustified assumption. All right, so the argument. First of all, justice is a virtue of the soul. First, he's gotten Thrasymachus to grant that it's a virtue. And then what it's a virtue of, well, it seems like the soul is, the soul is what makes us alive and conscious. That seems like that's what it would have to be virtue of. Maybe we should question that, but that's what he says. And we've already got this idea that the virtue of something is what enables it to perform its function well. So that's going to give us the conclusion that justice enables the soul to perform its function well. But remember, the soul is what distinguishes a living being from the corpse. So the soul is what makes you alive. So it seems like the function of the soul is living. So that means that justice enables the soul to live well. Well, how could it not be in your self-interest to live well? How could it not be in the soul's interest to live well? It seems like it would have to be, Socrates is suggesting. Therefore, justice must be in our self-interest. And so, Book 1 ends with Socrates having convinced Thrasymachus. As you might think there, the argument's over. But in the next book, Glaucon and Adeimantus are going to raise a new problem. The problem of the ring of Gyges. Okay, last time we saw what happened in Book 1 of the Republic. Now we're going to look at the challenge raised by Glaucon and Adeimantus and the story of the Ring of Gyges in Book 2. So here come Glaucon and Adeimantus raising a problem for Socrates. So by the end of Book 1, Socrates has convinced Thrasymachus that justice is in our self-interest. But now Glaucon and Adeimantus come along. Well, they've been there all along. They've been listening, but now they speak up and say, look, here's a new problem. This problem is often called Glaucon's challenge, even though they both raise it together because it's too hard to say Glaucon and Adeimantus' challenge. So we say Glaucon's challenge, but it's really both of them. Now, Glaucon and Adeimantus were real people. In fact, they were Plato's brothers. Plato never appears as a character in any of his dialogues. Unlike Aristotle, for example. Aristotle's dialogues are lost. All we have is his regular treatises. But Aristotle reportedly did figure as a character in his own dialogues. And St. Augustine figures as a character in his own dialogues. But not Plato. But Plato may be using Glaucon and Adeimantus as stand-ins for himself. That's a theory. Anyway, they say, all right, we grant you've shown that justice is in our self-interest, but we don't want to know just that it is. We want to know why it is. And the motive isn't just curiosity. They've got a really serious worry. Here's the worry. If justice turns out to be in our self-interest for the wrong kind of reason, that's going to undermine the value of justice. So, to explain what they mean, they're going to offer an account of the value of justice that is not an account they themselves favor. They don't like it. They don't want it to be true. They're not convinced it's true, but they're not convinced it's false either. They're worried it might be true. They want Socrates to convince them that that's not the reason justice is in our self-interest, that some other story is the reason. So here's the story that they don't want to be true, but they're worried might be, that they want Socrates to free them from. This is the idea that justice is essentially a mutual non-aggression pact. This doesn't seem to be their invention. There seems to have been philosophers around at the time who held something like this view, although their writings are lost, so we just have various reports about it. Here's their idea. Everybody would really like to inflict harm on other people. I'd really like to take whatever I want from other people or make them do whatever I want. But I don't want them to harm me. The problem is if I go around harming people, the odds are people are going to harm me in response. And so the safest thing is for us all just to agree not to harm each other. And that's the origin of justice. Justice is this kind of agreement not to harm each other. So this is going to make justice a kind of strategy. It's a strategy to get other people to behave cooperatively. Because if you go around behaving non-cooperatively, they're going to behave non-cooperatively right back at you, and you're not going to like it. And so to win cooperative behavior from others, you decide to behave cooperatively yourself. And that's what justice is. It's just this big universal strategy. But in this view, justice is kind of second best. It's something you embrace only grudgingly. You don't really want to be just. What you'd like is to be unjust without the bad consequences, but you can't get that. So you fall back on being just as your second option. But what that means is that if there were a way that you could engage in justice without anyone finding out about it, if you could engage in injustice secretly, while making people think that you're just and cooperative, you'd have the best of both worlds. You'd have all the benefits of the reputation for being just, plus all the fun of being unjust and killing your enemies and stealing stuff. And so here Glaucon introduces the story of Gyges, the king of Lydia. Now, Gyges was a real person. Lydia was a real place. It was a kingdom in Asia Minor, what's nowadays Western Turkey. His real name would have been pronounced something like Kukash or Gugash. And he's a guy who seized power in this kingdom of Lydia. He killed the king, married the queen, and founded this new dynasty, and became this fairly important ruler in his day. He was called a tyrant. The word tyrant didn't originally mean someone who ruled oppressively, although they often did, but that wasn't part of what the word meant. It originally just meant someone who seized power in a coup. Someone who didn't get kingly power through the normal legal succession, but just grabbed it. That's what originally a tyrant meant. So if you ruled really, really nastily, but you inherited it legitimately from the previous king, then you weren't a tyrant. Later on, the word tyrant came to mean someone who rules oppressively. But what's interesting is that the word tyrant is originally a Lydian word. It comes into Greek specifically to talk about Gyges. In fact, one of the earliest references, both to Gyges and to the word tyrant or tyranny, is in this Greek poet, Archilochus. He has the line, The possessions of Gyges rich in gold are of no concern to me, nor yet have I been seized with jealousy of him. I do not envy the deeds of the gods, and I have no love of tyranny, and since he doesn't want to possess a tyranny. That is beyond my sights. In other words, Archilochus is claiming to be kind of like Socrates, not caring about wealth or political power. Lydia or Ludu, or what its own inhabitants called Sfard, which the Greeks called Sardis, was a really, really wealthy kingdom, and it's one of the first kingdoms to use coinage. Some of the earliest coins ever in human history are supposed to come from Lydia. And you can find Lydian coins with Gyges' name on them, Gukash, on them. This is an example here. This is Kukalim, which means I am Gyges' coin. Now, this particular coin is probably not coined by the Gyges we're talking about, because it looks like it's a few generations later. So it's probably one of his descendants who also the dynasty he inaugurated. The name Gyges pops up several times. Now, one bit of confusion is that Plato's text refers to this usurper as the ancestor of Gyges the Lydian, meaning it's not Gyges, but some other unnamed ancestor. Even though later on he talks about the ring of Gyges, not the ring of Gyges' ancestor. And so most scholars think that what he actually wrote was Gyges the ancestor of the Lydian. So he is meaning to talk about Gyges, not some ancestor. So what does the ancestor of the Lydian mean? Well, in Plato's day, the Lydian could only mean one person. There was this famous guy, a Lydian king, Croesus, even more famous Lydian king than Gyges. He was a descendant of Gyges. He was super wealthy. And you can read all about him in Herodotus. He comes to a bad end, as most of the people in Herodotus do. The phrase rich as Croesus comes from him. And so in Plato's day, it would be obvious what the phrase ancestor of the Lydian means. It's ancestor of Croesus. But a later copyist might not know what that meant. And so they see this phrase, Gyges the ancestor of the Lydian, and they might think, what does the Lydian mean? Who's that? And so they might have just corrected it to the ancestor of Gyges the Lydian. But it doesn't make any sense for this usurper that Plato's talking about to be the ancestor of Gyges, because the idea would then be some unnamed guy seized power by killing the king and marrying the queen, and he became the ancestor of someone else who seized the king and married the queen. Well, usurpers aren't the ancestors of other usurpers usually. Ordinarily, the whole point of the usurper is he doesn't inherit the position. So it seems like Plato's probably talking about Gyges. Now, Plato has Glaucon tell his fictional version of Gyges' coup involving a magic ring of invisibility. Now, we have other ancient accounts of Gyges' coup, and although their versions are implausible in various ways, they don't have a magic ring. So this is an example Plato is inventing. It's not part of the tradition about Gyges. He's inventing it as a kind of thought experiment. So in Glaucon's version, it's Gyges discovering a ring of invisibility that enables him to sneak into the palace without anyone seeing him, so he can seduce the queen and murder the king and seize power. So the point of the story is, if you had this ring, how would that affect your motivation to behave justly? Because you could get away with injustice without anyone catching you. The function of the ring of Gyges in the story is to sever injustice from reputation. Because you shouldn't be unjust because it gives you a bad reputation. People won't cooperate with you and they'll punish you. But if you can be unjust without getting a reputation for injustice, by being invisible while you're unjust, then you get the best of both worlds. So if the only reason to be just is to get a reputation as a trustworthy cooperator, then you wouldn't have any reason to be just if you had the ring. That's the worry. Now, this idea of a ring of invisibility that no one can be trusted with should sound familiar. There's a reason. Tolkien had read Plato. Any academic in Tolkien's generation would have read Plato. But here's the worry. If your only reason for behaving justly is fear of getting caught, then are you really just? It seems like you're not. Your difference from a criminal is really just an accidental difference. You're not in principle different from the criminal. You're just more cautious. If your only reason for being just is to avoid getting caught, it seems like then you would act unjustly if you could, and so your moral character isn't really any different from the criminal. So you're not really just, you're just interested in behaving outwardly justly. And so if the non-aggression pact account is right, then what it's recommending isn't really justice as being your interest, it's appearing just. Now, it may very well be that in ordinary cases, the way to appear just is to behave justly. But if you had the magic ring, you could appear just without really behaving justly. But when we think of someone who's just, we don't think of someone who's just sort of grudgingly being just and would be unjust as soon as they could. That's not what we think of as a morally admirable person. Think of the people you morally admire. If they could suddenly, go around and kill people and steal stuff without anyone finding out about it, do you think that they would? Is that the kind of person you admire? Seems like the kind of person we admire is someone who could be counted on to be just, even if they could get away with being unjust. So then Glaucon and Adeimantus introduce these two figures. One is the unjust man with a reputation for justice. So this could be someone who had the ring, who could go around doing injustice, but they do it secretly, invisibly, so no one knows. And the other one is a just man with a reputation for injustice, and so therefore gets punished and treated like a horrible person, even though he's really great. And pretty clearly, Plato has Socrates in mind here, because this is what happens to Socrates, as we'll see later on. Socrates was executed for being a corrupting moral influence. But Plato obviously thinks Socrates is the greatest guy ever. And so from Plato's point of view, this is an example of a just man with a reputation for injustice who suffers unjustly for his reputation. So what Glaucon and Adeimantus are saying is, we would like to think that it's better to be Socrates than to be Gyges. But the best defense of justice that we know of is this non-aggression pact story, and that seems to imply that the only reason to behave justly is to create this appearance of justice, and that implies that you're better off being Gyges than being Socrates. So they're hoping Socrates can give us a better answer than that. Now, Glaucon focuses on this hypothetical story about how you would have reason to be unjust if you had the magic ring. Adeimantus adds that, of course, in the real world, you often can succeed in being unjust, even without a magic ring, as, of course, the real Gyges did, assuming that his coup was unjust. I mean, we don't really know what the details of it were, but assume it was. Of course, it can be risky to try to get away with secret injustice, but lots of worthwhile things are risky. So they're not giving quite the same argument. Glaucon's argument is a counterfactual or hypothetical one. If the non-aggression pact story is true, then no one who possessed the ring of Gyges would have any reason to be just. But a satisfactory account of justice would show that a just person would still have reason to be just even if they possessed the ring of Gyges. Therefore, the non-aggression pact story is an unsatisfactory account. It's an unsatisfactory account because it gives the wrong answer of what would be the right thing to do in this counterfactual situation. Adeimantus' argument focuses more on what's actually the case. If the non-aggression pact story is true, then people will often lack reason to be just in the real world, since in the real world you can often get away with secret injustice. But a satisfactory account of justice would show you have reason to be just even when you can get away with secret injustice. So the non-aggression pact story is unsatisfactory because it gives the wrong advice about what people should do in the real world. So they're not giving quite the same argument, but it's similar. So what they're asking for, what they're seeking assurance from Socrates about, is they want him to give an account of justice as being something better than just the strategic non-aggression pact story. They want him to show that being just makes us better off simply by itself, even apart from its results, which means they want to be shown, they don't put it this way, but what they want to be shown is that justice is a constitutive means to happiness, not just an instrumental one. It's not just something that tends to cause happiness, it's actually part of happiness. And that's what they want to be shown. And Socrates agrees that this is what a proper theory of justice should do, and he's going to try and do this over the rest of the Republic. We're not reading the rest of the Republic, can't read everything in this course. If you want to read it on your own, great, go for it. But I'm not assigning it. But we are going to read an excerpt from another Socratic dialogue, the Gorgias, where we'll see him trying to do something similar to what Glaucon and Adeimantus are asking for. Okay, lecture on the Gorgias. I was seeing this picture of the Parthenon, just makes me want to say something which is a bit of digression. But when you see these old ruins, you often think I think of, at least I used to, think of the ruins as sort of the ruination process is happening gradually. Gradually the wind and the rain eats away at these things and they become more and more ruined over time. In fact, that's generally not the case. I mean, of course, there is erosion gradually from the elements, but in most of these cases, when you see this damage, most of the major damage happens all at once. And moreover, although sometimes, sure, it's natural events like lightning or earthquakes and things, most of the time it's caused by people. So in the case of the Parthenon in particular, Parthenon, the main temple in Athens, what happened was that there was a war between Venice and the Ottoman Empire. And the Ottoman Empire was occupying Athens at that time. And the Ottoman Empire stored their ammunition and explosives in the Parthenon. And so the Venetians in their boats from the sea shelled the Parthenon, caused a big explosion. So most of the damage to the Parthenon happened, boom, all at once. And that's usually what happens, although it's usually not explosions. Actually, the most common cause of ruins of buildings is people coming along and taking chunks of the buildings away to build other buildings. Because it just takes less labor to take building materials from a building nearby that's already worked up, as opposed to going off to some stone quarry far outside the city and hammering some stone out of the rock and then dragging it all the way into the city and then working it up. It's just often easier to just take something that's already there. In particular, this was very common when people of one religion were doing this to a building that was sacred to some other religion, so they would particularly not have respect for it. So you get Christians dismantling pagan temples to build churches, or Muslims dismantling churches to build mosques, and vice versa. They all did it to each other. Actually, a similar thing happened to the Parthenon. The other big thing that happened to the Parthenon, not as big as the explosion that happened all at once, but the other thing is that the Parthenon used to be covered with sculptures and sculptural reliefs, and the British came and just took it all. They just stole it and took it back to England to put it in a museum. I mean, they got the permission from the government, but the government was the Ottoman Empire that was illegally occupying Greece, and the Greeks never consented to it. And that's another example. Anyway, some background information about the Athenian political system is going to be useful for understanding the Gorgias and also for understanding a couple of the other dialogues that are coming up. So Athens is democracy, demokratia, ruled by the people. But what the Athenians mean by democracy is not quite the same thing that we do by democracy. When we talk about democracy, we think about people being ruled by representatives that they have elected, that they voted for. For the Greeks, democracy means people ruled themselves, not being ruled by someone else. And that means not even by an elected representative. As far as possible, they couldn't do it completely, but as far as possible, they wanted people to be ruled not by representatives. Of course, when I say the people, this meant free adult male citizens. It didn't include women, slaves, children, immigrants. So only a minority of the democracy really exercised the democracy. So, but anyway, for that group, they wanted to avoid representation as far as possible. We think of elections as being sort of the be-all and end-all of democracy. But the Greeks thought of elections as an anti-democratic institution, because they thought elections tend to be won by people who are rich, or they're famous, or they're popular, or they're good speakers, sort of slick operators who get in power. They're not representative of the population, and so they're not going to truly share the interests of the population. And so if you want the people's interests to be represented, don't elect people. So what's the alternative? Well, the Athenian legislature had two houses, an assembly and a council. The assembly operated by direct democracy. That is, the citizens themselves, or as many as happened to show up on any given day, they were the assembly. So let's say if there's some proposal you want passed into law or defeated, what you do nowadays is call your representative and ask them to vote a certain way, which they may or may not do, because they're people with free will. They don't do whatever you say necessarily. In ancient Athens, you would show up personally if you were a free adult male citizen. You would show up personally in the assembly and you would vote. And you would argue and debate, rather than delegating these things to representatives. The Athenians weren't big fans of delegation because they didn't trust delegates to act in the way that their constituents wanted. The council was a smaller body, and so it was a representative body, which the Athenians weren't happy about, but they had to have it. Its job was to prepare business for the assembly, and they ran the government on a day-to-day basis. the members of the council were not chosen by election, they were chosen by sortition. That means they're chosen by lot. That means they're chosen randomly from the population. The way we choose juries, more or less, randomly. You just pick people at random. They thought that sortition tended to produce a more representative cross-section of the population than election, because elections, people who get elected tend to be much wealthier than the average person, because you have to be wealthy in order to get attention and advertising and all that. And so when you elect people, you get a whole bunch of people who are much richer than the average person. If you just pick people at random from the population, then what you get is much more representative of what the average group is like. So they thought that was a good thing. It was still a form of representation, so it wasn't ideal. So they really made the council's powers very narrow. The council couldn't do anything that didn't get ratified by the assembly. The council had a president, but the Athenians, being nervous about political power, they didn't want the presidency to be a position that would accumulate a lot of political power, so they gave it a term limit, a really strict term limit, 1 day. The presidency rotated among members of the council, and the council's membership rotated too, so that a really high percentage of Athenian citizens could boast of having been president for a day. But no Athenian could boast of having been president for more than a day. So the presidency was not a route to wealth and power. Now you might think it's a bad idea to choose people at random for the council, because you might think, you get a bunch of goofballs. But members of the council couldn't exercise much power individually. They could only do it as part of a collective group. And so the idea is that if you get a few goofballs, they'll be outvoted by the rest of the normal people. Now what if the council ends up picking a majority of goofballs? Well, since the council is a representative cross-section of the population, you only get that if the majority of the population are goofballs. And if the majority of the population are goofballs, you're kind of screwed already. But if we assume that goofballs are a minority, then sortition will prevent them from getting in power. And other public officials were often chosen by sortition too, but these officials were, as far as possible, not in a position to exercise power individually. They had to do it as part of a group. Now, there were exceptions. There were posts that required individual decision-making skills, and one obvious one is being a general. Generals can't really do a very good job of making sort of collective voting on what to do. Individual generals have to have a lot of discretion, and for that you need people with expertise. Because you can't pick them randomly. So for the generals, they did hold elections. That is an exception to their anti-election thing. But the way it worked out with the generals shows in a way that their worry was justified, because the generals did get a lot of power. So this picture here is of Pericles, one of the most famous Athenian politicians. His position was general. His job was just supposed to be being a general, but for which he was elected. But that elected office did bring him a lot of power, and a lot of people thought of him as sort of being the de facto leader of Athens, even though Athens wasn't supposed to have a leader, but he was the closest thing to a leader. People call him the leader of Athens. So election did bring the very kind of thing the Athenians were worried about. Now, the Athenian aversion or suspicion relative to representation, this also happened in the law courts. First of all, they didn't have any judges. They only had juries. The juries were really large. The juries, they didn't have a jury of 12 people. They have a jury of 200 people or 500 people. In important cases, it might be 1,000 people or even more, because they wanted the juries to be a representative cross-section of the population as far as possible. After all, if you just get 12 people, who knows who you'll get? It's not going to, one group of 12 people might vote very differently from another group of 12 people. But a small community, a group of 1,000 people is not going to vote wildly differently from a group of another randomly selected 1,000 people, or at least it's less likely. And so the details of the selection matter. They didn't like judges. They didn't like authorities over the jury telling them what to do. So there were no rules of evidence. No judge could say, no, you can't let that evidence in. No one could tell the jury that they couldn't hear evidence. And the judge couldn't instruct them on what to do, because they didn't have a judge. It was just juries. Also, there were no lawyers in the Athenian system. If you're in court, you have to represent yourself. Whether you are bringing a suit or someone's bringing a suit against you, you could hire someone to help you prepare your case, but when you're standing in the courtroom, there's no one else to speak for you. You have to speak for yourself. This is true even in criminal cases. Athens did not have public prosecutors. They didn't have DAs or attorneys general or anything like that. Even criminal charges were always brought by individuals. They'd bring them, private citizens. They'd bring them on behalf of the city. So if I think you've committed a murder, it'll be kind of like a class action suit. I'll come forward claiming that you've done a wrong not just to me, but to the city as a whole by committing a murder. So it's a criminal case. But still, I as an individual will prosecute you, and you as an individual will defend yourself. Now, what do these things mean for Athenian society? What it means is success in public life depends on your ability to argue well, to argue persuasively, whether in the assembly or in the courtroom. You don't vote for some politician who will then argue on your behalf in the assembly. You don't hire a lawyer who will argue on your behalf in the courtroom. You can't delegate this ability to argue persuasively. You have to exercise it for yourself. So if you want to be a politically powerful and influential person, ordinarily you don't do that by getting yourself elected, although it can happen, Pericles. But ordinarily the way you do it is that you're someone who is just really good at persuading people. And so you're constantly winning arguments in the assembly or in the court. You manage to argue well enough to convince lots of ordinary citizens to vote your way. And so the Athenian political system really made skill at persuasive speaking a really valuable commodity for people who wanted to be politically and socially influential, which a lot of them did. So there arose an industry called either oratory or rhetoric. Oratory is the Latin term. Rhetoric is the Greek term. Same thing, more or less. If you're politically ambitious, you're going to want to become a customer of these teachers of public speaking. Now, this emphasis on argument also helps to develop philosophy. But Socrates thinks that there are important differences between philosophy and rhetoric. He doesn't think that they're two of a kind. Some people do. But Socrates thinks that these are really different things, even if, to some extent, they've both been fed by this culture of public argumentation. For Socrates, one of the differences is that philosophy aims at truth, while rhetoric aims at victory. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that every philosopher all the time is aiming at truth. They're human and so capable of human failings. It doesn't mean that every rhetorician is always aiming merely at victory and not truth, because after all, they're human too, which means they're capable of virtues, not just vices. But by and large, he thinks that the orientation of philosophy is a quest for truth, where rhetoric is primarily a quest for victory, regardless of whether your side is the right one or not. Also, philosophy is primarily about using logical reasoning. Well, rhetoric may appeal to the emotions. You can, if you've ever seen the musical The Music Man, if you haven't, you should. He manages to get the whole town really upset about this pool table, this pool hall that's opened up, and manages to convince them it's a great thing. But he convinces them to tricky, crazy reasoning and emotional appeals and so forth, and gets them all to start buying uniforms for the boys' band that he's offering, which he's offering as a solution to this non-existent problem. That's the kind of thing Socrates is worried about. He thinks that it's morally dubious to be a teacher of rhetoric, because you're teaching people not how to discover the truth, but just how to convince people of stuff. And I think a lot of these people are unscrupulous people that you're giving this skill to, and it's like, handing out loaded guns to crazy people. Socrates is worried about this. Now, the reason this dialogue is called the Gorgias is this dialogue has several parts. I'm only giving you the middle part. I'm leaving out the first and the third parts. In the first part, he has a discussion with Gorgias. That's why it's called that. Gorgias was a famous teacher of rhetoric. One of the things that happens in the first part is that Gorgias brags, I'm better at convincing patients to take the medicine than the doctor is. Even though the doctor knows what the medicine is and why it's good for the patient, and I don't know what the medicine is, I have no idea if it's good for the patient, but I'm so good at persuasive speaking, I can convince the patient better than the doctor can that he should take the medicine, even though I don't know what the heck is in it. So Gorgias thinks this is a point in his favor. See how great he is. Well, Socrates is not happy about this. It seems to him this is nothing to brag about. This is a confession that rhetoric isn't really a genuine expertise, because it's not really oriented toward the truth. It's just a knack of convincing people. Now, at the point that in the dialogue that I've given you, Polus has taken over the discussion from Gorgias. And Polus is someone who is really envious of these successful politicians. He's really envious of their power, because they're in a position even though they don't have the ring of Gyges, what they have is this political power that puts them in a position like the ring of Gyges. It puts them in a position where they can kill people they want to kill, or they can seize assets they want to seize. They can do all kinds of stuff. And they're so good at persuasive speaking that they manage to get along with it. So you can think of persuasive speaking as a kind of substitute for invisibility. If I can't hide my injustice from you with my magic ring, maybe I can argue so persuasively that you'll be convinced that I really am just rather than unjust, even if you see me do it. There's a famous wrestler who once said about Pericles, he's a better wrestler than I am, because if we wrestle and I throw him down, he'll give a speech and convince the crowd that he threw me down. So persuasive speaking can be a kind of substitute for Gyges' ring. So Polus really envies these politicians and envies the power that they have. Unlike Archilochus, who I mentioned last time, he does envy the gold of Gyges and would like to be a tyrant. Socrates says, I don't think these politicians really have any genuine power. Polus thinks, what on earth does Socrates mean? But Socrates says, look, there's a difference between doing what you want and doing what seems best to you. Polus has been running these together. Polus says, look, wouldn't it be great to be a ruler? You could do whatever you want. You could do whatever you think best. Here, best doesn't necessarily mean morally best. It just means whatever you value most. But Socrates wants to distinguish between doing what you want and doing what seems best to you. Because what seems best to you may not get you what you really want. It gets you what you think will get you what you want. So here's an example. Imagine it's hot. You've been hiking in the hot sun all day, and you're really thirsty, and you see a cold glass of water. Look at it. Doesn't it look inviting? Imagine you're really hot and really thirsty and really tired. There's this cold glass of water. Don't you just want to reach out and drink it? So imagine you do. Well, this story has an unhappy ending. It looks like water, but it's not. It's hydrochloric acid, which, is a clear, colorless liquid like water, but it'll seriously mess you up. So you reached for what you thought was water. You got hydrochloric acid instead. Did you do what you wanted? Well, in one sense, yeah, you did what you wanted. In another sense, no, you didn't. You did want to drink from that glass, and you did drink from the glass. So in that sense, you did what you wanted. You drank from the glass, just as you wanted to drink from the glass. However, you wanted to drink from the glass only on the assumption that it contained water. And the assumption failed. It didn't contain water. It contained something much less desirable. So there's a sense in which you didn't do what you wanted. You wanted to drink from a water-bearing glass, and you drank from an acid-bearing glass. So did you do what you wanted or not? Well, one sense yes, another sense no. So here's the terminology that Socrates is going to use. You may not like his terminology, but the details of the terminology aren't important. It's the concepts that are important. Whether you think this is the best terminology to express them or not is secondary. So by doing what you want, Socrates is going to mean acting in a way that actually gets you your goal. It will actually get you the thing you're aiming at. Doing what seems best to you means doing the thing you believe will achieve your goal. Now, your belief might be true. If your belief is true, then doing what seems best to you will also be doing what you want. But sometimes you're mistaken about how to get your goal. And in those cases, you might be doing what seems best to you, but you won't do what you want. So, for example, when you reached for the water, or you thought it was water, and you drank acid, you were doing what seemed best to you. It seemed to you that drinking from this glass would get you water, which is what you wanted. And so you were doing what seemed best to you. You're doing what seemed to be the way to get what you wanted. But you did not do what you wanted, because what you wanted was to drink water, and you did not. Now, doing what you want is reliable in your self-interest. But doing what seems best to you is not always going to be in your self-interest, because sometimes you're mistaken. Like when you drank the acid. When you're mistaken about the means to your ends, in those cases, doing what you want and doing what seems best to you come apart. It's only when you're not mistaken, not ignorant, that they go together. Now remember, these can be constitutive means, not just instrumental ones. Now in the case of the water and the acid, it's an instrumental thing. You thought that drinking from the glass would be an instrumental means to getting water. It turned out it wasn't. You were mistaken about that. But you can also be mistaken about constitutive means. You can be mistaken not only about what is going to cause your happiness, but what constitutes your happiness. You can be mistaken about the nature of your happiness. So, Socrates argues, look, power is either the ability to get what you want or the ability to get what seems best to you. Polus has been running those two together, treating them both together as the definition of power. Socrates says they're different, so which one of these is power? Well, having power is supposed to be reliably beneficial to you. At least Socrates is borrowing this premise from Polus. Whether Socrates believes this or not, who knows, but Polus thinks this. So we're trying to see what Polus is committed to. Well, Socrates has managed to convince Polus that getting what you want is reliably beneficial to you, but getting what seems best to you is not reliably beneficial to you, because sometimes you're mistaken, like in the acid case. So power must be the ability to get what you want, because that's the one that's reliably beneficial. So true power is not a matter of being able to get whatever seems best to you. It's a matter of being able to get what you want. Which means even if you have what could conventionally be called vast political power, you're in a position to command whatever you want, to command whoever you want killed, to have stuff seized, to enslave anyone, whatever you want to do, even if you're in that position, which frankly is a stronger position than any Athenian politician ever was in. But anyway, even if you're in that position, as long as you're wrong about your own self-interest, if you're wrong about what constitutes it, then you won't have power, because you'll have lots and lots of ability to get what seems best to you. But if what seems best to you seems wrongly best to you, then you won't actually be getting what you want, and so you won't have power. Now, Polus is convinced by the first part, but the next part is what he's going to challenge. Socrates thinks, look, those who are ignorant of what constitutes their benefit lack the ability to do what they want, and so, by the previous argument, they lack power. Fine so far. Polus thinks that's okay. Most political orators believe that committing injustice is more beneficial to them than suffering it. Polus agrees with that. In fact, he insists on it. In fact, he thinks that every sensible person believes this. But, says Socrates, in fact, suffering injustice is more beneficial to them than committing it. And therefore, most political orators are ignorant of what constitutes their benefit, which means that most orators, no matter how much influence they have, no matter how much of a position they're in, to get what seems best to them, they will lack true power. Now, obviously, the one step here that Polus is not yet ready to grant is 3. The rest of the argument's fine, but he doesn't grant 3, and therefore, since the final conclusion depends on 3, he doesn't grant the final conclusion. 1 and 2, Polus thinks are fine, all right, but 3 not. So Socrates has to convince Polus of 3. But notice how Socrates puts this, because this is, again, a way of capturing how Socrates understands his method. Socrates doesn't say, I'm going to try to convince you to believe this premise. Instead, he says, I'm going to try to convince you that you already believe this premise. You already believe that suffering injustice is more beneficial to you than committing it. Why does he say that? Well, think of it this way. The way Socrates sees it, what Polus really believes is not sort of the surface froth that comes to mind, it's what he's ultimately committed to. Remember our bachelor case, where you ask someone, what do you mean by bachelor? And they say unmarried male. Is that what they really mean by bachelor? Well, it's what they say when you ask them. But once you present them with examples of male animals and male children and popes and so forth who are all unmarried, but they don't want to call them bachelors, they realize that what they really believed was not the thing that they said, even though they said it sincerely. What they really believed was something more complicated. So likewise, even though Polus says that he thinks it's better to commit injustice than to suffer it, what he really believes is what he's ultimately going to be committed to once he goes through and tries to make his beliefs consistent. So that's what Socrates means when he says that Polus already believes this. He means what Polus really believes will be shown by what he's ultimately committed to once we sort through all his contradictory beliefs and resolve them in whatever ways he's most committed to. Now you might wonder why Socrates is so convinced that he can convince other people. Because you might think, look, Socrates has been sorting through his own beliefs, and maybe he hasn't finished yet, but by and large, he's been filling in his own personal crossword puzzle and getting the answers more and more consistent. And so it might seem as though Socrates has good reason to think that his views are what he's ultimately committed to. But why is he so sure that these views are also going to be what Polus is committed to? Because after all, Polus obviously has a different belief set. So why would Polus seems to be working on a different crossword? So why would Polus? Why does Socrates think he's going to be able to convince Polus? Well, here's what Socrates may have in mind. I base this on some things Socrates says in other dialogues that I'm not going to go into now. But remember back in my relativism lecture, I said, or maybe it was before that, one of my lectures, I said that all disagreement presupposes agreement on definitions. Remember that two people can't disagree about whether the bank is a good place to put your money. If one of them means a financial institution, the other one means the bank of a river, then they're not talking about the same thing. It's only if they mean the same thing by bank that they can disagree about whether a bank is a good place to put your money. So the very fact that Socrates and Polus are able to disagree in ethical questions shows that they must ultimately accept the same definitions of those concepts, even implicitly, although it may take a while to bring those to light through inquiry, but ultimately at some deep level they must share the same meanings, or they wouldn't be able to disagree. But these ethical definitions are the standards whereby we can determine ethical truth. So if Socrates and Polus share the same standards, though it may take them a while to find what those are, because the things that Polus says when first asked are quite different from what Socrates says, but the things Polus says are not what he's ultimately committed to, it turns out. So if the deep standards that we can unearth, if they are the standards for determining ethical truth, and they have to have the same standards, then ultimately we can expect their ethical views to converge through a sufficiently long application of the crossword puzzle method of dialectic. So I think that's what Socrates has in mind. All right, so Socrates asks, which is more advantageous, meaning what benefits the agent more, to commit injustice or to suffer it, to be the perpetrator or to be the victim? And Polus, as we've seen, says, well, committing it is more advantageous. But then Socrates asks, which is more, and different translations use different terms here. The Greek word is kalon, which can mean fine, beautiful, noble, or admirable. Which is more kalon, committing injustice or suffering it? And interestingly, Polus says suffering it is more kalon. Here's where he disagrees with Thrasymachus. Thrasymachus would have said committing it is also more kalon. Because Thrasymachus admired injustice, at least initially, but at the beginning of his conversation with Socrates. But Thrasymachus, and Polus, although they both think that injustice is more in our self-interest, Thrasymachus also thinks it's more admirable, and Polus doesn't. Polus thinks justice is more admirable than injustice. So he's a different kind of case that requires a different strategy from Thrasymachus. Polus's view accepts the idea of a bifurcation or a split in value, that there are two different kinds of value. Unlike Socrates and Thrasymachus, for all their disagreements, they agree that what you desire and what you admire go together. Socrates both admires and desires the just life. Thrasymachus both admires and desires the unjust life. But Polus is in the middle position. Polus admires the life of the just person. But what he desires, what he envies, is the life of the unjust person, of the tyrant, of the successful politician. But can you really stably separate them this way? Can what you admire and what you want to have for yourself really come apart in this way? Well, Socrates asks Polus, what do you think makes one thing more kalon than another? And Polus gives an interesting answer. A surprising answer, because it seems to set him up for a defeat. He says, what makes one thing more kalon than another is either a matter of its being more pleasant than the other thing, or a matter of its being more beneficial or advantageous than the other thing. Well, this lines him up to be defeated by Socrates. Socrates says, all right, so you've granted that suffering injustice is more kalon than committing it, and you've given me this criterion that if one thing is more kalon than another, it's got to either be more pleasant or more beneficial than the other. From that it follows that suffering injustice has got to be either more pleasant or more beneficial than committing injustice. But suffering injustice obviously isn't more pleasant than committing it, so it must be more beneficial, which is just what I've argued. And Polus accepts the conclusion, or at least Polus isn't happy about accepting the conclusion, but Polus doesn't see how to defeat this argument. Now, Polus started off thinking that we've got a bifurcated value system where the desirable and the admirable come apart. So why is he so quick to accept this definition of the admirable as either pleasant or beneficial? It seems to be defining what you admire in terms of what you desire, which is a surprise, given that his initial view was that these were two different things. Well, here's, I think, a possibility of what's going on. The reason Polus, when he tries to define what's worth admiring, keeps sliding back into defining in terms of what's worth desiring, is that he realizes at some implicit level that you can't really drive a deep wedge between what's worth admiring and what's worth desiring. Because if you did, you'd have to think that you could desire a life where you couldn't admire yourself. You'd have to view a life of non-self-admirability as desirable. And it's really hard to do. It's really hard to say, that's worth admiring, that's a real and genuine value, but I'm perfectly happy picking a life that doesn't include that. If that's really a genuine value, how can you be happy excluding it from your life? Now, modern readers often react to this dialogue, I think, under the influence of sort of the subjectivist account of well-being, or well-being as a matter of how you feel on the inside. People often think that when Socrates says, suffering injustice is more beneficial to us than committing it, he must mean one of two things. Either he means that being unjust is going to make us feel guilty. We're going to feel miserable because we've got a guilty conscience. Either that's what he means. Or he means if you keep keeping injustice, it's going to catch up with you eventually. Either society is going to punish you, or the gods are going to punish you, or something. A lot of people thought that's what Socrates must mean. But he can't mean that. First of all, he can't mean that what makes injustice worse than justice is the fact that the guilty conscience will make you more miserable, and that'll outweigh the pleasures of injustice. Because if he said that, then he would just be saying that injustice is worse because that suffering injustice is better because it's more pleasant. But he just said it wasn't more pleasant. He said it's more beneficial in a way that doesn't involve its being more pleasant. So he's appealing to benefits other than pleasure. So he's not talking about pleasure and pain, including psychological comfort and discomfort. He's not talking about how it feels to have a guilty conscience. I mean, that could be part of the equation, but that's not the essential thing. Because he's saying that even apart from however unpleasant injustice may make you feel, even if it doesn't make you feel bad, you still benefit less from injustice than from justice. So he's talking about benefits that don't involve merely how you feel. And so therefore, his account is not based on having a guilty conscience. In fact, if you do wrong and you don't have a guilty conscience, from Socrates' point of view, you're probably even worse off. You don't feel worse off, but you are worse off because you're even more morally corrupt. It's even harder to save you. Also, he can't, when he says that injustice we're worse off being unjust, he can't mean that punishment is going to catch up with us. Because if that were true, then that would make virtue just an instrumental means. It would be a strategy for avoiding punishment. That would be the Glaucon and Adeimantus view. And that's the view that Socrates doesn't want to defend. The whole point of Socrates' approach is that virtue is a constitutive means, not just an instrumental one. That means that it's not just that virtue tends to cause good results for us, but that just having virtue in our souls makes us better off all by itself, even apart from any further benefit. That was the moral of the Ring of Gyges. Oh, and there's a happy picture of Socrates and some of his disciples in a garden designed by people who have not yet mastered the rules of perspective, but what are you going to do? Okay, here's my lecture on Plato's dialogue, the Euthyphro. The subject of Euthyphro is piety, or it's also translated holiness. And this is the virtue that is particularly important and associated with Socrates' death, because the crime for which Socrates was tried and executed was impiety, which was a rather vaguely defined crime under Athenian law, but that's what he was accused of, impiety. So it's pretty important to know, was Socrates guilty? Does Socrates have an impious, a non-holy view of things? And so to highlight this connection between the virtue of piety being the subject of the dialogue and the virtue of piety being what Socrates was executed for lacking, Plato sets this dialogue on the day of the preliminary hearing for the upcoming trial Socrates is going to have. So some things you need to know about piety. In Athenian society, in fact in Greek society generally, it was thought that the gods were particularly interested in certain crimes or wrongs that they thought were particularly bad. That these were things that were offenses against the gods and not just offenses against other people. And so if you commit those crimes in addition to whatever else you are, you're also impious. So stealing was not particularly impious, unless you're stealing from a temple. But if I just steal from you, that's unjust, but it wasn't regarded as impious. However, here are a couple of things that are impious. One is giving shelter to a murderer. The idea is that if you murder someone, you acquire a kind of spiritual pollution. And if someone else harbors you or protects you or shelters you or associates with you, then they get this kind of spiritual pollution too, which draws down divine punishment. You have to purge yourself of it. One way of purging yourself of it is to not go on giving shelter to a murderer. So giving shelter to a murderer is something impious. Another is harming your own father. The idea is that your parents are kind of like the gods to you, or the gods are like your parents, and in offending against your parents, you're offending the gods. So if you harm your own father, you're doing something impious. So this puts Euthyphro in a dilemma, and particularly in a piety-related dilemma. Because the situation is that Euthyphro's father is a murderer. Well, sort of. It's perhaps involuntary manslaughter or something. It's the situation is kind of dodgy, but anyway, it is in some sense father has committed homicide in some way or other. And this means that it's not immediately clear what Euthyphro needs to do, because on the one hand, if Euthyphro turns his father in for murder, then he's harming his father, and that's impious on a traditional understanding. And then if he doesn't turn him in, if he lets him stay on his estate, then he's sheltering a murder, and that's also impious. So there's a worry that whatever you do has a danger of being impious, but he's got to do something. So the question is, what is it that you need to do in order to avoid impiety in a situation like this? Well, what's striking about this is that Euthyphro doesn't see it as a difficult case. Most Greeks would have seen it as difficult. Socrates sees it as difficult. Euthyphro thinks it's obvious what to do. Moreover, the thing that Euthyphro thinks is the obvious thing to do is absolutely not what the average Athenian would have thought. Euthyphro thinks that it's obvious he should turn his father in. And not only that, he thinks he should go farther than turning him in. He should actually prosecute him for murder. Now, remember from before that there are no lawyers in Athens, there are no public prosecutors, so all cases, even criminal cases, have to be brought by citizens, those volunteers. So, if someone is, if you think someone has committed a wrong specifically against you, you'll sue them. If you think you've committed a crime, which is interpreted as a wrong against the city as a whole, then you can step forward and sue them on behalf, it's not really a lawsuit anymore, but you can bring charges against them on behalf of the city as a whole, kind of like a class action lawsuit. So they had something like our distinction between civil cases and criminal cases, but they treated criminal cases much more like the way we treat civil cases. Ordinarily, it would be a family member of the person killed who would bring the suit. But Euthyphro is bringing suit against his own father, which is going farther than just not harboring him. He's actually actively prosecuting him. Most Athenians would have thought this was a very dubious thing to do. Particularly because what Euthyphro's father did wasn't really full-fledged murder. What happens is someone else committed murder. Euthyphro's father grabbed the murderer, tied him up, went off to get advice about what to do about him, and he left him in a ditch, tied up, went to get advice, and so he's kind of guilty of negligence. The guy dies of exposure while he's gone. So maybe he acted dubiously, but certainly not out and out straightforward murder. And given that Euthyphro isn't just failing to harbor or shelter him, he's actually actively prosecuting him, the average Athenian would have thought that's really not at all obvious that Euthyphro has found the right solution to his dilemma. Like the average Athenian would have thought, yeah, this is a tough case, but clearly not prosecuting your father seems like the better choice to the average Athenian. So Euthyphro not only has a controversial position here, but he doesn't experience it as difficult or complicated. He thinks it's obvious what the pious thing is to do. So Socrates says, well, look, only a real expert on piety could be justified in this kind of confidence. I mean, you don't have to be an expert in order to identify easy cases. You don't have to be an expert in bugs to be able to tell the difference between a spider and a butterfly. But to tell the difference between one kind of spider and another spider that's very similar to it, you have to be an expert. So there are lots of cases where, if the difference is really obvious, you don't have to necessarily be an expert to identify them. When it's a really tricky case, you have to be an expert. So this is a tricky case. Only an expert could be justified in the kind of confidence that Euthyphro is projecting. And Euthyphro says, yep, sure enough, you are right, Socrates. I am an expert on piety. I know all about piety. I know what's what. And so I am in a position to resolve this case that might look like a hard case to other people, but not to me. So, he's really asking for it now. Telling Socrates that he's an expert on something. Because Socrates has some experience with people who claim to be experts on things and turn out that they can't really give a very good account of them. So Socrates says, well, Euthyphro, if you really are an expert on piety, then you must be able to define it. You must be able to say what it is. Because from Socrates' standpoint, a definition of piety is going to be a standard that helps us determine which cases are pious and which ones aren't. And Euthyphro says, sure, I'll define it for you. And he offers the following definition. Piety means prosecuting a wrongdoer even if it's your father. And this reminds you of the Laches, where Laches' first definition of courage is standing firm in battle. He's given a very concrete case. He hasn't given an abstract definition that applies to lots of different things. He's given this very concrete case. It seems like it's more of an example than a definition. Of course, in Euthyphro's case, he hasn't only given an example, he's given an example of something he's doing. Piety is this action I'm doing right now. That's what piety is, Socrates. Then Euthyphro gives a defense of this definition, and to defend it, he appeals to a Greek myth. It's a myth about Zeus, the ruler of the gods, called Jupiter in the Roman mythology, and Kronos, who's known as Saturn in the Roman version. Kronos was the father of Zeus. So, according to the Greek myth, here's what happened. There was a prophecy that Kronos would be overthrown by one of his own children. So Kronos doesn't want that to happen. So Kronos takes steps to prevent it. And so what he does is Kronos tells his wife, Rhea, listen, Rhea, every time you give birth, give me the baby and I will eat it. It seems like it must have been a difficult conversation. But so he decides he will eat every baby that's born to him. He will eat, and thus prevent ever there being some kid who's going to overthrow him. Now, this theme of Kronos eating his own children is a really popular theme in Western art. This has seized artists' imaginations. They usually call him Saturn because this is a period during which the Roman names for the gods were more popular than the Greek ones. For the Renaissance through the 19th century, the Roman names were more popular. In the 20th century, the Greek names started being more popular. I've got a theory about why that is, but it's a long theory, so never mind. Okay, so here's some examples of paintings of Kronos eating his kids. The one on the left is by Peter Paul Rubens. The one in the center is by Julia Lama. The one on the right is by Francisco Goya. We'll see that they have... One thing they have in common is that Kronos is just gnawing on the flesh of these kids. Well, one thing about these paintings that is sort of striking is Kronos is one of the origins of the legend of Santa Claus, because in the Roman version, Saturn appears at the festival of the winter solstice, which is one of the origins of Christmas. It's a festival of general merrymaking, and he appeared as a kindly old man distributing presents, and the giving of presents was a common thing then. So that's one of the influences that leads into Santa Claus. I mean, there are other ones too, obviously, including the historical St. Nicholas, but that's one of them. So when next time you see Santa Claus with some kid on his knee, just remember it comes from this guy who gobbles up his kids. However, those paintings are actually pretty misleading, because it's crucial to the story, as we'll see, that Kronos swallowed his children whole. Just one gulp. It's crucial to the story that he didn't chew them into bits. He didn't gnaw on them the way these paintings depict. The paintings show this because the more gruesome theme is sort of more interesting and exciting predict, especially because also they wanted to make this is a period where the artists wanted to make the human figures look realistic, and popping an entire kid into your mouth would mean vast difference in size between the parent and the child, and I guess they didn't want to do that, or they couldn't find any models that would help them paint that. But anyway, don't believe the paintings. According to the myth, he swallowed them whole. So here's what happened. Rhea, his wife, is not that big a fan of constantly giving birth only to have her husband gobble up the babies. You can see how that could get tiresome after a while. So when her final baby is born, Zeus, she doesn't want to give Zeus to Kronos. Kronos says, "Hey, give me your kid. I'm getting hungry." So she grabs a big boulder, and she wraps the boulder up in swaddling clothes. There's this big rock, so it'll look like Zeus. And she hides the real child away, and she gives Kronos this rock wrapped in swaddling clothes. And he thinks that's Zeus, and so he swallows the rock. Kronos is obviously not the sharpest tool in the shed here. If there's a moral here, it's the moral of chewing your food carefully. That may not be the only moral, but that's one of them. Anyway, so Kronos thinks he's eaten Zeus, but Zeus actually has been kept safe separately, and he grows to manhood. When he comes out of hiding, he tracks down Kronos, overthrows him, and gets his siblings out. He either forces him to throw up in some versions of the story, or he rips his stomach open in other versions. Gets his siblings out, and they're all still alive and fine in there. Again, it's crucial to the story that they weren't chewed up, they were swallowed whole. And so his siblings come out, and those have become the first generation of the Olympian gods, Hera and Poseidon and all those. And Zeus declares himself the new king of the gods. He's now displaced Kronos. He chains Kronos up in the underworld. So that's the myth of Zeus and Kronos that Euthyphro is appealing to. And the point of Euthyphro's appealing to it is to say, look, in prosecuting my father for wrongdoing, I'm following Zeus's example. Zeus punished his own father for wrongdoing. He didn't say, oh, it would be wrong for me to punish him because it's my father. He punishes him. And so I'm doing the same thing Zeus did, and so that must be pious. You might wonder if doing what the god does, if imitating the god means being pious, because you might think maybe there's some things are okay for gods to do, but not for ordinary people to do. After all, can the gods really do something impious? If being impious is a matter of not showing proper respect to the gods above you, well, if you're one of the gods, does anything count as pious or impious for you anymore? It's a tricky question. Anyway, this is the example Euthyphro gives to justify his definition of piety as prosecuting a wrongdoer even if it's your father. Now, Socrates mentions that he doesn't believe this myth. Socrates thinks that gods would have to be morally perfect beings. And therefore, he thinks the Greek myths cannot be taken literally. Because the Greek myths present the gods as constantly wronging each other. In this case, you've got Kronos constantly, gobbling up his kids and so forth. The Greek myths in general have the gods warring against each other, attacking each other, stealing from each other, committing adultery against each other, and so on. And Socrates says, that's not what a morally perfect being would do. Gods are supposed to be superior beings. They shouldn't behave like people. And therefore, we don't believe these myths to be literal, unlike Euthyphro, who takes this myth literally. Euthyphro thinks that this really happened. However, although Socrates says he doesn't believe in the myth, he doesn't start fighting Euthyphro about the myth. Because right now he wants to see what Euthyphro's beliefs commit him to. Might have turned out down the line, he might have gone back to the myth and tried to challenge it. But right now he's just saying, all right, if you buy that, let's see what that gets us. So his objection, as I mentioned before, is prosecuting wrongdoer, even if it's your father, even if that's right, that's something pious, it's just an example, not a definition. Just as Laches had to give up defining courage as standing firm in battle once he recognized that there are other contexts in which people can be courageous. So since Euthyphro thinks that there are other cases of piety, other pious actions besides prosecuting your father, he can't just take that as the definition, as to be an example. Socrates isn't asking for an example, he's asking for what the property is that all pious things have in common that make them pious. So Euthyphro tries again. Here's his second definition. Piety is doing what is loved by the gods. And likewise, impiety would be the opposite, doing what the gods hate. Well, here's a problem. According to Euthyphro, the gods are all in conflict with each other, because Euthyphro accepts the Greek myths literally. Socrates doesn't, but Socrates is exploring what Euthyphro is committed to, not what Socrates is. And according to Euthyphro, the gods are all in conflict with each other and inflicting harm on each other. So it seems like the gods can't all love the same things. So what does it mean to say that the pious is what all the gods love? Suppose the very same action, such as punishing your father, is approved by some gods, Zeus, disapproved by others, like Kronos. Well, if it's loved by some gods, does that mean it's loved by the gods, and so it's pious? But it's also hated by some gods, so it's hated by the gods, and for it's impious? I mean, hated by the gods is ambiguous between hated by all gods and hated by some gods. So what's going on? What's the correct interpretation? Again, notice that Socrates is not invoking divine conflict as something he believes, because he just said he doesn't. He's invoking it as something Euthyphro believes that seems to conflict with this definition. So Euthyphro clarifies what he means. He says, piety is doing what's loved by all the gods. So if there's something that some gods love and others don't, then it's not pious. It's only the pious actions are the ones that all the gods love. Although Euthyphro therefore seems to be assuming that all the gods love punishing your father if he's a wrongdoer. And again, you might wonder whether Kronos would be on board with that. Although Kronos himself did the same thing with his father. It's a troubled family. Anyway, impiety is doing what is hated by all the gods. So, although the gods don't all love the same things, there are some things that they all love. There's an intersection of all their loves, and that's the pious. There's an intersection of all the things different gods hate, and that's the impious. Well, this brings Socrates to what's the most important question of the dialogue, the one that has created what's known as the Euthyphro problem, named after this dialogue, which is, do the gods make things pious by loving them? Or do the gods love those things because they're pious already? And I've given you a handout that explores this issue in more detail. But anyway, that's the question. All right, so if two things go together, which is causing which? It's like you see me walking along, you see my shadow walking along. Well, you know that I'm casting the shadow. The shadow's not casting me. The shadow is walking that way because I am, not vice versa. So when two things are in correlation, you can ask which one is doing the causing. So if what the gods love and what's pious go together, do the gods love it because it's pious already, or do they make it pious by loving it? Or in other words, is divine approval a cause of piety or a response to something's already being pious? The way that people put this question nowadays, often, particularly in monotheistic religions like Judaism and Christianity and Islam, is, does God make actions right by commanding them, or does he command them because they're right already? And likewise, does God make actions wrong by forbidding them, or does he forbid them because they're wrong already? So take something like murder. Is it that murder was perfectly okay until God decided to ban it? And God then decided, I hereby forbid murder, and then after that, murder became wrong, when it wouldn't have been wrong if God hadn't said anything. Or is instead that God looks and sees that murder is wrong, and so he forbids it as a response to what he sees? So this is the famous debate between the theological voluntarists and the theological intellectualists. The theological voluntarists hold that divine approval or disapproval is the cause of something's moral status. That God's loving piety is the cause of God's loving something is the cause of its being pious. That God's forbidding murder is the cause of murder's being wrong. And the argument for this is, well, God's got to be supreme, so he can't be subject to any moral standard he didn't create. So, how could murder already be wrong independently of God? That would imply that there's some moral standard out there making murder wrong before God says anything about it. Some moral standard apart from God, or at least apart from God's will. Some versions it might be part of God's nature, but anyway, they think that God can't be subject to some standard he didn't create. And so therefore, if there's any moral standard up there, God must have created it by his will. That's what they're called voluntarists, because God's will is primary. Theological intellectualists hold, instead, that divine approval or disapproval is a response to the moral status of something. So that, according to them, God forbids murder because he sees that murder is wrong. And the idea is that God is wise, and so he must have a good reason for what he commands. which means that what he commands must already have something good about it before he commands it. God must have a good reason for what he forbids. If there's nothing wrong with murder before he forbids it, then why would he forbid it? It just seems like arbitrary. It seems like it's flipping a coin. A wise and perfect being wouldn't command things arbitrarily. They'd have a good reason for it, and that means if God has a good reason for forbidding murder, that means there's already something wrong with murder before God forbids it. So this position is called theological intellectualism because it's based not on God's will, voluntarism, but on his understanding, intellectualism. God understands that certain things are right or wrong, and that's why he commands the way he does. Now, Socrates and Euthyphro agree that theological intellectualism is the right view. They think that the gods don't make things pious by loving them. Instead, the gods' love is a response to things being pious already. However, that's a problem for Euthyphro, because Euthyphro wanted to define piety, and to define piety is to try to identify the property all pious things have in common that makes them pious. But the definition he gave was being loved by the gods, all the gods. And that would make being loved by all the gods be the property that makes all things pious. But that would make, that the cause and being pious the effect. And it's supposed to be the other way around. If being loved by the gods isn't what makes things pious, then you can't use that as the definition of pious. You can't use that as to identify the property that explains why pious things are pious. So Euthyphro goes back to the blackboard, and now he comes up with the idea that piety might be the art of tending or serving the gods. Well, Socrates says, no, it depends what you mean by tending or serving. It seems like that's ambiguous. Sometimes tending something can mean you're benefiting it. Like if I'm tending sheep, I'm benefiting them, taking care of them, protecting them from predators and so forth. Tending or serving can also mean obeying, doing what someone says, being subordinate to a superior. Well, tending or serving the gods can't possibly mean benefiting the gods, because we don't have the ability to affect the gods' welfare. They're invulnerable to us. There's nothing we can do to improve the gods' life or make them come into a better state. So therefore, the only thing that tending or serving the gods could mean would be have to be obeying them, carrying out their will, doing what they want. So then you're once again defining piety as doing what the gods want. And thus you're treating what the gods want as the explanation of what's pious, which again is the opposite of what they've just agreed it is. Moreover, what is the gods' will? What is it that they want? If we're serving the gods and carrying out their will, what projects are we supposed to be undertaking? What goals are we following? Well, Euthyphro has an answer. He says that when we act in accordance with the God's will, the result is both the private welfare of the household and the common welfare of the city. In other words, human beings benefit. Human beings get well-being as a result of obeying the commands of the gods. So it looks like what the gods love, what they want to promote, is human welfare, human well-being, human happiness. Now, what some interpreters think is that what Socrates is trying to get Euthyphro to do is to define piety as promoting human well-being. After all, if piety is supposed to be the thing that explains the gods' love, rather than being explained by it, well, if what the gods love is human well-being, and that's why they command us the way they do, then it seems like the promotion of human well-being is the essence of piety. And the suggestion is that that's what Socrates wants Euthyphro to get to. But this would be a surprising definition of piety for most people, because it doesn't make any reference to the gods. When we think of piety, we think specifically of some kind of attitude toward the gods. And if you define piety as promoting human welfare, then it seems like the reference to the divine just drops out. However, remember that the whole point of the dialogue is that divine approval is a response to piety, not a cause of it. If it's a response to piety, then it seems like you don't need the definition of piety to mention the gods. The gods and their responses are downstream from the definition. Well, if that's what Socrates has in mind, Euthyphro doesn't pick up on it. He doesn't take the hint. And so he tries one more time. Fifth definition. Piety is the art of prayer and sacrifice. See, so Euthyphro is still trying to define piety in a way that it hooks on conceptually to the gods. Socrates objects. He says, look, prayer seems like you're asking the gods to give you stuff. And sacrifice seems like you're offering stuff to give to the gods. So prayer and sacrifice seems like it's a kind of commercial transaction, kind of like an economic trade. You know, hey Zeus, I'll sacrifice this sheep to you if you'll help me out. I'll give you this in exchange for you giving me that. First of all, that seems a little tacky, but also, what gifts are appropriate gifts to offer to the gods? Remember, again, you can't benefit the gods. Now, traditionally, the idea was the gods did benefit from our gifts. When you sacrifice a lamb to Zeus, Zeus eats the lamb somehow. You burn it, and it goes up to heaven, and he somehow gets it. But Socrates is pushing for a less anthropomorphic conception of the gods. When you sacrifice a lamb to the gods aren't literally going to have lamb for dinner. So what is it that you are giving to the gods? What is it they want? Well, whatever stuff that they desire, stuff they approve of. But then, once again, you're defining piety in terms of divine evaluations. You're defining it in terms of what the gods want. But remember, the whole point is that piety has to be defined independently of what the gods want, because the gods want things because they see that they're pious already. So piety has to be independent. And Euthyphro keeps falling back into defining piety in terms of what the gods want. At this point, Euthyphro says, "Sorry, Socrates, I got to go." And he started off very confident. At the end, he's confused. Of course, he was confused to start with. The difference is now he knows he's confused, and before he didn't. So he feels worse off. He's actually better off from Socrates' point of view. Now, one thing Plato might be trying to show us is, remember that this is connected with Socrates being accused of impiety. And so from Plato's standpoint, Socrates is actually more pious than the traditionally pious Athenians. Because unlike them, he doesn't attribute immoral behavior to the gods. He doesn't think the gods go around, swallowing babies or otherwise doing dubious things. He doesn't treat religious devotion as a crass exchange of favors between humans and gods. I give you, hey God, I give you this in exchange for you giving me that. So, one way of looking at this is that Plato is trying to suggest that Socrates has a more high-minded religious conception than do the people who are attacking him. However, you can see why the average Athenian might not have taken it that way. After all, Socrates says he rejects the Greek myths, so he rejects the traditional stories about the gods. So you can see why the average Athenian might say, so he's not really a religious believer, is he? Because he doesn't believe these stories. Now, of course, Greek mythology didn't have a sacred text. It wasn't a Bible or a Quran or anything like that. And so these stories circulated in different versions. Remember, I said that in some versions, Zeus rips Cronus' stomach open to get his brothers and sisters back, and in other versions, he makes them show up. There was no standard text. And so, you could get away with questioning stories about the gods more in Greece than you could in a culture where there's an official textual doctrine. But even so, Socrates rejects just the whole family of myths of all these stories about conflict, and so that makes him look like a religious unbeliever. Moreover, if it's true that what Socrates is hinting is that we should try to define piety in a way that doesn't mention the gods, to the average Athenian, that might look like a very suspiciously secular view. You take the most God-centered virtue of all of them, piety, and you try to define it in a way that's just about human welfare, not about the gods, that could easily have looked like some kind of religious impiety to them. So I think this dialogue helps us see both what Plato thinks, that Socrates is truly the pious one, and what the average Athenian might have thought the opposite. Okay, last time we saw Socrates sort of on the eve, not literally quite the eve, but sort of getting close to the eve of his trial for impiety. Now, Plato's Apology will see Socrates on trial. Now, the word apology is one that's changed its meaning a bit over time. Nowadays, if someone talks about an apology, they mean somebody saying that they're sorry for something they did. But Socrates certainly isn't saying he's sorry for anything he did in this apology. But the original meaning of apology is defense speech, something you say in your defense. So it's what you say, what you have to say for yourself when you're accused of something. And of course, one thing you could say is, I didn't do it, or I did it, but I was justified. And that would be a defense. Because another thing you could say is, I did it, and I'm sorry. And that's sort of what the phrase has come to mean, apology. But the original meaning of apology is what you say in your defense, at a trial, or more broadly, any kind of defense. And that meaning, the original meaning of apology, still lingers in our language today. So, for example, when you call someone an apologist for something, you don't mean that they're saying that they're sorry, or that, that in that sense. To call someone an apologist for something is to say they're a defender of it. Now, often we use this negatively. We'll often call someone an apologist for something when something we're against. As we're saying, oh, you're trying to come up with justifications for something bad. But not always. But apologist is sometimes used positively, too. Then there's apologetics, which is, it's a branch of theology devoted to defending certain religious claims or practices. So that sense of apology is still around. Okay, so the apology represents Socrates' defense speech at his trial. Remember that there are no lawyers in Athens, so you have to conduct your own defense. His prosecutors would be private citizens who came forward and they brought their charges. We sort of have to infer what those charges are from what Socrates says here in this dialogue. Here we get his defense. How close is this to what the historical Socrates actually said? We don't know. Another of Socrates' students, Xenophon, also wrote an apology, which is similar in some ways and different in others. On the other hand, we know that Plato was there, and Xenophon wasn't. So Plato could be more accurate if he wanted to be, but we don't know what we don't know whether his goal in writing this was to present a historically accurate view of Socrates, or whether his goal was to use Socrates as a mouthpiece for broader ideas. Again, we don't know. All right, so he's accused of impiety, and more specifically of corrupting the youth, making the youth immoral. And how does he do this? Well, here's some of the things that apparently he was accused of. One is he's accused of denying the gods. And there's some ambiguity as to whether this means he was denying the traditional gods or whether he's denying all of them. He's also accused of introducing new gods, which would be hard to reconcile with the claim that he denies all gods. But in the course of a conversation with Miletus, it looks as though Miletus falls into saying that Socrates simultaneously introduces new gods and denies that there are any gods. Anyway, some kind of either atheism or at least some kind of religious innovation here. He's accused of investigating things in the sky and underground. So basically doing some kind of scientific investigation that goes beyond our ordinary mortal realm, looks up in the heavens or down under the earth, thus looks to areas that are traditionally sacrosanct to the gods. The gods are up in the heavens, and then there's the underworld down below where Hades rules. So the sky and the underworld are sacred things, and Socrates is investigating them in a scientific, materialistic way. I think that's the idea. And also this phrase, making the weaker argument the stronger, which basically means taking an argument that actually should fail, because it's a bad, fallacious argument, and making it succeed, tricking people into believing it. Now, these charges are in part inspired, as Socrates himself mentions in the Apology. They're partly inspired by this play by the comic playwright Aristophanes that had appeared a couple of decades earlier called Clouds. And in that dialogue, we see Socrates being parodied. So in this picture here, you see Socrates up in floating up in a basket from the ceiling, and in the play he says that he is thinking circles around the sun. So he's investigating the sun, investigating heavenly bodies, and he denies that the sun is a god in the play. He says, no, it's just a big burning rock. And down in the below, you see that Socrates' students are all bending over looking at the earth. In the play, we're told that they're bending over investigating things underground, and their butts are up because their butts are investigating the heavens simultaneously. And he presents Socrates as an atheist, or at least someone who doesn't believe in any gods except natural forces, and a guy who's interested in this sort of scientific inquiry, And also, he presents Socrates as someone who teaches people how to advance their careers by making the weaker argument the stronger. That is, by giving sophistical, tricky, deceitful reasoning. So Socrates thinks that a lot of the charges against him go back to the influence of that play. And of course, remember the comedic play. Imagine that in the future, all we knew about contemporary politics was Saturday Night Live skits. We tried to infer what was really going on from those. Well, in some cases, they'd be very accurate. In other cases, they wouldn't be very accurate at all. And of course, the aim is not to be accurate. The aim is to be funny. So it would be hard to know how reliable those are. So here, when Aristophanes wrote this, it was a comedy. And so he presented Socrates this way, but how literal was it supposed to be taken? It's hard to say. In part, Aristophanes seems to be using Socrates as a kind of generic figure for all the various intellectuals and philosophers who are on the scene at the time. It's not clear that everything he says is literally supposed to be true of Socrates. Anyway, the real Socrates, or at least what Plato presents as the real Socrates, first of all, always says he doesn't deny the gods, he accepts the gods, and he also says he has no interest in the physical sciences. We find this in Xenophon too. Socrates says, this stuff about whether the sun is a big burning rock or not, those are very interesting topics, but they're not my interest. I'm interested in ethical and social questions, not in natural sciences. And of course, this idea of making the weaker argument the stronger, of teaching tricky and deceitful reasoning, we've seen that that's what Socrates accuses the orators of, people like Gorgias, the people who teach the art of persuasive speaking. And he himself thinks that what he's doing is something very different, that rhetoric is aiming at victory, philosophy is aiming at truth. However, you can see how someone who wasn't a philosopher, just listening to Socrates converse with people, it might not have seemed that obvious to them that Socrates is doing something different. Socrates has someone say something and he nitpicks it and asks tricky questions about it, and pretty soon the person is completely confused, and and Socrates seems to be undermining people's faith in traditional beliefs and so on, and you can see how people have taken it that way. Moreover, we've seen that Socrates denies traditional Greek myths. He doesn't believe that the gods go around, committing adultery or stealing from each other or swallowing their wives' babies, and so it seems like he is to some extent challenging traditional religious belief. Also, Socrates often says he hears a divine voice that sometimes warns him against doing certain things. So you could say, all right, he rejects the old gods, he's introducing new gods. So you can see how someone might think that was an accurate charge. Now, Socrates' own account of what he presents as his philosophical mission refers to the Oracle of Delphi. So this is a picture of Delphi. It is a really incredible sight to be there. I was there a couple years ago. So the Oracle of Delphi was an oracle traditionally sacred to Apollo, and people would go there and ask questions, and the priestess would have some kind of inspiration and would either utter something or pick a yes pebble or a no pebble, depending on the question. And so one of Socrates' students had once gone to the oracle and asked, it was disputable what he asked. Some versions he asked, who's the wisest man on earth? And the oracle said, Socrates. There are other versions where he said, is Socrates the wisest man? And the oracle said, yes. So you can see how those are somewhat different versions of what happened. Anyway, Socrates says he was surprised to be told he was the wisest man on earth because he was aware that he didn't really know much about these things. So he decided to investigate other people to see if there was anyone wiser than himself. And he found that he was indeed the wisest, even though he didn't know very much, because he was aware of how little he knew. So what Socrates says is, look, there are three levels of wisdom. The highest level, the most desirable level, is you have knowledge of the most important things. You have knowledge about virtue and happiness and things like that. how a human being should live, what the good life is. He thinks that's the most important thing to know. And the best level of wisdom would be that you know that stuff. The second best is that you don't know the stuff, but at least you realize you don't know it. You're aware of your lack of knowledge. It's important because if you're aware of your lack of knowledge, then that could motivate you to try and get some knowledge. But the lowest and worst level is not only do you lack knowledge, but you don't realize you lack it. You think you have it. And of course, we've seen that that's how a lot of the people that Socrates talks to, they seem to be at that level. When Euthyphro comes forward, Euthyphro presents himself as an expert on piety. Why, yes, Socrates, I can define piety for you. I know all about it. So Euthyphro's at the lowest level. He's not initially interested in searching for wisdom because he thinks he's got it. Now, the top level, the people who actually know the answers, Socrates says he hasn't met anybody at that level, including himself. No one he's met has genuine knowledge about the most important things. He says they have genuine knowledge about some things that may be valuable, but when it comes to what a good human life is and how we should live, he thinks he's met no one who has that knowledge. What Socrates claims for himself is the intermediate level. He lacks knowledge, but he realizes he lacks it. He's aware of the extent of his ignorance, and therefore he's motivated to seek knowledge. And most people that he comes across are at the lowest level. They lack knowledge, and they don't realize they lack it. And so what Socrates does is try to sort of prick their bubbles. He tries to get them to realize their ignorance. And of course, that means that they feel more ignorant after talking to him than they were before. They feel more puzzled and confused. But from Socrates' standpoint, they're actually better off now. By showing them, he thinks they already were confused. They didn't feel confused, but they were. Now, by showing them how confused they are, he's actually moved them from the bottom level to the middle level, and thus is making it possible for them to be motivated to keep on going up. And the most important thing for a human being, Socrates thinks, is to know what a good human life is, to know how you should live. That's the most fundamental question. And if you don't realize that you lack that knowledge, you won't be inclined to search for it, and that's going to be disastrous. So he thinks that he's doing a great benefit for people by convincing them of their ignorance. He realizes they don't experience it that way. Instead, they just feel embarrassed and humiliated because he comes along and he shows them that they were ignorant all along. He hasn't made them ignorant, but he's made them seem ignorant, both to themselves and other people, and they didn't before. And if they care more about seeming than being, then it's going to be a problem. I just said that. So in calling Socrates the wisest of all people, the oracle is, first of all, confirming Socrates' claim that no one has yet achieved the highest level. No one who's currently alive, at least, has actually got the full story. But saying that the intermediate level, to not know but realize you don't know, is better than not knowing and not realizing you don't know it. And therefore implicitly endorsing what Socrates does. Socrates is questioning people in order to move them from 3 to 2, and hopefully eventually from 2 to 1, even hopefully himself from 2 to 1. And so by saying that Socrates is the wisest person, the oracle is saying what Socrates does is legitimate, that Socrates is benefiting people by trying to get them from the bottom level to his level. So this is the famous quote from Socrates from this dialogue: "The unexamined life is not worth living for a human being." If you're a human being, would you never consider or try and figure out how human beings should live or what a good human life is, then how are you any better than an animal? You're not living the distinctively human life. You're not doing anything other than just sleeping and eating. But it might be surprising to learn that Socrates says he doesn't have knowledge about these things, because after all, he has some pretty strong beliefs. Remember, he seems pretty sure that we're better off suffering injustice than committing it, and so on. And so how can he be so confident when he says he doesn't really have important knowledge? Well, the answer seems to be something like this. Socrates has very high standards for what counts as knowledge. So he can think that he has rationally justified beliefs on these issues. He's justified in his convictions, but he might still think those convictions fall short of knowledge. And there's a passage in the Gorgias, this is a part of it I didn't assign, there's a passage where Socrates says, "For my position has always been that I myself am ignorant how these things are, but that I have never met anyone who could say otherwise." otherwise than what I say, any more than you can, and not appear ridiculous. In other words, I'm not saying I can prove my claim. What I'm saying is that I've never met anyone taking the opposite position who doesn't end up looking ridiculous. So it looks like Socrates is saying something like this. I don't have a positive proof of my claims. I can't absolutely prove that my claims are right, and therefore I don't count as having knowledge. However, what I've got is this. Every time I've met someone who defends the opposite position from mine, I've always been able to show that they're committed to contradictory beliefs. And therefore that they are ridiculous. And so I'm justified, Socrates is saying, I'm justified in holding my beliefs, not because I've proven them, but because I've always been able to disprove anyone who holds a view to the contrary. So he has pretty strong justification for his beliefs, but because his standards for knowledge are so high, he doesn't call that knowledge. That's at least one reading of what's going on here. All right, so since the Delphic Oracle has, as Socrates interprets it, endorsed Socrates' approach, and since the Delphic Oracle is the voice of a god, traditionally the voice of Apollo, that means, as Socrates understands it, that what he's doing, going around questioning people, trying to move them from 3 to 2 and maybe eventually to 1, that has divine sanction. That's been authorized and endorsed by Apollo. And therefore, he's not being impious. This is about as pious as you can get. He's on a mission from God to do this. So that means that if the state were to tell him, you have to stop your philosophical teaching, you can't do this, if they were to command him to stop, he would have to disobey, because he says divine authority takes precedence over human authority. Now remember, of course, that he thinks, as we saw in the Euthyphro, that divine approval doesn't make things right. It's just a sign that they're right. So Socrates isn't saying that this divine command makes his mission legitimate. It seems rather that the divine command would be evidence that it's legitimate. But in any case, he's got divine authorization for his action. That's a sculpture of Apollo there. Now, you might say, look, how does Socrates questions everything, so what's Socrates' basis for thinking that the Oracle of Delphi really is the voice of Apollo, that there really is a divine voice there? Socrates questions everything, why doesn't he question that? Well, of course, one answer we can give is that in the context of this trial, most people respected the Delphic Oracle. Most people thought it was for real. The Delphic Oracle's responses were often cryptic or puzzling, but they thought it was for real, and therefore he doesn't have to convince them that it's the voice of a god. Does he himself think it's the voice of a god, and if so, why? It'd be interesting to know that, and we don't know that. But at least Socrates' audience does believe that the Oracle of Delphi is the voice of a god. So you might ask, why did they convict Socrates if they really thought that Socrates was wisest according to the gods? Well, they might have thought maybe there are different senses of wise. Maybe, he's wise in the sense of being smart and clever, but not in the sense of being good. Who knows? Socrates gives another example of why he's committed to obeying the moral law when it conflicts with what human authorities tell him to do. So he talks about the 30. The 30 were a group of oligarchs who briefly held power at the end of the Peloponnesian War in Athens. If you want to know the story of the Peloponnesian War, go read Thucydides. If you want to know how it ends, go read Xenophon. This group, the 30, gets in power. And these 30 were very tyrannical. In fact, they're sometimes called the 30 tyrants. And one of the things they like to do is they would bring trumped-up charges against innocent people so they could confiscate their property. And what they also want to do is to make private citizens complicit in the government's crimes. Now, again, remember that Athens has very little in the way of delegation of power. They didn't like that, so there were no police in Athens either. At least not. There were some publicly owned slaves who served as guards and things, but there's no police force as we understand it. Most ancient societies didn't have police, and so arresting was usually done by private citizens too. What the 30 would do is they would order private citizens to go and arrest people. And the reason for doing this is that the 30 were afraid of being overthrown. And so they wanted to make people want to prevent their being overthrown. So the idea is that if I'm a member of the 30 and I've gotten you, a private citizen, to collaborate with my injustice, then you'll be afraid of seeing me overthrown, because then people will remember, hey, you collaborated with the tyrants, and they'll punish you, not just me. So once I get you to cooperate with me, you're now on my side. You're not happy about it, but you're now afraid to see me overthrown because you might be punished. And so that was the 30s' motivation, at least according to what all the ancient sources say. That was the motivation for ordering private citizens to do these things. So the 30 pick one of these innocent people whose property they want to confiscate. His name was Leon of Salamis, and so they choose Socrates as one of the group ordered to go and arrest him. And Socrates refuses, he just goes home, even though he's risking his life to disobey the tyrants. And indeed, he might have gotten in trouble, except that as a matter of fact, the 30 ended up getting overthrown after all, despite the precautions they take to get people on their side. They did get overthrown. And they were overthrown too soon to get around to having revenge on Socrates. They were too busy with other problems. And in Xenophon's Hellenica, or History of My Times, you can read all about the rise and fall of the 30, which is the best part of that book. The first two books of that work are good. It gets less good afterward. That's because in the first two books, Xenophon is imitating Thucydides, and that's always a good thing to do. All right, so here's another argument that Socrates gives to try to get himself off the hook. He says, wicked people harm their associates. If you're wicked, you go around harming people. So if you come into contact with someone, you're likely to harm that person. And you might wonder about that. It's kind of like that argument in Republic 1, that a group of unjust people will all harm each other. And I think maybe not. Sometimes they bind together and harm other people. But anyway, Socrates is suggesting wicked people harm their associates, and nobody wants to be harmed. So therefore, no one should want to have wicked associates. Now, Socrates' associates are the young. He hangs out with these young people who sort of hang on his every word and think he's cool. And so he wouldn't want the young to become wicked because they're his associates and might harm him. Corrupting people makes them wicked, and so Socrates would not intentionally want to corrupt the young. But corrupting the young is a criminal charge only if it's intentional. So therefore, Socrates is not criminally liable for corrupting the young, and so he should get off the charge. That's his argument. This seems to imply that nobody could ever voluntarily corrupt anybody, and you might wonder if that's too strong a claim. But anyway, that's the argument. Anyway, the jurors don't buy it, so they declare Socrates guilty. Socrates is not surprised to be found guilty. In fact, he's surprised that the vote wasn't even more strongly against him than it was. He lost by a narrower margin than he expected. So that shows that he's been expecting to lose. Even though he's been giving this defense speech, he's not expecting it to work. And so that may suggest that the goal of his defense speech was not really to get himself acquitted. Not that he would have minded if it had worked. That would have been fine. It looks like that wasn't really what he had in mind. This is a very elaborate defense speech. He's put a lot of effort into it. Yet he's not expecting to get off. So what's he expecting? He's trying to make his last, most public case for the value of the philosophic life. It's not so much a defense of himself as an individual. It's a defense of the philosophic life in general. And incidentally, a defense of himself. I don't think that he was eager to get executed, but avoiding execution was not the main goal of this apology. His main goal is all his defense. It's not primarily defense of himself as a defendant in a criminal case. It's a defense of himself as an exemplar of philosophy. Well, he's found guilty. So now, the way the Athenian court system works, Socrates and the prosecutor each have to propose a penalty. So remember some of the odd things about the Athenian courts. They don't have any judges, only juries. Which means that, unlike our system, where often the jury will decide guilty or innocent, and then the judge will decide what the penalty should be. No judge, the jury has to decide what the penalty is going to be. But remember, the juries are enormous. Our juries have usually 12 people, but Athenian juries might be 200 or 500, even 1,000 people. One reason for that is that they wanted the juries to be representative of the population. If you have a jury of only 12 people, then you might just happen, through the luck of the draw, to get a particularly favorable or particularly unfavorable jury. But when you have an enormous jury like that, it's much chosen at random from the population. It's much more likely to be representative. The other thing they were concerned with is they were concerned about juries being bribed. And it's a lot harder to bribe 100 or 200 or 500 or 1,000 jurors than it is to bribe 12. So that was the other reason. Anyway, so the juries were enormous. The trials were pretty short. So it wasn't really practical for the jury to discuss the penalty, to all debate about what the penalty should be. But the jury has to decide the penalty, so they came up with the following system. The prosecutor suggests one penalty and the defendant suggests the other. So obviously the prosecutor is going to suggest a harsher penalty, the defendant will suggest a milder one, and the jurors vote as to which penalty to have. And the way this is supposed to work is it makes and moderates penalties. It makes them not too severe or not too mild. Because if the prosecutor suggests a really severe penalty, that's going to seem like too much to the jury, and so they're more likely to choose the defendant's proposed penalty. On the other hand, if the defendant proposes too mild or lenient a penalty, that's going to make them choose the other way. So the prosecutor, although they want a harsher penalty, they have a motivation not to be too harsh, and the defendant, likewise, obviously wanting a more lenient penalty, has incentive not to be too lenient. Socrates' prosecutors are suggesting the death penalty, and the jury probably expects Socrates to propose exile instead. Exile was a very common penalty. Exile, death penalty, and paying a fine, those are some of the most common penalties. Nowadays, putting people in prison is a very common form of punishment, but it was really unusual in the ancient world. They put people in prison temporarily, holding them there while waiting to do something else with them sometimes. And they might hold some really important person, like some hostage or something, in prison. But they didn't. But it's very rare to have long-term in prison because it's really expensive. You have to feed them and house them for all this time. And prior to the Industrial Revolution, most societies couldn't afford that kind of long-term imprisonment. So, prison is. Socrates ends up after this. He ends up in prison just while he's waiting to be executed. But there's no such thing as prison as a punishment usually. Exile would have been the standard thing that you would expect Socrates to suggest here. But he's going to suggest monetary fine rather than exile. And he suggests a few reasons why, but one of them is this. Socrates is not going to stop doing philosophy. So if he goes somewhere else, he's going to get in trouble there just the way he did in Athens, and probably sooner. Because although Athens ends up executing him for impiety, and that can seem like it must be a really intolerant place. But Athens was actually the most intellectually tolerant place in Greece. Socrates would have gotten into much more trouble much earlier anywhere else. Indeed, the only reason that Socrates ends up being prosecuted for impiety, people think, is that the aforementioned Peloponnesian War, which Athens lost, left them really demoralized and kind of freaked out, and so it was kind of under unusual circumstances that this happened. I mean, it's not that trials for impiety never happened, but on the whole, if you wanted to go and express unpopular views somewhere, you were probably safer in Athens than anywhere else. So if he goes somewhere else and keeps on philosophizing, he's going to get into trouble anyway, and probably more and sooner, and he can't give up philosophy because he thinks he has a divine mission to do it. So if he's going to suffer philosophizing anyway, he might as well do it in Athens because he loves his native city. And he thinks the gods have, in effect, appointed him there as a kind of benefactor, a gadfly to sting the city into wakefulness out of its stupor. And so he refuses to propose exile. He just proposes a monetary fine instead. People have sometimes said that the fine was so small as to be insulting, but it really wasn't. That's another story. If you ask me about it, I can tell you about the economic argument there. But it was a pretty substantial fine. He himself didn't have much money, but some of his students were pretty wealthy, and they suggested, they offered to add some more to it. So the fine that he gives is pretty hefty, but not hefty enough to please the jury. So the jury votes for the death penalty. So Socrates now explains why he's not afraid to die, and he gives several reasons. Here's one. First, fearing something involves judging that it's bad. Remember the Laches, where courage being the science of the fearful means it's the science of future evils. To hope for something is to judge its future and good. To fear something is to judge that it's future and bad. So to fear something, you have to judge that it's bad. But Socrates doesn't know enough about death to know whether it's bad. He thinks that if you fear death, you're showing that you believe it's bad. But what justifies you in believing that death is bad? If you don't know what happens when you die, you don't know whether it's good or bad. So that's his first reason for explaining why he doesn't fear death. Second, he says, look, either there's an afterlife or there isn't. But if there is, then he gets to go on philosophizing, and that's what he values most. So if there is an afterlife, then it's fine. You might wonder, well, some stories about the afterlife are pretty nasty. If he's burning in hellfire, won't that distract him from philosophizing? But anyway, he's, of course, the version of the afterlife that's best known to the Greeks would be one where you sort of hang around in Hades, and most people didn't get tortured. Really, really bad people get tortured in Hades, but most of them just sort of hang out. And Socrates thinks, well, I can hang out to them and talk to them and ask them, what do you think courage is? On the other hand, if there isn't death, if there isn't an afterlife after death, then being dead is just like having a long, dreamless sleep. And whoever complains about that? There's no pain or suffering in a long, dreamless sleep, and so if there's no afterlife, that's not worth fearing. So either way, death is nothing to fear. That's the second argument. Third argument. Remember, he claims he has this divine voice that comes to him and warns him every time he's about to make a mistake. Or at least when it warns him, it's in cases where he's at least going to make an important mistake. But the divine voice hasn't warned him away from this course of action. His philosophical lifestyle, plus the way that he defended himself at the trial, all that has led to his death. The divine voice never warned him away from that. In fact, Xenophon, in his version of the Apology, goes even more strongly and says that when Socrates was considering defending himself differently in his trial, the divine voice stopped him. Plato's version doesn't say that. It just says that the divine voice did not stop him from doing it the way he did it. And so the things that led to his death sentence are things that the divine voice did not warn him against. And so death must not be a bad thing for him. Because if it were a bad thing for him, then the divine voice would have warned him away. A lot have been written about this divine voice, whether Socrates means it literally, what we're supposed to make of it. Anyway, take it as you will. Fourth, Socrates says, look, the gods will not allow anything bad to happen to a good man. Either in this life or in the afterlife, he says. Nothing bad happens to a good man because the gods are in his corner. And so therefore, he's got nothing to worry about. Now, there are a couple of things that are striking about this. First, he's taking the fact that nothing bad can happen to a good man as evidence that nothing bad can happen to him, which shows he's thinking that he's a good man. You might think, well, sure, why doesn't he think he's a good man? But remember, Socrates often says that in order to truly be a good man, you have to be an expert on virtue. But Socrates denies that he's an expert. He denies that he has this knowledge. So Socrates must have some weaker criteria for being a good man, such that he counts as being a good man even though he's not an expert. That's something we'd like more information about or try to figure out. Second, what does he mean by saying a good man can't be harmed? He doesn't mean that bullets bounce off him or that swords bounce off him. He's not denying that a good man can be imprisoned, tortured, executed, and so on. So what he must mean is that those things don't count as harms for the good man. Indeed, there are some passages elsewhere in the dialogues where he seems to be saying that the good man doesn't let himself care about things like that. But in the Gorgias and the Republic, we've got a weaker claim. In the Gorgias and the Republic, what Socrates says is that virtue is a necessary part of happiness. So you can't achieve your happiness without virtue. And also that the just person is always better off than the unjust one. But he doesn't say in those dialogues that the just person is always happy. He just says the just person is happier than the unjust one. So it's possible that they could both be pretty miserable. You can imagine two people, one's happier than the other, but then neither one is very happy. one's got a shark nibbling one of his legs, and one's got sharks nibbling both of his legs. So one's worse off than the other, but life sucks for both of them. So in the Gorgias and the Republic, he doesn't seem to be saying that happiness is something that will guarantee, or that virtue will guarantee your happiness. Just that virtue will always make you happier than otherwise, but might still be very unhappy. But here he seems to be taking the more extreme view, that virtue isn't just one component of happiness, it's the only component of happiness. That virtue is all you need, no matter what else is happening. If you're being tortured or whatever, all you need to be happy is virtue. Now, there are passages in Plato that suggest each of these views. Sometimes Plato has Socrates seem to be defending the strong views, and there's the weak one. After Plato, the next generations of classical Eudymonists are going to split on this issue. So Aristotle, Plato's student, is going to defend the moderate version. Virtue isn't all of happiness, it's just part of it. Virtue always makes you happier than you would be if you were unvirtuous. But that's consistent with your lacking full happiness. The Stoics, on the other hand, are going to take the more extreme version. Virtue isn't just one part of happiness, it's the whole deal. All you need for happiness is to be virtue. And so therefore, as long as you're virtuous, nothing that happens to you can count as bad for you, because you just don't care about anything with your own virtue. So Aristotle and the Stoics are both developing sort of strands in the Socratic view, but they're sort of going in different directions with it. So I'll end up with pictures of Aristotle there on the left, and on the right is Chrysippus, who was one of the founders of Stoicism, and they're taking opposite views on this. And when we get to Aristotle, we will see how Aristotle defends his moderate version against the more extreme one. Okay, now we pass from Socrates and Plato to Aristotle. There's a kind of lineage here. Just as Plato was the student of Socrates, so Aristotle is a student of Plato. Aristotle has a lot in common with Socrates and Plato. There are important continuities there. But there are also some discontinuities. There's some respects in which Aristotle thinks that Socrates and Plato were taking these ideas in the wrong direction. Aristotle wants to do a kind of course correction. Even though he's largely in their corner, he has an independent approach. Like Socrates and Plato, Aristotle is a classical eudaemonist, which means that he defends the following set of positions that they also defend. So we talked about these. I talked about these in an earlier lecture. So first of all, each person has an ultimate end for the sake of which they do everything else that they do. This ultimate end is their own happiness. This happiness, although it may include feelings, it isn't just a feeling. It's an objective condition, something that you might not be aware of all aspects of. Moral virtue is a constitutive part of happiness. It's not just a means to it, it's actually part of it, which means you cannot achieve your happiness without being moral. Right actions are those that express virtue. Remember, this is why classical eudaimonism is a form of virtue theory, because it defines right actions in terms of virtue rather than vice versa. One implication is there can never be a genuine conflict between morality and self-interest, because your happiness is your self-interest, and morality is part of it. If morality was just a way of something that caused your self-interest to happen, you might think maybe there's some other easier way to cause it. But if morality is actually part of your self-interest, then there's no way of achieving your self-interest without being moral. And this also means that there's a limit to how far there can be conflicts between different people's interests as well. Because if my happiness requires virtue, and virtue requires me to respect your interests, that means that I can't achieve my happiness by running roughshod over you. So our interests are in some way fundamentally harmonious. Anyway, so Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, all three of them agree on that list, more or less. But Aristotle thinks that Socrates, as he's portrayed in Plato's dialogues, makes some mistakes. And one of them is a matter of method. So you often find Plato having Socrates say, we should follow the views of the wise and ignore the views of the many. So in the Crito, a dialogue we'll be reading a little bit later, Crito is telling Socrates, well, if I do this, what will ordinary people think? And Socrates says, what do you care what ordinary people think? You should care about the people who are wise. But Aristotle thinks that we should regard both the views of the wise and the views of the many. By the many, meaning sort of the majority, the average person. Both of those are deserving of our respect. Whereas for Plato, it seems like it's only the views of the wise that deserve our respect. So what's going on here? Well, Aristotle thinks we should take seriously the views of the wise, even though they're not always right. He's not, sometimes he uses the word wise in such a way that you don't count as wise unless you've got it right. But in this context, he's not using wise to mean people who are right. They might or might not be right. He's using wise to mean people who are smart. They're aware of these issues. They've given them a lot of thought. And so if someone is intelligent and they thought a lot about some topic, then that gives what they have to say a reason for us to respect it. Doesn't mean we just agree with it, but we should take it seriously and investigate it carefully if someone who's really smart and has thought a lot about it says this. But we should also take seriously the views of the many, even if they're not particularly wise, because the many can often be collectively wiser than a given individual, even if individually they're not so wise. So he gives the analogy. Suppose you invite a bunch of people to a potluck dinner. You ask each person to bring a dish to share. Well, if you invite only a handful of people, there's a danger that they might all bring salad or all bring dessert or something. You won't have an adequate range of things to share. But if you invite a large number of people, it's pretty unlikely that So if you invite 3 people, they might all bring salad. If you invite 30 people, it's really unlikely that they will all bring salad. So the more guests you invite, the more balanced the range of dining options is likely to be. And Aristotle thinks that this is also true in the case of wisdom. The more people you ask, even if they're all average, ordinary people, the more people you ask, the more the total belief set becomes wise, because their differences in knowledge tend to cancel each other out. And there's one way you can actually test this. I've sometimes done this in classes. Is ask a bunch of people who don't know, ask them to guess the height of Mount Everest. And then you take the average of their answers. And if it's a small class, the average might be wildly off, because all you need is 1 or 2 people guessing wildly too high or wildly too low. It throws off the whole average. But if you ask a large number of people to guess the height of Mount Everest, the larger the number you ask, the more closely the total average converges on the right height, because people sort of generally have a broad idea of how high a mountain's likely to be. Even if they don't know exactly, they know that it's not 1,000,000 miles high and it's more than 50 feet. I mean, they know something. And the larger the group, the more that a few weird answers will get sort of canceled out. And I've done this because I've done this. One year I did this where I had one class that had 8 people in it, another class that had 200 people in it. In the class that had 8 people in it, the average was wildly wrong, because there was one person who thought that Mount Everest was 300,000 feet high, which is a bit high. But in the large group of 200 people, even though there were some wildly wrong guesses in there too, the average made it broadly right. So that's what Aristotle thinks happens with the wise. This is one reason that Aristotle isn't as hostile to democracy as Plato is. They both have some problems with democracy, but Plato is just much more against democracy. He thinks, why on earth would you have people vote on something? You don't have people vote on how to design a ship or how to cure a disease. You go to the experts. And so in every case, you should always have decisions made by experts. Why would you want to make them by majority vote? The majority doesn't know anything. So Plato has very little patience with democracy. Now, Aristotle's not... Aristotle has worries about democracy, but he thinks it's more highly of it than Plato does, because he thinks the masses can be collectively wiser than an individual wise person. So a large number of non-wise people voting might end up with a good result. The reason he's not a full democrat is he says you wouldn't want to let members of the many exercise individual authority. So you wouldn't want the average person to be able to run for election, because they're not educated enough. But it's all right for them to participate in voting. Now, actually, this looks a little bit like some aspects of the Athenian system, which was obviously was much more democratic than what Aristotle advocates. But when the Athenians pick people at random, again, the idea is that you get a few oddballs, they'll be canceled out by the others. Aristotle also thinks the wise and the many tend to make different mistakes, and the contrasting mistakes. You need to counterbalance each other. The many tend to be too vulgar-minded. They're too materialistic. You need to pull them up to a higher, more idealistic view by sort of injecting into them the views of the wise. But the wise have the opposite problem. They tend to float off into ivory tower abstractions, to believe in practical, crazy theories. They need to be pulled down to common sense. So you're going to get a more accurate view if you combine the views of the wise and the many and consider them both, than if you consider only one. So Socrates and Plato are examples of the kinds of people who tend to make the mistakes of the wise. So, for example, saying, as they sometimes do, that virtue is all you need for happiness. So as long as you're virtuous, you can be happy even if you're being tortured. Aristotle thinks that's a crazy view that's floating away from common sense. It's too high-minded. It needs to be pulled down. But people like Polus and Thrasymachus have the opposite problem. They're too vulgar. They don't think that virtue is important to your happiness at all, at least initially. They have a much more materialistic conception of well-being. And so we need to find a middle way. Of course, the middle way isn't going to be necessarily, 50-50 right down the middle. Aristotle's view looks a lot more like Socrates than it does like Thrasymachus. So when if there are two ways of going wrong, it doesn't mean that the two ways are equally wrong. There's a sense in which Aristotle thinks that people like Thrasymachus are making a worse mistake, a farther deviation from truth than people like Socrates. So his middle way is actually going to sort of veer a little bit closer to Socrates. So he's the truth is a bit closer to what the wise think than what the many think. But still, it needs some input from the many to avoid floating off too high. So Aristotle says that when we're investigating anything, we should start off from the endoxa, which means the reputable beliefs, which for him means the views of the wise and the many. What makes a view endoxon or reputable is either the number of people who hold it or the wisdom of the people who hold it. You start with them as a basis, and you work your way up from those to an account, and the account may correct and alter them. It doesn't beholden to them. It doesn't have to stick with whatever they say. In fact, you can't stick with all of them because they conflict. But you take them seriously, you try to correct them, but you try to justify them as far as possible. In other words, you've got a better theory if the theory can justify as much as possible what the endoxa said, even if it can't justify all of them. Aristotle calls this saving the appearances. You want your theory to coincide with the ordinary observations as far as possible, even if a lot of those are in part mistaken. Now, although this is supposed to be a difference from Socrates and Plato, and that they're only considering the views of the wise, and Aristotle is considering the views of the many as well, it's not really different from Socrates' method in practice, because when Socrates encounters someone who's not so wise, he doesn't say, "Shut up, go listen to the wiser person." Instead, he listens to what they have to say, and he tries to extract the truth from their beliefs. So in practice, Socrates' method may be more Aristotelian than it is in theory. Okay, continuing on with Aristotle. Aristotle, like Plato, wrote dialogues. However, all of Aristotle's dialogues are lost. We have a few fragments or testimonies about what was in them, but by and large, we don't have them. Though we do know that, unlike Plato, he made himself a character in the dialogues, which makes it easier to tell that he's endorsing a view, I suppose. However, unlike Plato, Aristotle also wrote a bunch of straightforward prose treatises, which nowadays is the standard form for philosophy. In Plato's day, there was no one standard form for philosophy. You might ask, well, why did Plato write dialogues rather than prose treatises? We could equally ask, why write prose treatises rather than dialogues? There was no one standard agreed literary format for these things. Traditionally, drama and poetry had been the main form in which philosophical issues got raised, and so you can see why it's not that surprising that Plato would do something similar. However, Aristotle is going to create a trend. After Aristotle, although philosophers still occasionally write dialogues or poems, the kind of straightforward treatise becomes the standard way of doing philosophy. But even though he's not writing dialogues, in a sense in which Aristotle is still following the kind of dialogical method that Socrates does, even though he's doing it in straight text. Now, these treatises look like they weren't treatises he just sat down and wrote to publish them. It looks like they were more like his course notes that he would lecture from, which means that he might have expanded on them in lecture. He might have said more in the lecture than the notes, which means that kind of like these PowerPoints. So you got the text, but I say a little bit more than is in the text. Now, two of his ethical treatises survive, or at least two. There's a third one that people aren't sure whether it's by him or not, but of these two, one's called the Eudemian Ethics and one's called the Nicomachean Ethics. And I'll pause here to note that Nicomachean that the second C is followed by an H, but the first one is not, because I know that the way people are most likely to misspell this is they add an H after the first C. So remember, no H after the first C, only after the second. Now, there's no explanation in the text as to why they have these odd titles. The titles are drawn from people's names. None of Aristotle's other works have titles like that. They just have straightforward titles like physics or politics or whatever. No, we don't know that Aristotle gave his treatises the titles they have. We don't know how they got those titles. Some later editor may have done it. But anyway, there's no explanation as to why these ones are called that. But there are theories. So Eudemus was one of Aristotle's students, and Nicomachus was Aristotle's son. It was also the name of Aristotle's father, but it seems more likely that the son is the one who's relevant here. Some people think that Aristotle dedicated his books to them, but dedicating books to people wasn't that common in those days. And anyway, these weren't published books. They were course notes. It's sort of weird to dedicate course notes to someone. It was as though I had dedicated these PowerPoints to someone, which you notice I didn't. Another theory is that the Eudemian Ethics is called that because it was written by Eudemus, not Aristotle. And the Nicomachean Ethics is called that because it was written by Nicomachus, not Aristotle. But the texts look like they were written by Aristotle, and they come down to us, as part of a collection of Aristotle's works. Why would the editors give them names meaning that they're not by Aristotle and then stick them into a collection of works that are supposed to be by Aristotle? So the most likely theory is, after Aristotle dies, his notes end up in the possession of different people. And so let's say that one set of lecture notes on ethics was found in Eudemus's papers, and so they called that the Eudemian Ethics. The other was found among Nicomachus's papers, and they called them Nicomachus's Ethics. That's, I think, the most likely explanation. Why do you write two sets of ethics notes? Well, professors revise their courses over time. Maybe that's what happened. In any case, most people regard the Nicomachean Ethics as the more mature and sophisticated work, so that's the one we're looking at. So the Nicomachean Ethics starts off with an analysis of the concept of action. When he says that every action aims at some end or good. Whenever you act, you're aiming at some desired end. Now, by action, he means purpose of actions. Now, there are things that we do, they're sometimes called actions. We call them things we do, like sneezing or stumbling. But there's a sense in which those aren't really things we do. They're more like things that happen to us or in us, but they're not actions we originate. So when Aristotle's talking about actions here, he means purpose of actions, actions you do intentionally. So every action aims at some end or good. And he goes on to say, and this is all in the first paragraph of the first chapter, sometimes the end itself is an action, but other times the end is some product distinct from the action. And in the latter case, the product is more valuable than the action. Okay, why does he say that? Well, think of it this way. The point is that actions get their value from the end. If I'm doing X in order to get Y, then it's the value of Y that really explains the value of X. X doesn't have any value in its own right. Its value is derivative from, or parasitic on Y. When the end and the action are the same thing, then of course they have the same value. But in the case where the end is some product beyond the action, then the value of the action depends on the value of this further product. So the product is really where the action, metaphorically speaking, the product is what's important. And so in those cases, where the action is merely an instrumental means to bringing about the product is more important. Now, in lots of cases, just as where in arguments, sometimes a conclusion from one set of premises will serve as a premise for the next set of conclusions, So likewise, if you do A as a means to B, although B is the end for A, B may in turn be used as a means to C. And if C is the end of B, C may in turn be a means to D, and so forth. So each end can often turn into a means to some further end. But the question is, can that go on forever? So I do this for the sake of that, 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 on to infinity. Is that possible? Or do you eventually have to stop with something you value for its own sake, and not for the sake of something further? Aristotle's answer is it cannot go on forever. A chain of means and ends can't be infinite. And here's why. Remember, a means gets its value from the end. There's no point of doing the means except to get the end. The value of the means is dependent on the value of the end. So if you have a whole chain of means and ends, the whole chain is going to get its value from the final member of the chain. So if it's infinite, there is no final member. So if the value of the whole string depends on the final member, and there is no final member, then the whole chain is pointless. There's no reason to do any of it. Why are you doing this crazy thing? In order to get that crazy thing, in order to get that crazy thing, you don't have any reason to value any of it. So Aristotle concludes that every chain of means and ends has to end up with a final end. That is an end that you don't value as a means to something further, that you value just for its own sake. Now the question is there just one, if for each person, is there just one single final end, in which all their means ends chains terminate? So that all the different means ends chains they're pursuing all have one thing and they all share. Or is it just that each means end chain has its own final end, but you just have a grab bag of final ends and there's no particular connection among them? Which is it? Aristotle's answer is the first one. For each person, there must be a single ultimate end in which all their different means end chains converge. So whenever I'm doing anything, not only am I ultimately aiming at some final end, but I'm ultimately aiming at that one final end. He gives an argument for this claim, but the argument is a little puzzling and hard to follow. Here's the argument. So, like Socrates, he thinks about ethics in terms of expertise. He thinks different kinds of expertise are arranged in a hierarchy, so that the art of bridle making is subordinate to the art of horsemanship. Now, of course, the only use for bridles is in riding horses, so this kind of makes sense. What do you use bridles for? Riding horses. So what sets the standard for what counts as a good bridle? The art of horsemanship. The art of riding horses determines that. Suppose a bridle maker says, here's a bridle that's 50 feet long, and this is the greatest bridle ever. I've created this thing. And the expert horseman can say a 50-foot-long bridle is no good for riding a horse. It's not going to fit. And so you, the bridle maker, don't get to decide this is a good bridle. Whether it's a good bridle or not is determined by the needs of horsemanship, because the function of bridles is to be used in riding horses. So therefore, horsemanship sets the standards for what counts as a good product of bridle making. Moreover, the expert horseman is also the one who decides when to use the products of bridle making and when not to. If you're an expert horseman, then let's say you know how to ride bareback as well as, and with no saddle, no reins, nothing, no bridle. And sometimes it's appropriate to do that. But other cases where you wouldn't want to do that, the expert horseman knows when to use a bridle and when not. So not only does the horseman decide what counts as a good bridle, the horseman also decides when bridles are worth using and when not. The art of horsemanship is in the same way subordinate to the art of generalship. Now that might sound odd, but the important thing to know here is the Greeks used horses only in war. They didn't use them for farming. They used oxen to pull a plow, not horses. They didn't use them in transportation. They'd use oxen again, or they used donkeys, or they'd walk. So, by and large, the only use for horses was in war, which means that in peacetime they were a luxury good, because you couldn't just put them in a closet when you weren't using them. You had to feed them and maintain them and take care of them. And in fact, this has an important connection with the three main social classes in Athens. Which social class you belong to in Athens was determined by what equipment among citizens. Also, there were the slaves, but that's a whole different thing. Among the free adult male citizens, what class you belong to is determined by what equipment you could bring with you into a war effort. So if you're the poorest class, you can't afford to own any war equipment. All you can own in the way of war equipment is your own body. And so therefore, if you're the poorest class, you go into the Navy. You man the oars. The government provides the ship and the oars. You don't bring anything to it except your arms, your muscles. If you're the middle class, then you're affluent enough to own armor and weapons. You can bring, you bring your own. The government did not, the government provided ships and oars, but the government did not provide armor, swords, shields, any of that stuff. If you wanted to wear that in battle, you had to bring that yourself. And if you could afford to bring that yourself, then you'd be put in the infantry rather than the navy. If you could afford a horse, well, then you must be really rich. Horses are a lot more expensive than weapons and armor. Weapons and armor don't require much maintenance. I mean, you should probably polish them once in a while and keep them from rusting, but you don't have to be constantly feeding them and exercising them. You do it for a horse. So only the richest class could afford horses. And so if you were a member of that class, you could bring a horse into the war effort, and then you'd go into the cavalry. And in fact, the class that could provide horses were called the equestrians. In fact, if you notice, lots of Greek names have some variant of hippos in them, which is the Greek word for horse. You have names like Hippias, Hipparchus, Hippocrates, Aristippus, and those are all aristocratic names. Those are names that are telling you our family is associated with horses, which means we're rich enough to own horses. We're a member of the equestrian class. There's a picture of an Athenian equestrian with a sword and a shield on his horse. So, as we've seen, horses are only used in war. So generalship, which is the art of conducting a war, sets the standards for horsemanship. In other words, it determines what counts as good and bad horsemanship. The general also decides when to make use of horsemanship. Decides when to send in the cavalry this time or send in the infantry instead. So bridle making is subordinate to horsemanship. Horsemanship is subordinate to generalship. In the same way, if each of those arts is subordinate to the next one, then the end of each one is subordinate to the next one as well. The ends of bridle making are subordinate to the ends of horsemanship, which is subordinated to the ends of generalship, says Aristotle. Then he says generalship is subordinate to political science. Now, by political science, Aristotle means the art of running a city. Cities, of course, were independent states in those days. Each city was like its own country. So running a city, politics literally means the science of the polis, the city. So political science doesn't mean necessarily what you would take in a course called political science in college now. That's more of a theoretical science. What Aristotle means by political science is the art of ruling a city. It's similar to the art of ruling that Socrates and Thrasymachus debated about. So it's the rulers who decide, how are we going to resolve this dispute with Sparta? Are we going to negotiate, or are we going to send soldiers? In other words, are we going to use the arts of diplomacy or the arts of generalship? They're the ones who decide on those things. In the same way that the general decides whether to use the cavalry or the infantry. And so political science bears the same relationship to generalship, and generalship bears to horsemanship, and horsemanship bears to bridle making. But it's not just generalship and diplomacy that the rulers of the city decide about. Aristotle says, for all the different arts and sciences and expertises in the city, it's always the rulers of the city who decide which of them to use when. Medicine, agriculture, all of them. And that means that all the ends are subordinate to political science. And that means the ends of all those various sciences and arts and crafts and expertises are all going to be subordinate to the end of political science. What's the end of political science? What are the rulers seeking? The rulers are seeking the well-being of the city. It's more like Socrates than like Thrasymachus in this case. So the rulers are seeking the well-being of the city. They're promoting happiness. So the end of political science is happiness. All the other sciences, their ends are subordinate to the end of political science. So all the other ends are subordinate to happiness. And that means that happiness is the ultimate end. Which means there is, in fact, an ultimate end. A single ultimate end that all these different ends are coordinated with. Well, as I said, there's some odd things about this argument. First of all, it's kind of odd to be told that the rulers of the city get to decide when and whether agriculture is going to be used, when and whether medicine is going to be used, and whether they have this kind of micromanaging totalitarian system where the rulers of the city control everything. that doesn't describe real-life Athens. Athens' government was not that micromanaging. I mean, sure, they controlled various things, but Athens left a lot of discretion to individual private citizens. So this idea that the rulers of the city determine, when all the different arts and sciences get used doesn't sound like the actual city Aristotle was living in. Nor does it really describe Aristotle's own ideal state. In his political writings, he describes what the ideal government should be like. And although it's a bit more intrusive than the Athenian system was, it doesn't seem as all-encompassing as what he's describing here. So Aristotle's analogy seems to be drawn from a version of the state that doesn't fit either reality or his theory. So that's one weird thing about this argument. Another weird thing about it is that it makes it sound as though the ultimate end he's talking about is one big end that all people share. Whereas his official view is that the happiness that you're aiming at is your own individual happiness, not everyone's. Now, it's going to turn out that in pursuing your own happiness, you're going to be committed to respecting other people's happinesses too, because of the way harmonious interests interlock. But the central idea of Aristotle's theory is that the ultimate end for each person is that person's own happiness. So it looks a bit distracting and confusing to talk about a system where the ultimate goal is everyone's happiness. However, I think we can get a better idea what Aristotle is trying to say if we think of the city he describes as an analogy for an individual person. So even if it's not accurate as an actual city, it looks more like Plato's ideal city than Aristotle's ideal city. But think what happens when the rulers of the city are trying to decide between diplomacy and generalship. Are we going to go to war with Sparta or negotiate with them? Imagine you're like the city, and your mind, your reason is like the rulers of the city, and you have to decide which of your various ends to do. Well, suppose that you as an individual have a bunch of different separate ends, and there was no overarching end in which they all fit. What happens then when that person has to choose among different competing ends? So imagine, to make it simple, imagine I have just two final ends, fame and ice cream. Those are the only two things I value for their own sake. Now what happens if they conflict? They don't always conflict. Sometimes the best way to get myself some more fame and the best way to get myself some more ice cream are going to coincide. I can enter an ice cream eating contest, or I can steal an ice cream truck. Those both get me some ice cream and some fame. But there can be a lot of cases where the best way to get some more fame right now and the best way to get some more ice cream right now are not going to be compatible. Fame this way, ice cream that way. When that happens, I have to deliberate. That is, I have to decide. I have to go around deciding, should I go for more fame right now or should I go for more ice cream right now? But deliberation is an action. It's something we do intentionally. As if every action aims at an end, then deliberation must aim at some end. Excuse me. So when I'm deliberating between fame and ice cream, what is the aim, the end of my deliberation? Well, it can't be fame, because I'm not deciding yet whether it's fame I'm going to go for, and it's not ice cream, because I haven't decided yet whether I'm going for ice cream. And my final end can't be the combination of fame and ice cream, because under present circumstances, I can't have both. I'm having to choose. But I have to think of myself as having some goal when I'm deliberating. So if I'm choosing between these two purportedly final ends, what goal must I have in mind? I've got to have some goal like having all my ends fit together harmoniously as far as possible, or something like that. I have to think of myself as having that goal, which means I don't just have fame and ice cream as goals. I have fame and ice cream, and I have this goal, this broader overarching goal that includes these. I have this goal of achieving as many of my different ends as far as I possibly can. And something like that is closer to what Aristotle means by happiness. So there the idea is that whenever you deliberate, and it's important to see that we can't really avoid deliberating. We're constantly having to deliberate. And whenever you're deliberating, you have to think of your deliberation as aiming at something, at some end beyond the ends you're deliberating between, which means you have to think of all your different means and chains as determining this as converging on this overarching end. Some of those ends might be things that help to bring about this ultimate end, others might be part of it. Moreover, says Aristotle, happiness can't be just one end among others. Because if it were, there'd be something better than happiness. Namely, happiness plus one of those other ends. But the whole point is happiness is supposed to be the ultimate end. So therefore, if there's anything other than happiness that's valuable, it has to be part of happiness. It has to be an intrinsic component of happiness, a constitutive means to happiness. Now, so far this account is pretty formal and abstract. It doesn't tell us anything concrete about happiness. It doesn't tell us what the content of happiness is. And so far it's consistent with the possibility that the content of happiness might be wildly different from one person to the next. But is that the case, or is there any aspect of happiness that has to be universal? Are there things that, even if people's happiness isn't all identical, are there some things that every person has to have in order to be happy? Now remember, people can be mistaken about the means to their ends. And not just in cases where it's an instrumental means, where you mistakenly think this will bring about that. Like, I think that drinking from this glass will get me some water and actually get some hydrochloric acid. But also you can be mistaken about constitutive means. You can be mistaken about what this good consists of. When you get mistaken about happiness, not just mistaken about what causes happiness, but also mistaken about what the content of happiness is. So that means that the mere fact that people on the surface seem to have wildly different conceptions of happiness doesn't necessarily mean that's what they're committed to. Just as if people are committed to wildly different answers to large feline predator, and some say panther, and some say leopard, and some say cheetah, and some say lioness, but ultimately they're all committed to its being, in our example, it was leopard because that was the only one that would fit in with Dracula. So if you want to know what views people are committed to, that may not be the same as what they say off the top of their heads. As we saw with Bachelor and with various things people think in these Socratic dialogues. So if you want to know what someone's conception of happiness is, what their real conception of happiness is, just asking them to say the first thing that comes to mind may not get it. You have to go through the crossword puzzle method or dialectic to find out what people really value. So that's what Aristotle is undertaking to do. So what Aristotle is doing in the Nicomachean Ethics is he's going to try and show us what the content of happiness is. Now, he doesn't think it's exactly perfectly identical from person to person, but he thinks that there's a certain level at which, broadly speaking, the same elements are going to be part of everyone's happiness. And remember, Aristotle isn't just offering this as his own personal view. He's not just saying, here are my thoughts on happiness. Because, suppose they were his thoughts on happiness. Who cares? They'd just be autobiography on his part. No, he's trying to show us that we're committed to it. That even people who think that the correct conception of happiness is something other than what Aristotle is offering are actually going to turn out to be committed to Aristotle's conception at the end of the day. Now, of course, what I've just described as Aristotle's method sounds a lot like Socrates' method, and there's a reason for that. I mean, despite his disagreements with Socrates, Aristotle comes out of the Socrates-Plato line. And so he's very much developing the same approach, but Aristotle's making it, much more formal and explicit. Even though Socrates is sort of unusually self-conscious about method compared to other philosophers of the day, Aristotle is even more so. Okay, on with Aristotle. We talked last time. I talked about Aristotle's general method of approaching these things and his general conception of happiness. Now we're coming to Aristotle's critique of conceptions of happiness that he thinks are mistaken. All right, so last time we saw that Aristotle thinks he's shown us that each of us is committed to thinking of our actions as all aimed at some overarching ultimate end, which he's going to call happiness. And so far, this is a purely formal content. It doesn't have any concept. It doesn't have any content yet. It doesn't mean a pleasant feeling. It doesn't mean anything yet. It's just whatever it is that we're committed to thinking of as our ultimate end. So now Aristotle's going to fill in the content. Now Aristotle's going to try to figure out what ultimate end we're committed to thinking of ourselves as having. Now remember again from before that Aristotle thinks in investigating anything like this, we should start from the reputable beliefs, the beliefs of the many and the wise, the endoxa. So that's what he's going to do here. Now again, as I said before, that doesn't mean that if you have to start with the endoxa, if those are the beliefs that are worth taking seriously, that doesn't mean they're all going to turn out to be correct. Usually they're going to get revised, sometimes drastically, especially since they conflict with each other, so they can't all be correct. But he thinks that's where we should start, and also he thinks that you should try to show that each of them was in some sense on the right track. Each of them was aiming at the truth, even if it didn't make it. So what are some of the views that the many, the masses, the ordinary people have about happiness? Well, Aristotle mentions a few. One is you might think happiness is wealth, that the secret of a successful life is to have a lot of money. One is that it's just staying alive. It's survival, self-preservation, living as long as possible, being alive. You might think staying alive is success, dying is failure. Or you might think that life, the point of life, is pleasure, that you want to have pleasant feelings all the time. Or you might think that it's honor. And here, honor is again being used in the old-fashioned original sense. Where originally, honor means being honored, being admired by people, having a good reputation. Nowadays, honor means something more like your own inner integrity. It doesn't necessarily depend on what other people think of you. But originally, honor meant other people's opinion of you, of other people having a good opinion of you. They're honoring you. That's what honor is. So you could lose honor through no fault of your own, just because other people believe some lie about you or something like that. That's the original meaning of the word honor, and that's how it's being used here. What about the wise? And here Aristotle often seems to have in mind people like Socrates or Plato. Again, the wise aren't necessarily people who have it right. They're just people who are very thoughtful and intelligent and have given a lot of consideration to this question. Well, in reading Socrates or Plato, you might get the impression that what happiness really is all about is virtue, or you might get the impression that it's philosophic study, the examined life. So he's going to go through these various options and see if they stand up to scrutiny, see if there's something wrong with them, see if they can be revised or improved. So let's start with wealth. Could wealth be the ultimate end? And Aristotle says no, and the reason is, remember, the ultimate end is something that you value for its own sake. Everything else you value as a means, ultimately, to it. But this is the only thing you value solely and purely for its own sake. Wealth is not valued for its own sake. You value wealth always as a means to something further. Now, this is particularly obvious when by wealth you mean money. You don't want money for its own sake. Now, of course, we've got examples like in the pictures here of Smaug the Dragon or Scrooge McDuck as people who just want wealth to accumulate it. They have these piles and piles of wealth, and they just roll around in the piles of money. And they're more interested in that than in spending it. But that's not the standard thing, at least, that people want with money. We usually think of that as a pathological case. Ordinarily, if you want money, you don't want to just roll around in the money. You want to buy stuff with it. Imagine that you're trapped on a desert island, and there's no food, there's no stuff, but you got plenty of money, stacks and stacks of money all around you. Well, that wouldn't be that satisfying for most people. You want to be able to buy stuff. So if wealth means money, it's pretty clear that, for most of us anyway, wealth is not an end in itself. Now, sometimes by wealth they don't mean money. People by wealth sometimes mean the material goods that money buys. But even then, it might seem as though the material goods aren't really an end in themselves. I don't want to just have a fancy house. I want to live in it. I don't want to just own a fancy car. I want to drive around in it. I don't want to just own a fancy TV. I want to watch it, and so on. So in all these cases, the things that I want to own are tools for activities I want to engage in. And so they're not really valuable for their own sake. They're valuable as means to those activities. Now, of course, sometimes you don't want the stuff in order to engage in activities with it. You want the stuff just in order to be able to put on a show and impress other people. But even when that's the case, still there, in fact, even more there, the material goods are not an end in themselves. If the reason I want the fancy house is to impress my neighbors, then it's my neighbors being impressed that's the goal. And the house is just a means to that. What about life? Just staying alive. Could that be the ultimate end? Well, Aristotle says, look, you could spend your whole life asleep or a whole life in a coma. And you could live, for a really long time. Suppose someone made you the offer. You can either have a normal lifespan, a normal life with a normal lifespan, or I'll extend your lifespan so you can live to be 200 or 300 years old, but you'll spend most of it in a coma. And the coma would start right now. So you can stay conscious and live out your ordinary expected lifespan, or I put you in a coma right now and you spend the next 300 years in the coma. Well, most people are probably going to prefer the shorter life without the coma to the longer life in the coma. But if really all you cared about was staying alive, if staying alive were the ultimate goal, then you should jump at this offer. If you don't jump at the offer, that shows you don't just want to stay alive. You care about what you're doing while you're alive. It's not just the quantity of life you want. You value the quality of life more than the quantity. The way Aristotle puts it is that merely staying alive only engages the vegetative or plant-like aspect of the soul. You may think it sounds odd to talk about plants having souls, but remember, in Greek thought, the soul does not necessarily mean something immaterial or immortal or separable from the body. It can, but that's not part of the essence of it. The essence of the soul is just whatever makes something alive. So there's something that makes plants alive. That something might just be the way they're organized, in which case the way they're organized is the soul. So whatever it is about the soul, whatever it is about plants that makes them alive, that's the soul. And we share that. There's more to our souls than there is to plant souls, but our souls have something in common with plant souls. That is, there are these automatic self-maintenance processes going on in us, like they go on in plants. Think about things like respiration, cellular growth, circulation of the blood. Those are things that go on in us that are not part of our conscious control. They're like sap flowing in the tree. They're just automatic self-maintenance processes. So our soul has a vegetative side. If we spend our whole life in a coma, then we would be, as we say, a human vegetable. We would be living a life that only engaged the plant-like side of our soul. And that doesn't attract us. That doesn't appeal to us. So the moral is that no account of a successful life is going to satisfy us unless it engages the conscious, aware aspect of our soul, not just the vegetative side. And that's why just staying alive can't be an adequate account of the good life. What about pleasure? And again, maybe not just bodily pleasure, but could be. I think people sometimes say that they want a sense of accomplishment, which of course is not quite the same thing as accomplishment. You can have a sense of accomplishment without the accomplishment. If someone fools you into thinking you've accomplished something when you haven't. Anyway, could the ultimate be pleasure? Well, Aristotle thinks this is a better answer than the other two. It's a more plausible option than wealth, because pleasure is valued for its own sake, not necessarily solely for its own sake, but it does have value for its own sake in a way that wealth doesn't. So it's a better answer than wealth. It's also a better answer than merely staying alive, because unlike merely staying alive, pleasure does engage aspects of ourselves that go above the plant level. Plants don't experience pleasure and pain. We do. But here's the problem. Again, imagine someone makes you this offer. This time, instead of offering to put you in a coma for the rest of your life, I'm just offering to reduce your mental level to that of an infant or an animal. But you're going to get lots and lots of pleasure. So maybe I reduce your level to that of an animal, like a hamster. But you're going to be a really happy hamster. You have a really big, spacious cage and lots of lettuce to chew on, a little wheel to run on, and other hamsters to mate with, or whatever it is that makes hamsters pleased. You'll have lots and lots of hamster pleasure. And your mind will be at no higher level than that of a hamster, so you won't know you're missing anything. You'll be perfectly happy. Or at least you'll be perfectly pleased. Whether you'll be perfectly happy is the question. Or likewise, suppose I just reduce your mental level to that of an infant. And so you get all the pleasure that an infant can have. You get your diaper changed whenever you want, and you get your bottle and your rattle and whatever. Instantly you want something, you get it. So you're one happy, gurgling infant, but your mental level will never be any higher than that. So you can either live your normal life now with no guarantee of how much pleasure you're going to get, or I can drastically reduce your mental level, but guarantee you lots of pleasure. Would you take the deal? Well, Aristotle's betting you won't. If you wouldn't, that shows that you care about more than just pleasure. Because if all you cared about was pleasure, if pleasure really was the end-all and be-all of your life, then you'd jump at this offer. So pleasure is not the sole good. Why not? Well, this fails for the same reason that mere survival does. Mere survival fails because it only engages those aspects of our souls at the vegetable level. Pleasure fails because it only engages those aspects of the souls at the animal level. Now, the animal level is higher than the vegetable level, but it's still not the distinctly human side. Just as we share things in common with plants, we have respiration and cellular growth and so forth. We share things with animals, we have sense perception and pleasure and pain and so forth. But higher rational thought we have and animals don't. The fact that we wouldn't consent to be reduced to the mental level of an animal, even in exchange for lots and lots of animal pleasure, shows that the ultimate end has got to be something that engages our distinctively human side, which means rationality. The next candidate Aristotle considers is honor. Again, not in the modern sense, but in the old sense of being honored by the people. Now, having other people have a good opinion of you is a very important thing in Greek culture. You might say, well, duh, it's an important thing in every culture. It's important in our culture, too. Yes, but there's a difference. Of course, in our culture, we care a lot about what other people think of us. But in our culture, we're at least taught to pay lip service to the idea that what we're like on the inside is more important than what other people think of us. We may not always live up to that, but officially, the official doctrine of our culture is that your inner integrity is more important than other people's opinions. Now, that probably comes in part from the influence of people like Socrates and Aristotle. It also comes in part, I think, from the influence of Christianity, probably from some other places too. But anyway, that's an important part of our culture. Even if in practice we do care quite a lot about what other people think of us, we have this very widespread view in our culture that what you ought to care about more is what you're really like on the inside, not other people's opinions. This was less true in Greece. It's true of the philosophers. The Greek philosophers also think that what you're like on the inside is more important than what other people think of you. But this wasn't that widespread a view in Greek culture generally. Indeed, a lot of people thought that having a good reputation, both during your lifetime and after your death, should be your central ambition, particularly among warriors and politicians, people who cared about their legacy. As politicians today still care about their legacy. So an example, take the Greek tragedy Ajax by Sophocles. Here's an example of a play that seems odd to modern viewers and modern readers because we are less focused on reputation than the Greeks were. So Ajax is one of the heroes of the Trojan War on the Greek side. He does all kinds of great things for the Greek side. But when Achilles dies, there's a contest to determine who's going to be awarded Achilles' armor. And Ajax thinks that he's the coolest and he ought to get it, and he doesn't get it. And so he just goes mad with jealousy and decides to take revenge on his fellow Greeks by slaughtering them. But in his madness, he mistakes a bunch of cattle for the other Greeks. He slaughters the cattle. And then when he comes to his senses, he's pretty embarrassed. He decides to kill himself. So in this picture, he's sticking a sword up in the ground. He's planning to thrust his chest down onto it. And here he's doing it. So he commits suicide because he's overcome by shame at first the fact that he tried to kill his fellow Greeks. That's one thing he's embarrassed about. And second, maybe even more embarrassing, is he tried to kill the Greeks and instead he just killed some cattle. So anyway, he's made a complete mess of his life now. And so he commits suicide. And in the play, that happens halfway through the play. The main character dies halfway through the play. And all the rest of the play is a debate about whether he's going to get buried. To modern audiences, that seems anticlimactic. The main character just died. Now you're just discussing funeral arrangements for the entire rest of the play. This seems really weird to people. People have complained. Modern readers have complained about the Ajax that it suddenly becomes boring halfway through. But to the Greek audience, if the question is, was Ajax's life to be judged as a success on the whole? And his reputation, including his reputation after death, was crucial to judging whether he'd lived a successful or unsuccessful life. So the question is he going to be remembered for the courageous acts he did on behalf of the Greeks throughout most of his life, which means he'll be buried with honors, which is symbolically sort of bringing him back into the community? Or instead is he going to be remembered for the complete crapfest he made of his life at the very end? And so that's what he's remembered for, and then he won't be buried properly. He'll be thrown up to have the body eaten by scavengers. To the Greek audience, you don't know whether he had a good or bad life until you know what happens next to his reputation. If he ends up being buried, then that means his life as a whole was a success. If he ends up not being buried properly, that means his life was a failure. And so to them, the last half of the play is not boring. We don't know the ending of Ajax's story until we see whether he's buried properly. Now, the Greek philosophers put much less emphasis on reputation. Socrates often says you shouldn't care about reputation at all, or at least he seems to be saying that. For Aristotle, it's too extreme. Remember, Aristotle wants to moderate the views of the wise with common sense. And he thinks it's only human to care about a reputation. But he does think, as Socrates does, that popular Greek culture places much too much value on reputation. And moreover, Aristotle thinks he can show that even those who themselves regard honor as the highest good can be shown that they're really committed to thinking something else is the highest good and not honor. So he gives two arguments for this claim. In the text, the two arguments are very much intermingled, but you can distinguish them if you read it carefully. They really are two different arguments. So one of them turns on the idea that there's some things that really don't count as being that kind of thing unless they're relatively stable. There's something that's too easily lost or too easily destroyed, it doesn't count as being that kind of thing that it is. So what does that mean? Well, think of health. Suppose that I've been feeling awful all day and having convulsions and vomiting, and then for 5 minutes I feel fine, and then I go right back to the convulsions and the vomiting afterward. Was I healthy for 5 minutes? Doesn't seem like it. Seems like nothing counts as health unless it lasts longer than that. Health has to be more robust to count as genuine health. Another example is peace. Suppose you've got two countries that are at war with each other, and they're bombing each other, and their soldiers are shooting at each other, and they're lobbing missiles and so forth. And then, for a few hours, they all just take a rest, and nobody's shooting or bombing anyone. And then when they all wake up, they go and they shoot and bomb each other some more. Were they at peace during those few hours? Again, it doesn't seem like it. There was a lull in the fighting, but peace has to last longer than that to be peace. Nothing counts as peace unless it lasts, long enough to count on for a bit. Likewise, commitment. Can you be committed to somebody for 5 minutes? You could feel committed to someone for 5 minutes. You could feel anything for 5 minutes. Some kind of drug can make you feel anything you like. But could you really be committed to someone for 5 minutes? No, it's not commitment if it only lasts 5 minutes. It doesn't have to last forever. You can have a real, sincere commitment. It lasts a long time, but then things happen and things change and you lose it. That seems possible. But it doesn't count as commitment if you only have it for 5 minutes. Aristotle thinks happiness is like that. Happiness is like health and peace and commitment. That if it's too easily lost, it doesn't count. Just as if your health is really fragile and you're very, very likely to get sick, and you've already, in some sense, got a health problem. So likewise, if your happiness is too fragile, too vulnerable to bad luck, too easily lost, then you're not really happy. Now, of course, you might feel happy. He's not talking about how you feel. How you feel is part of happiness, but it's not the whole thing. He's talking about your life objectively being successful overall. And if your life is too easily thrown off course, just as if you have a health condition that makes you too easily get sick, you're much more likely to get sick than the average person. But even if you feel fine right now, you're already, in some sense, having a health problem. So likewise, if your happiness is too vulnerable to bad luck, too fragile, too unstable, that's already a problem with your life, in a way that blocks our being able to say that your life is going well. If your life's going well is too easily thrown off course, then that is already a way in which your life is not going well now and you're not really happy. So Aristotle concludes that happiness has to be something that's mostly in your control. It's something that's not too easily lost. Well, if you've gone that far, why not go even farther and say what the Stoics say, which is nothing counts as happiness unless it's completely in your control. You can't, except by your voluntary choice, you can't lose happiness That happiness is that only things completely in your control are part of happiness. That's the Stoic view. If you think that happiness has to be stable, why not go the Stoic route and make it super duper stable? Why does Aristotle go that far towards Stoicism and not all the way? So the Stoic view is that you shouldn't care about anything other than your own virtue. Which means you don't just regard virtue as a component of happiness, the way all the classical hedonists do. You regard it as the only component. All there is to your being a successful person living a good life is if you're virtuous. Doesn't matter what else. Even if you're being tortured on the rack, you're still happy because you've got virtue. And one reason for this is that you can never be tempted away from virtue if you're a Stoic, because nothing else tempts you. You don't care about anything other than virtue. But another advantage is that virtue is something under your control. You can't control what other things happen to you or not. You can't control whether people capture you and torture you. That's outside your control. But you can control whether you're virtuous. So if you identify virtue with happiness, you're identifying your happiness with something under your control, which means you're invulnerable to bad luck. Nothing can take your happiness away. That's the Stoic view. So if Aristotle is saying that nothing counts as happiness unless it's pretty stable, why not go all the way to the Stoic view and say nothing counts as happiness unless it's absolutely and completely stable? Well, Aristotle, I think, would say this. He would say, it's plausible to say that if you're unusually likely to get sick, then you're already sick. That is to say, if you have a condition such that you're especially susceptible to getting sick, that's already a kind of health condition. But the Stoic view goes farther. The Stoic view is like saying the very ability to get sick counts as a kind of sickness. Of course, if you say that, that's like saying everyone is sick. And the whole point of having words like healthy and sick is to distinguish some people from other people. If your standards for health are so high that nobody counts as healthy, then we lose the point of the language. Whenever you define a word so strictly that either everything counts or nothing counts, you lose the point of having the word. Think of a term like chair. Suppose you define a chair as something you can sit in or sit on. Well, then a table will count as a chair because you can sit on the table, and the floor will count as a chair because you can sit on the floor, and a person will count as a chair because you can sit on them, and the whole planet counts as a chair because you can sit on them. So you can say, wow, there are lots more chairs than I thought. If you define chair that broadly, that everything counts as a chair, you lose the point of having a word chair. The whole point of having the term chair is to distinguish things like chairs from things like tables. So if you define a term either so broadly that almost everything counts, or so narrowly that hardly anything counts, you're losing the point of the term. I think that's what Socrates would say. I mean, what Aristotle would say. And so I think Aristotle is going to think that by going in the direction of a stability requirement for happiness, he's not committed to going all the way to the super duper, hyper invulnerable version of stability the Stoics favor. So if the wise, like the Stoics, and in some moods Socrates, think that happiness is super invulnerable to bad luck, and the many think that it's super vulnerable to bad luck, he wants to take the middle path. All right, what does that have to do with honor? Well, how much control do we have over other people's opinions of us? Obviously, we have some. What we do has an impact on what other people think of us. But what other people think of us is driven by so many considerations we have no control of that it's really much more up to them than it is up to us. So, argument. Our being happy is mostly under our control. He's given us a reason to think that, because a happiness that was too easily lost wouldn't count as a genuine happiness. But our being honored is mostly under their control, the people who honor us, not ours. So they can't be the same thing. That's Aristotle's first argument for not regarding honor as identical with happiness. His second argument is, look, even if you're really committed to the value of honor, you probably care about who honors you. You're probably more pleased at being honored by some people than others. If someone of good judgment honors you, that probably pleases you more than if some idiot honors you. Why? Why is that? If just honor all by itself were valuable, you wouldn't care where you get it. Just as, well, you want this money, you don't care whether it's a wise person or a fool giving you the money. $1 bill is worth as much as another. But honor from admiration from a wise person and admiration from a fool are not equally valuable. Why not? Well, here's what Aristotle is suggesting. If people of good judgment honor you, that's evidence that you're worthy of being honored, because they have good judgment, so they probably wouldn't honor you unless they could see you're worthy of it. Whereas some idiot honors you, that's not evidence that you're worthy of being honored. So if that's the reason, you prefer being honored by people of good judgment, because that's evidence that you're worthy of being honored, and if that you value that a lot more than having the idiot honor you, that shows that a big part of the reason you want to be honored is it enables you to think of yourself as worthy of being honored. But then here's the argument. Suppose it's true. Honor is valued in large part as a means to be able to regard ourselves as worthy of honor, which is roughly the same thing as being virtuous. But the end is more valuable than the means. So virtue is superior to honor. In other words, if a large part of why you value honor is really that enables you to think of yourself as virtuous, that means you don't really value honor for itself. You value it as a kind of means to your self-perception as virtuous, which means you're placing virtue at a higher level than honor. And so, even if you thought honor was your main goal, the fact that you care about who honors you, and you value honor from wise people more than from fools, shows you're committed to thinking of virtue is superior to honor. Now, of course, given that he's given these arguments for rejecting honor as the account of the element good, he's also looking a lot like arguments for the Stoic view. So Aristotle, has to, in resisting the views of the many, always has to explain why he's not going to fall into the mistakes of the wise. Because after all, one of the problems with honor is it's not sufficiently in our control. Well, virtue is in your control. You have a lot more control over whether you're virtuous than you do over whether other people think you're virtuous. So, if you want something that's primarily in your control as the essence of happiness, well, virtue looks like a good fit. Moreover, if the problem with honor is that you choose it as a means of thinking of yourself as worthy of being honored, well, being worthy of being honored is pretty much the same thing as being virtuous. And so again, it seems to point in the direction of making virtue a plausible candidate for happiness. So given that Aristotle has given these arguments against honor, he has to explain why these aren't then arguments for accepting the view that the Stoics have, and that Socrates and Plato at least sometimes seem to have, that virtue is the essence and centerpiece of happiness. Well, of course, when we talk about being virtuous, that's ambiguous. Sometimes when we say that someone is being virtuous, we mean they're acting virtuously. We say you were being really courageous back there. What I mean is that you were acting in some courageous way. But there's another sense of being courageous, where to say you're being courageous is just to say you have a certain character trait, which you may not be exercising at the moment. And when you're asleep, if you're a courageous person, when you're asleep, you're still courageous. You are being courageous in the sense that you are continuing to have that property, even though you're not being courageous in the sense of exercising courage. Well, in the second sense, where you can be virtuous just in the sense of having the trait, suppose you spent the rest of your life in a coma. You could still be virtuous. You couldn't be virtuous in the sense of doing any virtuous things, because you're in a coma, you can't do anything. But you could be virtuous in the sense you still have the character trait. You might wonder, well, what does it mean to have the character trait if you never actually get to do anything virtuous? Well, it's kind of like fragility. A glass can be fragile even if it never breaks. To say it's fragile is just to say that it probably would break if you hit it, but it might never get hit. So being fragile doesn't mean it ever actually breaks. It just means it is disposed to break if struck. Well, likewise then, to say you're virtuous isn't necessarily to say that you ever do anything virtuous. It just means that you're such that if you were to be confronted with some situation, you would make the right choice, or probably would, or something like that. So someone in a coma can be virtuous, meaning that if they were to wake up out of the coma and be faced with a moral dilemma, they'd make the right choice. But in fact, they're not going to be coming out of the coma. Just as the glass is fragile, meaning that if you were to hit it, it would break, even though no one's going to hit it. Or sugar can be soluble in water, meaning that if you were to drop it in water, it would dissolve, even though it's not going to get dropped in water. So, in that sense, you could have virtue, but spend your whole life in a coma. We've already seen that a whole life in a coma does not satisfy us as a conception of happiness. And therefore, the mere possession of virtue cannot be sufficient for happiness. Moreover, imagine someone who really cared a lot about being an expert violinist. They wanted to make that the centerpiece of their life. Is, I want to be the best violinist possible. I want to have this great skill. But they don't care about actually playing the violin. Now, of course, this is a somewhat unrealistic example because if you never play the violin, your skill is going to atrophy. But pretend not. Suppose that once you've achieved a certain level of skill, suppose it just remains there. Even if you don't practice, you'll just remain really skilled, meaning that if you were to pick up the violin, you'd play it very well. But as a matter of fact, once you've achieved the level of skill, you have no interest in actually playing the violin. Well, that's conceivable, but it'd be really weird. It'd be weird to care so much about having a capacity, but not care about exercising it. You care so much about being an expert violinist that you want to make your possession of that skill the centerpiece of your life. But you don't care if you ever actually play the violin. That's just weird. So likewise, it'd be really weird to care a lot about having the virtues, but not care about having a chance to exercise them. If you really care about virtue, it makes sense you'd care about actually acting virtuously, not just having it. Well, which is why being in the coma while virtuous isn't going to satisfy you. Well, this is going to show again why Aristotle and the Stoics are going to part company. Whether you have virtue might be mostly in your control. But when you get a chance to exercise that virtue is much less so. Is being generous under your control? Yes, in the sense of just having the trait. But whether you're actually able to act generously to someone might depend on whether you have any resources. If someone needs some help and there's something generous that would be good to do for them, but you got no money and there's nothing else you can do for them because of circumstances beyond your control, then if you think that happiness has to involve exercising these skills, not just having them, then that means that happiness can't be completely in our control, contrary to what the Stoics say. Even if we've got a reason for thinking it has to be mostly in our control, it can't be completely so. If we want to think of exercising the virtues as something that's important to happiness. In addition, of course, the Stoics hold, and Socrates sometimes seems to hold, that as long as you're virtuous, you're happy, even if you're suffering horrible tortures. Aristotle doesn't really have an argument against this. He just thinks you can't really take this argument seriously. He says, this is the kind of thing people say if they're committed to defending some thesis at all costs, but no one can really believe this. You can utter the word, if someone's torturing you, you can utter the words, I am happy, but he thinks you can't really mean it. So, argument. Virtue is the kind of thing you could have, even if you spent your whole life in a coma or being horribly tortured. Happiness is not the kind of thing you could have if those things were going on. Therefore, they can't be the same thing. If virtue and happiness were the same thing, then the circumstances where you could have one would be the same as you could have the other. But virtue is compatible with these unpleasant lifestyles, and happiness is not. So they can't be the same thing. Well, the last on the item on the list I gave at the beginning is this notion of philosophic study. So something like the examined life. Is that what happiness is all about? Well, there are various passages in Plato that suggest that something like philosophic study or philosophic contemplation or philosophical examination is what life should be all about. Either inquiring into some philosophical issue or finding the answer and then just contemplating the answer. Different passages suggest different things, but there are passages that suggest that's what the good life's all about. Now, Aristotle points out there are some reasons for thinking this could be a good option. It's not one that the many would take seriously, but it's something that we should take seriously because it's got some points in its favor. First of all, it's an activity, not just a capacity. It's not just the capacity for philosophic study that you're valuing, it's actually exercising that capacity. So that makes it a better candidate than the mere possession of virtue was. It does engage the distinctively rational human side of our souls. So it beats life, it beats pleasure, because those don't engage our rational side. But philosophic study clearly engages our rational side, if anything good. So that's another point in its favor. Moreover, you don't require that much in the way of resources to engage in philosophic study. You need some, but it's mostly in your power. By contrast, something like generosity, in order to be properly generous, if there are lots of people who need help, in order to be properly generous, you might have to have a lot of material resources. But you don't need a lot of material resources to engage in philosophical thought. As for example, many famous philosophers have done a lot of their thinking in prison. They didn't have much in the way of resources. In fact, when Aristotle talks about the reasons for thinking philosophical study might be the definition of happiness, he gets so enthusiastic about it that it's easy to think he's actually endorsing that as the right story. Some readers have read him that way. If you read him carefully, I think you're going to see that's not quite right. Now, he does say that the good thing about philosophic study is it engages the highest and most divine part of our nature, which is good. He says, look, you should try and make yourself as divine as possible. You shouldn't say, oh no, that's above the human level. You should try and make yourself as divine as possible. And that's what happens when you're engaging the highest part of yourself, your intellect. However, he also says we're not disembodied gods. We're flesh and blood creatures with an animal side. He says that insofar as we are those, we're going to have needs that go beyond just philosophic study. So when he says we should strive to be as godlike as possible, what he seems to mean is we should strive to be as godlike as possible within the constraints of human nature, but we can't transcend those constraints. And our human nature is that we're not just intellects, we're also animals. We're rational animals. And it's a mistake to try to treat ourselves just as animals, ignoring the rational part, which is what you do if you go after pleasure. If you try to treat yourself just as a pure disembodied intellect and ignore our animal side, go for philosophic study, that's a mistake too. And so his final conclusion seems to be that philosophic study, although it is going to be really important, because erring on the godlike side is better than erring on the animal side, still, it's not the whole deal. Now, so far, these arguments are all negative. He hasn't given any positive account of what happiness is. He's just taken a number of candidates and said, this one fails, this one fails, this one fails. But the point of this exercise is not supposed to be purely negative. Aristotle thinks that when you come out of it, and you see why these various ones failed, you will now be in a position to come up with a positive account of what happiness is, at least an outline of one. And he also thinks that you'll be in a position to say what was right about each of the mistaken views. Because remember, you should try and justify the endoxa as far as you can. And he thinks he can show that each of the mistaken views was on the right track of something, even if they didn't get it quite all the way. And so that's what Aristotle is going to argue next. All right? Having gone through this negative side, Aristotle's not going to give the positive side of what the definition of happiness is. Okay, so we've just seen Aristotle go through a bunch of the popular views of the wise and the many, the endoxa about happiness, what it is, whether it's pleasure or virtue or whatever. And he's argued that they all fail. And what's wrong with them is not that they fail from Aristotle's perspective, but he thinks he's shown that they fail even from the perspective of the people who hold them. So, for example, even the people who think that honor is the main deal care about who honors them, which shows that they really are valuing honor as a way of being able to think honorably about themselves. Now, having gone through these various views and defeated them, he thinks that the problems of these views are now in a position to show us what the right view of happiness is, at least in rough outline. So he's going to offer a definition of happiness. Now, we've seen that some of the candidates for happiness turned out to be inadequate, because you could have them even if you're inactive or comatose. So you could just stay alive and be in a coma, or you could be virtuous but be in a coma, or you can be virtuous but inactive. I mean, you're generous but you don't have any resources, etc. You're locked up in a cage somewhere. So we've seen that, and so that gives Aristotle reason to think that happiness has to be an activity. So he thinks we've got the first element of the definition of happiness. We've got the genus. We know what kind of thing happiness is. It's an activity. Because we've seen that no account of happiness that doesn't make it an activity is going to satisfy us. Well, what kind of activity? We've got the genus. We need a species. We need some account of what kind of activity it is. Well, remember that pleasure is rejected as an inadequate account of happiness on the grounds that didn't necessarily engage. I mean, some kinds of pleasure can engage it, but pleasure as such doesn't necessarily engage our distinctively human capacity for reason. So that suggests we're not going to be happy with any conception of happiness that doesn't engage our human rational capacities. And so that tells us what kind of activity happiness is going to be. It's going to be a rational activity. Well, what kind of rational activity? We need more information yet. Well, he now tells us that happiness has to be a virtuous or excellent rational activity. Now, as I've mentioned before, when we were talking about Socrates, particularly in connection with the Republic, virtue and excellence are the same concept in Greek. To do something virtuously is to do it excellently. And we still have that concept to some extent in English. As I said before, in English we wouldn't say a sharp knife is a virtuous knife, but we would say sharpness is a virtue in a knife, and that's the idea that we're capturing here. As we said last time, it'd be weird to make violin playing the centerpiece of your life. Well, no, last time we said it'd be weird to make playing it excellently with the centerpiece of your life, being able to play it excellently, being the centerpiece of your life, and not actually play it. This is a somewhat different example. You want to make just playing the violin the centerpiece of your life. You're actually playing it. You don't care about playing it well. You want to organize your whole life around playing the violin. You don't care about doing it well. There are lots of cases where it might make sense to want to do something but not care about doing it well because it's not that important, just something you have to get done and get over with. It'd be weird to make something the centerpiece of your life. You're organized your whole life around playing the violin, but all you care about doing is being able to scratch out 3 blind mice on the violin. That would be weird. If something is the centerpiece of your life, you should care about doing it well. So likewise, if rational activity is the centerpiece of your life, you should care about doing it well, which means you should want it to be done excellently. So that's one reason for thinking that the rational activity that's the centerpiece of our lives has to be excellent. The second, the discussion of honor showed that we're committed to caring about being worthy of honor. Well, that means if rational activity is the centerpiece of our lives, and we want to be worthy of honor, then we want to carry out that rational activity in a way that's worthy of being honored. We want to carry it out excellently. So those are reasons for thinking that happiness is going to be virtuous or excellent rational activity. Now, so far, this hasn't given us any content for the notion of what counts as virtuous or excellent rational activity. So far, for example, we haven't got any content for what the moral virtues are going to be, or whether the moral virtues are even going to be part of it. So, obviously, Aristotle is going to have to tell us more about how this connects with ethics. But that's coming. All right, so we've got the definition of happiness so far. It's going to be virtuous or excellent rational activity, but it needs another element to the definition. Because remember, we saw that nothing counts as happiness if it only lasts a brief time. Just as nothing counts as health or peace or commitment if it lasts a brief time. You could feel happy for 5 minutes, but your life can't be objectively going well as a whole for 5 minutes. So that's why his next modification of the definition is that happiness is virtuous or excellent rational activity in a complete life. Now, what's this phrase, in a complete life? If you just look at the phrase, you might think it means an entire lifespan from womb to tomb. That's like sort of the most natural way of reading the phrase, in a complete life. But there's good reason to think that's not what Aristotle means. And the reason is because he criticizes another view that says that. So if he's just attacked another view for saying that, he's probably not going to turn around and say it himself. So the Athenian lawgiver Solon has this famous saying, "Count no man happy until he's dead." And what that means is, happiness is a judgment about how a whole person's life went. So you can't just say, you look at a particular point in life and say, this person's happy. Happiness is not a judgment about individual parts of a life. It's a judgment about the entire lifespan. Which means that you don't count as being happy at any point in your life unless the whole thing is happy. Happiness is a global judgment about the worthwhileness of your whole life, says Solon. Now, Aristotle is tempted by this view, but he's going to reject it. And he's going to reject it because it's too much like the Socratic and Stoic view, that the mere ability to become unhappy counts as being unhappy already. Aristotle does think that being too easily likely to lose your happiness is a form of unhappiness. But the mere capacity to lose your happiness, he doesn't want to call that a form of unhappiness. Just as being unusually likely to get sick is a health problem. But being able to get sick is not a health problem. So just as you wouldn't want to say you don't count as healthy unless you're guaranteed to be healthy forever, so he doesn't want to say you don't count as happy now unless you're guaranteed to be happy forever. So, despite his temptation toward the Solon view, he rejects it, and he rejects it by invoking this example of Priam, who was the king of Troy in the Trojan War. So Priam starts off at the beginning of the Trojan War. He's a just and wise ruler, at least supposedly. We don't know that much about how he ruled, but let's grant that he was. He was very wealthy and powerful, that's certainly true, and he had a loving family, an enormous family, lots of wives and kids and so forth, and they were all pretty successful people. So he's living a great life, it looks like, at the beginning of the Trojan War. By the end of the Trojan War, his city, Troy, is in flames. The Greek soldiers have entered the city. They're laying waste to it. Members of his family, some of them have been slaughtered. Others are being slaughtered in front of his eyes. The other ones who aren't being slaughtered are going to be enslaved. And you can see what's about to happen to him. That is Achilles' son, Neoptolemus or Pyrrhus, he had two names, who's about to drive, in some versions, a sword, in other versions, a spear into Priam, who's lying there on the ground looking less than happy. So, starts off looking pretty good, ends up pretty crappy. Now, if Solon is right that to call someone happy is to make a judgment of their whole life, so if they're either happy throughout their whole life or unhappy throughout their whole life, then if you hold that view, you're going to have to either say that Solon was happy throughout his whole life, including the part at the end where his family's being slaughtered and he's about to be stuck with a spike and the city's in flames and his children are being enslaved and all that. Either you have to say he's happy throughout his whole life, including the end, or else you're going to have to say he's unhappy through his whole life, including the long period at the beginning where he was wise and wealthy and had this great family and power and so on. Aristotle thinks this is implausible. It's implausible to say that he was happy the whole time, even during the crap fest at the end. It's implausible to say he was unhappy the whole time, even that long period at the beginning. I mean, the period when he was happy at the beginning wasn't just a brief period; it lasted a long time. Excuse me. So, Aristotle thinks the most plausible thing to say about Priam is he starts off happy and ends up unhappy. But that means that Solon can't be right. That happiness can't be a judgment about your entire life from womb to tomb. So Aristotle does think that happiness requires a certain period of time. It can't just be a brief period. But the period of time it requires doesn't have to be your whole lifespan. And so it's going to be, when he talks about a complete life, then, he doesn't mean your entire lifespan from womb to tomb. By a complete life, he means just a long enough period of your life. And the word life can be used that way in Greek just like in English. So the word English, in English, we use the word life. We don't always mean your entire lifespan. So, for example, if you write, there are books titles like My Life in the Army, or My Life in the Tropics, or My Life as a Deep-Sea Fisherman, or whatever. And they don't mean their entire life, usually. They just mean by my life that such and such, they mean the period of my life where I did that. Or think of the song, Once I lived the life of a millionaire, spent my money and didn't care, etc. Well, he's not saying that his whole lifespan was the life of a millionaire, and the whole point of the song is he's broke now. It means there was a period of his life that was the life of a millionaire. So the word life can be used that way in English to mean a period of your life, and the Greek word bios can be used that way too. So Aristotle says a complete life. He doesn't mean the whole lifespan. By complete, he means a lifespan long, a period of your life long enough to count as happy. And likewise for health and peace and commitment, we don't think that. Although we think that you don't count as healthy or at peace or committed if it only lasts for 5 minutes, we usually do think that you can be healthy for a good long time and then eventually become sick. Or two countries can be at peace for a genuine long time and then go to war. You can be genuinely committed to someone for a long time and then it goes away. Now, how long does it have to last? How long does happiness have to last to count as genuine happiness? So you might equally ask, how long does commitment have to last to be genuine commitment? How long does peace have to last to be genuine peace? How long does health have to last to be genuine health? Aristotle doesn't say. He does tell us, though, we shouldn't demand greater precision than the subject matter allows. So that means that we shouldn't expect him to give you some precise amount of time. This is a matter where you've got fuzzy boundaries. We know that you don't count as healthy if it lasts only for 5 minutes. If it lasts for 10 years, that's clearly is good enough. In between, or commitment, and for any of these things, it's hard to find the precise boundary line. But we can still distinguish the clear cases, even if we can't distinguish the fuzzy cases in between. So, we've got this definition of happiness thus far as virtuous or excellent rational activity in a complete life. But there's one more requirement. And this is the requirement of external goods. By external goods, Aristotle means facts not about you, not about your body or your soul, but facts about your external environment that are beneficial to you. So that includes things like having food and shelter and material resources. It also includes things like having friends or having a social environment that's supportive. Not living under a tyranny, for example. All those things are external goods. Now the Stoics, and in some moods Socrates, don't really believe in external goods. They don't think they have any place in happiness. Nothing outside you, outside your control, counts as part of your happiness. So this is one of the mistakes of the wise. Again, remember that by the wise in this context, Aristotle doesn't mean people who are right. He means just people who are intelligent and educated and have thought a lot about it. So we've seen that Aristotle rejects the view that these external goods don't matter at all. On the other hand, the many tend to overstate the role of external goods. They focus on things like wealth and reputation, external goods that they treat as being the centerpiece. And Aristotle takes the middle path. He thinks that the many overstate the value of external goods. They don't recognize the value of things like virtuous activity. But on the other hand, the wise people like the Stoics, tend to float off into believing that you could be happy even if you're tortured on the rack, and you need to be brought down to common sense. So, if nobody can be happy if they're imprisoned and tortured, then environment must matter. Their external goods must be relevant to happiness. And also, we've seen that we want to exercise our virtues, not just possessing them. And sometimes exercising your virtues requires having external things as tools. So there are cases where you can't, the generous thing would be to do such, but you can't do it because you don't have the money or you don't have the resources. You might be generous in the sense that you've got the right character trait, but you can't exercise it because you don't have any money or you're locked up and handcuffed. You can't help the person. So we don't want to just have our virtues, we want to exercise them. And exercising them requires external means. And so therefore we get the definition that happiness is a matter of virtuous or excellent rational activity in a complete life with an adequate supply of external goods. And again, if you ask exactly how much is adequate, he's going to say, don't ask for more precision than the subject matter allows. It has to be more than just starvation level, but as he says at one point, you don't have to rule earth and sea to be happy. It's going to be some intermediate amount. And this is the kind of thing that you get a feel from experience, but not something you can state as some kind of algorithm. But now it's going to turn out that each of the endoxa had a grain of truth. Remember that the ideas you start off with, the views of the wise and the many, even if you end up correcting them, it's nice if you can show that each of them was on the right track. So the people who defined happiness as wealth were right about something. I mean, they don't have to always, these views don't all have to have equally large grains of truth. But this had a right view about something because happiness does include external goods. It's just that they're not the centerpiece of happiness, but they are part of it. So the people who talked about wealth were onto something. He's more favorable to them than the Stoics would be. Those who define happiness as life were partly right too. You can't be engaging in rational activity unless you're alive. That's why Aristotle thinks that that Sophocles in the Ajax is putting too much emphasis on what happens after Ajax's death. I mean, Aristotle thinks what happens after we're dead, it happens to our legacy or to our children or whatever, has some effect on our evaluation of the success of our lives. He makes that concession to common sense. But he thinks that because the centerpiece of happiness is rational activity, it really can't depend too much on stuff you're doing when you're not active, or stuff that happens when you're not active. So, although your happiness can be affected by stuff after you're dead, mainly it's about what you do while you're alive. And so the people who talked about life were right about that. But they were wrong in thinking that it's just a matter of staying alive. The quality of life matters more than the quantity. As he puts it at one point, it's better to have 1 year of glorious living than many years of humdrum activity. He gives that as a reason for why it's not against your self-interest to risk your life for a friend, or even give your life for a friend, because you're doing this great virtuous thing. You have a short life with a great big virtuous thing in it, as opposed to a long life where you let your friend die. The people who define happiness as pleasure were on the right track too, because the virtuous person takes pleasure in behaving virtuously. If you do the virtuous thing grudgingly, like the people in Glaucon's story, who were just only as a kind of mutual non-aggression pact, and they really all hankered secretly to commit injustice against each other. It was just too hard to do it without getting caught. They're not virtuous. The virtuous person enjoys doing the virtuous thing, which means that virtuous activity is always going to have pleasure as part of it. However, Aristotle thinks that pleasure is a response to value, not the source of it. When you take pleasure in something, you take pleasure of it because you value it. You don't value it because it gives you pleasure. Now, when it gives you pleasure, that may give you an additional reason to value it. But pleasure itself is a response. Pleasure is like divine approval. Human pleasure is like divine approval. They're both responses to value, not creators of it. The people who thought that happiness was honor were also partly right. Having a supportive social environment is one of the external goods. So having people admire you and respect you and give you positive feedback, that is part of the good. That's an important external good. However, it's still the case that it's more important to be worthy of being honored than just to be honored, and that's the respect in which they were wrong. The people who defined happiness as virtue were partly right too, since Aristotle's conception of happiness does make virtue central. But what it makes central is the exercise of the virtues, not just the possessing of them. And that's where he departs from the Stoics and from Socrates. And those who defined happiness as philosophic study were partly right too, because philosophic study is one form of excellent rational activity. So if excellent rational activity is the best life, it's going to include philosophic study. But as we're going to see, philosophic study is not the only kind of excellent rational activity. Not all rational activity is intellectual. There's a kind of rational activity that's emotional and yet rational. And that's where the moral virtues are going to come in, as we'll see. Now, so far we haven't gotten much information about the content of virtue, or how being excellent or virtuous at rational activity is going to connect with being virtuous in any familiar ethical sense. How does that connect with the virtues like courage and justice and generosity and all those things? Aristotle has stuff to say about that, but that'll be a subject for the next lecture. All right, so we've seen Aristotle defending a certain definition of happiness, which makes the exercise of virtue, in particular virtues of rational activity, central. So his definition is that virtuous or excellent rational activity in a complete life with an adequate supply of external goods. That is what happiness is. But so far, this doesn't give us too much content, because the central idea here is virtuous or excellent rational activity. Until we know what counts as doing rational activity virtuously or excellently, we don't yet know what his definition is telling us. And indeed, so far it might look like an unpromising account of ethics, because you might think, well, what is virtuous or excellent rational activity? It's like, really being really good at adding up columns of figures or something, and that doesn't seem to have any particular connection with what we usually think of as virtue. So Aristotle owes us more explanation here, and he's going to give us some. So Aristotle appeals to the concept of function. If you remember in Book 1 of the Republic, in Socrates' discussion with Thrasymachus, Socrates also invoked this idea of virtue as something that enables a thing to perform its function well. So sharpness is a virtue of a knife because cutting is the function of a knife, and sharpness enables a knife to cut well. Socrates was offering this as an account of moral virtue as well. And Aristotle is in the same tradition. He's drawing on Socrates and Plato here. So the virtue of a human being, or the virtues of a human being, will be the traits that enable a human being to perform his or her function well. But what does it mean to say human beings have a function? Where do we get our function? Where's it come from? Do we even have a function? You might think that things like knives have functions, but does a human being have a function? Well, nowadays, when we talk about functions, we often tend to think that the function of something is determined by its origin. In the case of artifacts, things made by human activity, we tend to think, what gives the knife its function is the intention of the maker. If you are a knife maker, you make the knife with the intention that it be used for cutting. So that's what gives the knife its function, is the intention of the maker. And on certain religious views, that's also true of human beings. That what makes a human being have a function is what the maker, the creator, God, intended for us. But actually, this is something that evolutionists and creationists agree on. Both evolutionists and creationists tend to think that in order to figure out what the function of a trait is, or what the function of an organism is, we have to look at how that kind of thing originally arose. They have different accounts about how it arose, and about how that made it a function. But for a creationist, for example, if you ask, what's the function of the eye? Well, sight, enabling the possessor of the eye to see. For a creationist, where that comes from is that in creating eyes in the first place, in creating the trait of having eyes, God intended them to be used for sight. That's what he made them for. Just as the knife maker intends the knife to be used for cutting, and that makes cutting the function of the knife. And just as the watchmaker intends the watch to be used for telling time, so that's what gives it that function. So you might think that God, in creating eyes in the first place, had the intention of making eyes see. That was what they were for. And therefore, that's what gave them that function. You might wonder, is the function of something always the thing that the person created it for? If Dr. Frankenstein creates the monster and wants the monster to be used as his personal slave, and that was his intention in creating him, but the monster is actually rational, intelligent, and has a mind of its own, does the monster have to think that its function is what Dr. Frankenstein intended? Now, in the case of God, you might think, well, God's intentions are always the right ones, so that's okay. But imagine that it's not God who made this person, it's Dr. Frankenstein. Well, you might think that maybe you want some account of your function that doesn't come from your creator. Maybe you look at what kind of a thing the monster is and think, well, it's a rational, intelligent being, even if a bit funny looking. Maybe it has a higher function than just being a slave to this German scientist. Right, for evolutionists also tend to think that the function of something is determined by its origin. Well, in this case, the origin is not anyone's conscious purpose. So what does it mean for an evolutionist, for a Darwinian, to say that the function of the eye is to make us see? Well, what that means is that the reason I have eyes is that the trait of having eyes previously in my ancestors enabled them to see, and that fact, the fact that eyes enable seeing, is something that enabled them to survive long enough to pass their genes down. So the reason I have eyes is because eyes enabled seeing from my ancestors. And so the fact that eyes enable seeing explains why I have eyes. So there's an origin story there, though in this case there isn't anyone's conscious purpose involved. So Aristotle's not a creationist or an evolutionist. What creationists and evolutionists have in common is they both think that species with their particular traits came to existence at some point in the past, either through an act of divine creation or through a gradual process of evolution. Aristotle doesn't believe either of those things, which is interesting because you might think that what it means to believe in functions is to be either a creationist or an evolutionist, and Aristotle isn't either one of those things. So he must have a different conception of functions. Now, people sometimes say, well, Aristotle believed in functions in a way that that no evolutionist does, because he believed that there are these real teleological, purposes of things, so that the eye really has this inherent teleological purpose of seeing, and Darwinians don't believe that. But Aristotle didn't think that there was any purpose in the sense of anyone's conscious intention in the structure of the eye. And in fact, Darwin did not think of himself as refuting Aristotle's theory of functions. Darwin thought of himself as providing a mechanism for it that Aristotle hadn't gotten right. Darwin was a big fan of Aristotle. But anyway, so Aristotle thinks that the Earth has always existed. This planet and the sun and the moon and the stars, the whole visible universe has always existed pretty much as it is now, with the species that the Earth has on it now. So there have always been human beings, there have always been oak trees, there's always been giraffes, going back infinitely. None of these things ever came into existence. The universe has always existed. Now, Aristotle does believe in God, but he doesn't think that God creates the universe out of nothing, or even out of something. Actually, Aristotle thinks you can't create, nothing can create anything out of nothing. He thinks to create something is always to rearrange its underlying matter. But anyway, God did not create the universe either out of nothing or out of something. It's always been here. What God does is God keeps it going. God's like a big eternal battery that keeps the process going. But God has always been doing that. Throughout infinite past time, God has been always supplying the power to the universe to keep it running. But God didn't make it. God doesn't make the individual things in the universe. He just supplies the power. So that means there was never an origin of species. There was never a first giraffe. Every giraffe had parents who were giraffes. And they had parents who were giraffes, and so on forever backward. That's what Aristotle believes. He doesn't think that, in the ordinary course of things, giraffes don't give birth to non-giraffes. Non-giraffes don't give birth to giraffes. Occasionally you might get some weird freak of nature where something looks like it's a different species from its parents, but that's not the usual way things go. So Aristotle assumes that if something is of a definite species, its parents must have been that same exact species, so on forever backward. Now, you might remember that Aristotle rejects the possibility of an infinite chain of means to ends. He rejects the idea that I could do A for the sake of B, and B for the sake of C, and C for the sake of D, and so on to infinity. Because he thinks the end is what explains why you want the means. And if there's no final end, then the whole chain goes unexplained. You might think if he's so quick to reject infinite chains of means and ends in ethics, then when it comes to causality in the universe, why doesn't he also reject infinite chains of causes and effects for the same reason? Because you might think, if the effect is explained by the cause, and that cause is explained by a previous cause, and so on forever, you might think the whole chain has to be explained by the first cause in the series. And if there is no first cause in the series, then none of it's explained. So why is he willing to accept infinite chains of means and ends in ethics? Why does he want to reject infinite chains of means and ends in ethics, but he accepts infinite chains of cause and effect in metaphysics? This objection, in fact, was raised in the 6th century CE by John Philoponus, who was I call him an Egyptian philosopher. I don't know actually whether he was from Egypt or not. We don't know where he was from, but that's where he taught and wrote in Alexandria, which was a big center of learning for the whole ancient world. And he raises this objection. He says, look, Aristotle's argument against infinite chains in other contexts is great. It's a good argument. But it should apply here too. Aristotle should have believed that the universe hasn't always existed. He should have believed it came into existence at some point. And for Philoponus, that's actually an argument for believing in a creative God. But Aristotle thinks that the past has to be infinite, because he thinks there can't be such a thing as a first moment of time. And here's why. Aristotle is a relationalist about time, like Einstein, unlike Newton. Newton thought that time, just like space, Newton thought that space was absolute, meaning that empty space, infinite empty space, would still exist even if there were no objects in it. And he thought that time would keep on flowing absolutely, even if nothing was happening. So he was an absolutist about both time and space. But Aristotle is a relationalist. Aristotle thinks that time is a relationship among motions or events, space is a relationship among objects. So for Aristotle, you can't have empty space. You couldn't have space that had no objects in it. And you couldn't have time running on without events happening. And so time is a relationship among motions, which means that you can't have time prior to motion. Until there's motions going on, there's no time. Okay, well, on the other hand, every motion is a change from an earlier state. And so every motion presupposes an earlier state, and therefore supposes time already exists. So time can't exist prior to motion, but motion can't exist prior to time. So that means that time has to exist prior to each individual motion. Every time you have an individual motion happening, there must have been an earlier change that it's going from. So time must be prior to any individual motion. But time can't be prior to motion as such. There could never have been a time with no motion, because time is a relationship among earlier and later motions. So therefore, every motion has to be preceded by an earlier motion. There can never be a first motion. And Aristotle thinks that means that the past has to be infinite. Now, actually, you might wonder, after all, Aristotle thinks that that time is also infinitely divisible. That any period of time can be divided into still smaller periods of time and so forth. You never come down to time quanta that can't be divided. Given that he thinks that, it seems like maybe he could think that you could have a finite past without ever having a first moment of motion, because each moment would have a previous moment, but all the previous moments would all still be in one finite period of time, because it's infinitely divisible. So that's a possible move that Aristotle could have considered, but he's not here, we can't ask him. Now, Aristotle does agree that every chain of causes and effects must have a first cause. But that doesn't mean that every time you have a string of motions one time to the next, there has to be a first one in that chain. Because for Aristotle, the first cause of motion is not the first event of the chain, but rather the entity that keeps it all going. So God is the first cause. The first cause isn't an event, it's a thing, God. And God exists throughout all time, and God has always been keeping the motion going. So God is the first cause. He's just sort of been perpetually stirring the stew of the universe throughout forever and ever. So he's the first cause. So there doesn't have to be a first event in his activity, just that as long as all the events in his activity are explained by one thing, All right, well, so that's a little digression on metaphysics, but here's how it relates to his ethics. Since for Aristotle the trait of having eyes never came into existence in the first place, his account of the function of eyes can't appeal to the origin of the trait. He can't say, well, the function of eyes is for seeing because the Creator intended them for seeing, and it can't be the function of eyes is for seeing because eyes evolved as a result of previous eye-like things enabling seeing. But Aristotle thinks we can still recognize what a function is, because he would say, look, even if he were to be convinced that his account of the history of species is wrong, I think he'd still say that you don't need to base your account of the function of something on its origin, because you don't need to know the origin of a trait in order to know its function. After all, when did we first figure out that eyes were for seeing, the teeth were for biting, the hands were for grabbing things? Did we first have to have a theory of the origin of eyes and hands before we figured out what they were for? Do you have to know how they arose, whether they arose by evolution or creation or what? No. That would be explaining the more obvious by appeal to the less obvious. It's much more obvious that eyes are for seeing and that hands are for grabbing things than any particular account of how they arose. We first figured out what the function of eyes and hands and so on was. And only then do we ask ourselves how it came to have that function. The way you figure out something's function isn't by looking to its origin, it's by looking at the thing, seeing how it works, seeing how it's organized. So this is good news for Frankenstein's monster. Want to figure out what his function is, we don't have to look at the intentions of Dr. Frankenstein. We can look at the way Frankenstein is organized. And Frankenstein is organized as a living organism like us, and his function is going to be like ours. It's going to be to live just as my function as a human being is to live the most human life I can. So the function of Frankenstein's monster, well, essentially he's, you look at what he's like as opposed to how he arose, he's essentially a human being, seems like. And so he's going to have the same function we do. So his function is not going to be to obey the mad scientist in the castle. His function is going to be To live a life of virtuous, rational activity and complete life with an adequate supply of external goods. Good news for Frankenstein's monster. So for Aristotle, the function of a living thing is not just to stay alive, as we've seen, but to live the specific life of that kind of thing. So if you're an oak tree, your function is to live the most oak tree life you can. If you're a human being, your function is to live the most human life you can. Your function is to live the life of the specific kind of thing that you are. Now for Aristotle, reason is the essence of a human being. Reason is the most fundamental, distinctive characteristic, because it's the one that explains the greatest number of other traits. Think of all the different traits that humans have that distinguish us from animals. The one that's most fundamental explanatory is reason. After we could say, well, we differ from animals in having reason. We also differ from animals in building skyscrapers. But which of those is more fundamental? It's reason that enables us to build the skyscrapers. So reason is the more fundamental explanatory thing. And so that's why, as we've already seen, rational activity is going to be the centerpiece of the good life for human beings. But what is rational activity? What do we mean by rational activity? Well, according to Aristotle, the rational part of the soul, so remember how he thinks about the soul. The soul is just whatever makes you alive. So it doesn't necessarily imply that it's something immaterial. It's just the way we're organized that makes us alive. Which means we have a plant aspect of our soul, a vegetative aspect, that's in charge of automatic things like respiration and cellular growth and so forth. And then we have an animal side of our soul that's capable of perception and appetite and moving around. And then we have the rational part of the soul. And according to Aristotle, the rational part of the soul is in turn subdivided in two parts, the commanding part and the obeying part. He associates the commanding part with the intellect and the obeying part with our emotions. So emotions belong to the rational part of the soul, to the obeying part of the rational part of the soul. Now that might sound like a surprise. We're often used to thinking of reason and emotion as being contrasted. We talk about reason versus emotion. But Aristotle is thinking of emotion as being an expression of our capacity for reason, at least for our human emotions. Animal emotions may be a different story, but for human beings, our emotions are an expression of a rational aspect of ourselves. So why does he say that? Well, here he's drawing a distinction from Plato. So Plato draws a distinction between emotions and appetites. So our appetites are not generally responsive to reason. So suppose I'm really thirsty, but I'm about to have a certain medical procedure, and the doctor says, don't drink any fluids for the next hour before the procedure. So I'm really thirsty, but my reason tells me, I believe the doctor. He says I shouldn't, so I'm not going to. So I decide, I make a rational judgment. Not rational necessarily in the sense it's correct, but rational in the sense of it's the rational part of me that's making this judgment. I judge that I should not drink anything for the next hour. But my thirst doesn't go away. My thirst is saying drink, drink, drink. And if I can explain to the thirst, listen, doctor says I shouldn't drink for an hour. After that, it's okay to drink. Well, the thirst doesn't care, doesn't understand. The thirst just keeps on saying drink, drink, drink. Thirst keeps presenting drinking to me as the thing to do. It doesn't stop just because I tell it a reason not to. So in that sense, it's like an optical illusion. So take a look at this optical illusion. This is a famous example called the Mueller-Lyer illusion. And the point of this illusion is that the lines, the ones between the wedges there, the lines are the same length, but the top one looks longer than the bottom one. But, they are in fact the same length. You put your hand up on the screen, if you don't believe me, and you'll see the two are exactly the same length. But once you see rationally that they are the same length, and you grasp that, your eyes still keep telling you that the top one is longer. That's what optical illusions generally, even when you know something isn't the case. Like, the moon looks bigger at the horizon than overhead. I mean, it looks as though it's occupying more of your visual field, bigger in that sense. It's really not. If you put your thumb in front of the moon at the horizon and when it's overhead, you'll see that your thumb covers exactly the same amount of the moon. The moon doesn't cover any more of your visual field near the horizon. It's just that when the moon's overhead, you can't tell how big it is, and so your mind tells you that it's smaller and closer rather than bigger and farther. Whereas when it's near the horizon, it's more obvious that it's far away because you can see other things in between, and so you realize it has to be farther away, and so it looks bigger. Even though you grasp that, it still doesn't change the fact. The illusion keeps presenting itself to you, even if you know rationally that's not the case. So in this case, your thirst keeps presenting drinking to you as the thing to do. Although in this case, drinking is not the thing to do, according to your reason. But it keeps, it's an illusion that doesn't go away. It can't be convinced by your reason. So that's, for Plato and Aristotle, that's what makes thirst an appetite. It's not responsive to reason. Our emotions are different. They're capable of being responsive to reason. Now, we usually jump to thinking of cases where they're not responding to reason. And of course, we know they often don't. Lots of cases where you can be angry and your reason tells you the anger isn't justified, but you feel angry anyway. Or you feel in love with someone and your reason tells you this is totally the wrong person for you to be in love with. This is going to really screw up your life. But, the heart wants what it wants. So there are lots of cases where emotions don't respond to reason. Which is why it initially seemed surprising to talk about emotions being responsive to reason. But the difference is that emotions can be responsive to reason. They can be responsive to our beliefs and judgments. So imagine you've got two political candidates debating on television, and one of them makes you angry. Maybe they both make you angry, but one of them makes you even angrier than the other one. For the things that they're saying are really making you angry. But in this case, the reason is going to be based on a whole bunch of beliefs and judgments you have. So you have certain theories about how the world works. You have certain theories about how the economy works. And given those beliefs, what this candidate is proposing, you think is going to have bad consequences, so that pisses you off. Or you might have certain views about international strategy. You might have certain views about how countries can interact with each other in such a way as to cause the least likelihood of war, or what the best way is of minimizing the risk of terrorism, or whatever. You got some views about that. And what this candidate is proposing seems to run opposite to that for you. I don't know. As you also have your views about rights. You might think you have certain rights, or the people have certain rights, and the candidate is proposing things that you think violate those rights, and so it makes you angry. So maybe you think you think that women have a right to have an abortion, and this person wants to ban abortion. That makes you angry. Or you might, on the other hand, think that fetuses have a right not to be aborted, and this candidate is in favor of allowing women to abort their fetuses, so that makes you angry. Whatever. Those are cases where your anger is being driven by your political beliefs and your economic and social beliefs. And that can change. Sometimes people's beliefs change. You might take a course in economics, and you come to believe that you were wrong about economic policy. That in fact, the economic policies you thought were the best ones actually have awful consequences, and ones you thought were bad actually have much better consequences than you expected. And that may, and then the next time you see the candidate saying those things, it may make, that may change whether you get angry or not. Now, sometimes there's a lag. Sometimes, even after your political beliefs change, your emotions still haven't caught up with it. Something that can happen. I can testify to that. There was a time when my political beliefs changed, and for a while, I still had, sort of positive or negative reactions to certain things candidates were saying, even though those no longer matched my new beliefs. But then gradually my beliefs caught up. My emotions caught up with my beliefs. So it's not true that in politics emotion always drives belief. Sometimes it does, but sometimes belief drives emotion too. Moreover, and this is something Aristotle wants to stress, through habituation you can train your emotional responses to be more responsive to reason. The big thing about us is our openness to habit. Now, that's not just a human thing. Animals can be trained through habit too, unlike inanimate things. Aristotle says no matter how many times you throw a rock up in the air, it's never going to get the idea to stay up there. It's going to keep coming down. You can't habituate a rock to do something different from what it wants to do. But with conscious beings, we keep getting to do the same thing over and over again, and gradually it becomes second nature. So we can train our emotional responses to be responsive to reason, to be more so. They're not always so, but they're more so. When we're thinking about the difference between emotion and appetite is, you can be righteously angry,
You can't be righteously thirsty. Your anger can express your moral attitudes, but your thirst can't really express them. You can hunger and thirst after righteousness, but you can't be righteously hungry or righteously thirsty in the literal sense of those terms. Now, I think there might be exceptions. So here's an exception. Imagine you're really hungry and someone is serving you this plate of roast meat that looks really good, and you're about to bite into it, when suddenly they tell you, oh, guess what? This is roast baby, and this might make you lose your appetite. Well, if so, that's a case where appetites can be affected by rational information. So maybe Plato and Aristotle are taking too strong a position in saying that appetites are never responsive to reason. Or maybe our appetite in the ordinary sense isn't strictly purely appetite or something like that. Still, the distinction they're drawing holds for the most part, as a matter of degree in any way. Things like hunger and thirst and so forth are largely not responsive to rational information, where things like envy and pride and hatred and sorrow and love and things like that are more responsive. There can be complicated interweavings between these things. I mean, for example, the relationship between love and lust is obviously complicated. You might think, well, love is an emotion, it's responsive to reason. Lust is an appetite, it's not responsive to reason. But obviously, love and lust can influence each other, so it can be complicated. But still, broadly speaking, we see what the distinction he's getting at. Now, if the rational soul includes both intellect and emotion, that means there can be two kinds of rational activity. Activity of the intellectual part and activity of the emotional part. And so if happiness is centered on virtuous or excellent rational activity, that means there can be two kinds of virtues. The virtues associated with intellectual rational activity, which he calls intellectual virtues, and the virtues associated with the emotional part of rational activity, which is what Aristotle calls ethical virtues or virtues of character. Those are pretty much the same phrase in Greek, even if they look different in English. So when you heard about virtuous or excellent rational activity, you're probably thinking of purely intellectual stuff, and that's part of it. But there's also the emotional stuff that is going to be part of virtuous rational activity. So Cicero, that we'll be looking at in the next lecture, I think, the Roman philosopher Cicero, once gave the following summary of Aristotle's position. Man is born for both understanding and action, as though he were a mortal god. That's actually going to be an important idea of mortal god, because important part of Aristotle's philosophy is we need to find this middle path between trying to be too godlike and trying to be too animal-like. But here the idea is that the essential activity for us is both intellectual and a matter of the moral virtues. And Aristotle sometimes says that the gods might have only intellectual virtue, or at least something analogous to intellectual virtue. They wouldn't have, the gods wouldn't need courage because they never face any dangers. They wouldn't need justice because they don't engage in contracts with each other or something. They wouldn't need temperance because they don't have bodies, and so they're not susceptible to bodily pleasure. Obviously, Aristotle does not take Greek myths literally, since obviously, according to Greek myths, the gods are very much susceptible to bodily pleasure. But anyway, so we saw previously that Aristotle considered philosophic study as one of the candidates for the good life, and he thought it was a component but not the whole thing. Philosophic study would be an example of virtuous or excellent intellectual activity. When it comes to virtuous emotional activity, that's going to be the domain of most of what we think of as ordinary morality. So if you're wondering how does this account connect with most of what we think of as morality, that's where it comes in. So for Aristotle, to exercise ethical virtue is to have and to act from the emotional response that's appropriate to the situation you're facing. So let's look at what he has in mind here. Emotions aren't just, having an emotion isn't just like feeling an itch or hearing a musical tone or seeing a shade of color. I mean, that's not just sort of a raw feeling. And emotions embody value judgments. So emotions like fear, anger, sorrow, I left out envy, but that would work in there. Those are emotions that involve negative value judgments. Fear is judging that you're facing something that would be bad for you. Anger is something like you're judging that someone has done something bad for you. Sorrow is you're judging that something bad has happened, or something like that. They all involve some kind of judgment that something negative or bad is going on. Likewise, positive emotions like pride and joy and love embody value judgments that something is good. Love embodies the idea that someone is valuable, someone is good. Pride is the suggestion that you're connected to something, that you have a personal connection to something that is valuable. You can't be proud of something unless you think you have some kind of connection to it. You can't be proud of the number 3. You can be proud of people you're connected to, or groups you're a member of, or achievements that you've committed, or achievements that people you're connected to have committed. You can't be proud of something that has no connection to you. But to be proud of something isn't just to judge that you have a connection to it, but to judge that the thing is good. Now, these value judgments can be justified or unjustified. Aristotle doesn't think that value judgments are subjective. He doesn't think that value judgments are just expressions of your own personal opinion. He thinks that they're describing things really as being valuable or not. And they can be right or wrong. They can be justified or unjustified, which means the emotions embodying those judgments can be rational or irrational. And so, rational activity of the emotional part is going to involve having emotions whose judgments are rationally justified. Now remember the Stoics. The Stoics think that all these emotions are irrational. And the reason for that is they agree with Aristotle that the emotions embody value judgments, but they think all these value judgments are going to be wrong. Because remember, the Stoics think you shouldn't regard anything as good or bad if it's outside your control. So that means that fear could never be rational. It could never be rational to feel fear. Because obviously it doesn't make sense to feel fear of something that's in your control. If it's in your control, you just turn it off. And if it's not under your control, you shouldn't judge it to be bad or good. So you shouldn't feel fear about it or hope about it. Nothing. To be angry is to judge that somebody else has done something that's bad for you or wrong to you. But since other people's actions are outside your control, it's irrational for you to have negative evaluations of them and so forth. So that's why the Stoics, have an analysis of emotion that's very much like Aristotle's, except they think the emotions are all irrational. But Aristotle doesn't think that we shouldn't care about anything outside our control. Certainly Aristotle thinks happiness should be primarily in our control, but he does think our happiness can be affected, sometimes quite severely, by things outside our control. And so he does think that these judgments can be rational or irrational. So traditionally, these two Greek words, apatheia, which is where our word apathy comes from, although the Stoics didn't mean exactly apathy by it. What the Stoics meant by it is absence of feeling, absence of passion, absence of being affected emotionally. Whereas the Aristotelians, Aristotle himself doesn't use this phrase, but the later Aristotelians used it to describe his view. He favors metriopatheia, which means moderation in feeling the balanced, measured, appropriate amount, as opposed to just not having such feelings. So in Aristotle's view, when you're facing a situation, you could have an emotional response that's excessive or deficient, or it could be appropriate. It could be just right. Like, Goldilocks' 3 bowls and 3 beds. So take some of these standard examples of the virtues. Suppose you're facing danger. Well, the person who feels and acts from more fear than the situation warrants is a coward. Runs away from dangers that are worth facing. The rash person feels and acts from less fear than the situation warrants. The rash person doesn't feel enough caution. The rash person rushes into dangers that they shouldn't face. And the courageous person feels and acts from the amount of fear that's appropriate to the situation. They don't feel either more fear or less fear than is appropriate. You can see the influence of the Laches here. Again, although Aristotle has disagreements with Plato, he is Plato's student, and you can see the influence of Plato all over the place. Suppose that you're facing someone who is in need. Well, you could feel less compassion, less readiness to help than the situation warrants. That's the stingy person. It's the vice of stinginess. Or you could be a profligate. You could feel more compassion, more readiness to help than the situation warrants. If you give all your life savings to the first homeless person that comes along without knowing anything about them, it seems like that's too much. We might want to say it's too much generosity. you're too generous. But Aristotle wants to use generous as a virtue term. So there's no such thing as too much. So that's not generous, that's profligate. The generous person is going to feel compassion and readiness to help the right people to the right extent and the right context, and so on. Well, likewise, what about being tempted by bodily pleasures? An insensible person is someone who's less susceptible than they ought to be. So Aristotle actually thinks that's a vice. He doesn't think it's one of the most dangerous or severe or common vices, but he thinks that someone who just doesn't feel any temptation to bodily pleasures, doesn't feel any temptation to food or drink or sex and so on, thinks that there's something wrong with that person. Of course, if you're too susceptible, if given too easily to bodily pleasures, that's also a problem. Then you're intemperate. And then the ideal person, the temperate person, they have the right amount of susceptibility to bodily pleasures, and so on. So you see how this is going to work for the various virtues. So he doesn't want to say that the person who's too ready to face danger is too courageous. He doesn't want to say that the person who is too ready to help people is too generous. Because again, if courage and generosity are virtue terms, then there's no such thing as being too courageous or too generous. So instead, if you're too ready to face danger, that's actually a departure from courage. Just as being not ready enough is a departure from courage in the direction of cowardice, so being too ready to face danger is a departure from courage in the direction of rashness, and so on for generosity and temperance. So the way Aristotle puts this is each of the ethical virtues represents a mean between extremes, or a mean between vices. This is often called the doctrine of the golden mean, but Aristotle doesn't use that term. There's later people who use that. Now, don't confuse mean here with means in the sense of a means to an end. If I do something or to get something else, and this is a means to that end, which might in turn be a means to some further end. This is a mean, not a means, so be careful not to confuse those two. And here, it's a mean in the sense of being an intermediate. This is related to mean in the in the numerical sense. You're talking about sort of mean, average values, and so forth. Although in this case, it's not going to be an average. The virtue is not going to be an average of the two vices, but still, in the broad sense, it's mean in the sense of something intermediate. However, now we need to ask, what's Aristotle's standard for determining which emotional responses are appropriate and which ones are inappropriate? He's told us what they are, and we might agree with him about the examples, or we might not. But even if we agree with him, we might want to say, all right, what makes the courageous person's emotional response appropriate? Why is this the right amount of fear to have, and not the greater fear that the coward has, or the smaller amount of fear that the rash person has? Well, remember that Aristotle thinks that our function is to live as human life as possible. Well, there are two ways you can go wrong from that. Two ways you could deviate from living the most human life you could live. One is you could deviate on the subhuman side. You could try to live an excessively subhuman life. You could overvalue your animal side. And Aristotle thinks this is the mistake that the many make. Remember that the many had conceptions of virtue like survival or pleasure, things that are about protecting our bodily side. The other mistake, and this is the kind of mistake that Aristotle thinks that the wise, people like Socrates and Plato, tend to make, is to undervalue our animal side, to err on the side of the subhuman, of the superhuman. So you could either err on the side of the subhuman, or you could err on the side of the superhuman. So you could see the coward, the stingy person, and the intemperate person as all erring on the subhuman side. If you're a coward, you're too concerned to protect your vulnerable material embodiedness. In a different way, that's also true if you're a stingy person. You don't want to risk losing, any material resources. If you're intemperate, you're too willing to gratify, the animal embodied side of you. On the other hand, if you're rash, you're too willing to risk your vulnerable embodied side. And likewise, if you're profligate and you give away all your money and your life savings, again, you're not concerned enough with protecting your animal side. And if you're insensible, you're not susceptible to bodily pleasures, then that means you're not valuing enough the impulses of the body. You're treating yourself like a disembodied intellect. You're not responsive to your material needs. So the path of virtue is to find the truly human balance. So what makes the responses of the virtuous person here that are appropriate is they're the ones that express truly what it is to be human, as opposed to be subhuman or superhuman. However, and this goes back to my saying that the mean isn't literally arithmetically an average, when Aristotle talks about the virtue as being a middle path between the extremes, he doesn't mean it's 50-50. He doesn't mean that you first identify the vices and you find a path that's exactly halfway between. Aristotle does say you shouldn't try to live the life of a beast or a god. But given that constraint, he also says you should try to live as godlike a life as possible. Now that might sound like a contradiction. Don't live the life of a beast or a god. Try to be as godlike as possible. But what he means is that here's the range where it's godlike over here and the beast-like over here, and here in the middle is the human where to live. But within that range, you should be as close to the godlike side as possible. So by analogy, when you're driving, you should drive on the right side of the road, if you're in this country anyway. But you shouldn't drive as far over to the right as possible in the right lane. You should drive down the middle of the right lane. This is sort of the opposite. You should be in the middle between the godlike and the beast-like, but you should be all the way on the one side of that toward the godlike. Which means that the mean is going to be closer to the superhuman than to the subhuman. So when we're putting this is, a courageous person is going to be more similar to a rash person than to a coward. Likewise, a generous person is going to look more like a profligate person than like a stingy one. The temperate person is going to look more like an insensible person than like an intemperate one. So broadly speaking, the Aristotelian looks more like the wise than like the many, even though they're trying to find a path in between. The mean is not just straight down the middle of the road. Moreover, the precise balance is going to differ from person to person. So Aristotle says, look, the right amount. What's the right amount to eat? You shouldn't eat too much or too little. You should eat just the right amount. But the right amount is not going to be exactly the same for everyone. Now, it's true that it's going to be sort of broadly similar for all people. All human beings are enough alike that the right amount to eat will be sort of within a certain range. So, 1 grain of rice a week is too little, and 500 pounds of stuff every day is too much. But within that range, there's going to be differences. So Aristotle gives the example of Milo of Croton, who was this famous wrestler. He supposedly could lift a bull on his back. He died in an embarrassing way. He ripped a tree open and succeeded, but then it snapped shut on his hands, and he couldn't get out of it. And then the bunch of wolves came to bite him, and he couldn't get his hands free. It's probably a made-up story, but anyway, it's an interesting story. But anyway, he was famous for being really, really strong, big, powerful, huge, muscly wrestler. And so the right amount to eat for him is going to be too much for the average person, and the right amount for the average person to eat is going to be too little for him. So likewise for people, for ethics, exactly what the right amount of fear or susceptibility to bodily pleasures or any of these things, that's going to vary with your individual nature and with your circumstances and so forth. Aristotle thinks it's going to be broadly speaking, similar for all human beings, but there's going to be a lot of individual variation. Aristotle also thinks that figuring out the right thing to do or how to respond to a situation isn't primarily a matter of following rules. Now, it's not that he thinks that there are no rules. So people sometimes say Aristotle doesn't believe there are any rules. Well, he gives some rules. He gives a list of things that, he says you should always do the right amount of something, not too much or too little, but then he gives a list of things that there's no right amount of to do, like murder. There's no right amount of murder to do. Just don't do any. Well, if there's a list of things that any amount of which doing is wrong, then he does believe in some rules. But the point is that just memorizing all the rules isn't going to be enough to make you a virtuous person. There's more to being virtuous than just following the rules. Think of it this way. There are rules for riding a bike. Like, pedal faster if you want to go faster. Pedal more slowly if you want to go slowly. Pull the brakes if you want to slow down. Or in my day, pedal backwards if you want to slow down. That's the kind of bike I learned on. Turn the handles in the direction you want the bike to go. Those are rules. But you couldn't just memorize all the rules for riding a bike and then jump on a bike for the first time and ride off. Are there rules for balancing? How do you keep your balance on a bike? Well, there aren't any rules to memorize. There's no list of rules. You think, well, if you find yourself leaning 3% to the left, shift your weight 4% to the right or something. Maybe your body is doing something like that, but you certainly don't do it by grasping that rule. You just got to feel through experience for how to do it. And likewise, in the same way, although there are rules for being moral, those aren't enough to make you a good person. You have to get a feel through experience of how to respond to situations. So think of being a good writer or a good painter. So are there rules for being a good writer? Well, sort of. I mean, first of all, they're just basic rules of grammar and spelling. But of course, memorizing all those and applying them perfectly is not going to make you a good writer. Then there are more general rules. There's a famous list of rules that George Orwell, the author of 1984, came up with, rules for good writing. Things like use shorter words or words derived from Saxon over longer words or words derived from Latin. Use the active rather than the passive, and so forth. But the last rule on the list was, violate any of these rules rather than write something that sounds barbarous. Well, that's a different kind of rule. I mean, the other rules you could program a computer to follow, but don't follow these rules if it sounds better not doing it is not a rule that you could teach a computer. That's something you have to get a feel for. It's like like a painter or something. You can't just follow some algorithm or list of rules to be a good person. This is something that in general virtue ethicists tend to think, which makes them tend to be different from deontologists, as we'll see later on. Now Aristotle also applies this to politics. Because we're rational animals, one thing that means is that we deal with each other through speech, through persuasion and reasoned discussion, rather than violence. It's an animal way of dealing with other people, just to attack them physically and force them. Instead, you get together and you reason together about your common concerns, and Aristotle says that makes us political animals. We're political animals because we're rational animals. Because we're rational animals, and the word for rational and the word for speaking are actually the same in Greek. We have this capacity for rational speech, and that means we can deal with one another through speech rather than through force. And politics is the realm in which we resolve our common affairs through discussion rather than through force, at least ideally. And so Aristotle contrasts political societies, where people resolve their common concerns through rational discussion, with, on the one hand, tyrannical societies, where there's a supreme ruler who just dictates things and no one gets to discuss with him. On the other hand, you've got just mere bands of people who don't really add up to being a political society. Just a group of people who hang out together, but they don't really subordinate their individual self-interest to the common good. They just go off and do whatever they want to do. And political societies, the ones he favors, represent a kind of mean between having excessive deference to authority, which is what you find in tyranny, where people just bow down and do whatever the tyrant wants, versus insufficient deference to authority. We've got a band or tribe of people where each one wants to do their own thing, and they're not willing really to talk with the others about whether it's the best thing for the group. So Aristotle's paradigm of tyranny would be the Persian Empire, which he really disliked. Because one of his friends was tortured to death by the Persian Empire. That probably helped to sour him on it. When he talks about these mere bands of people, what he has in mind, he says, is the Celtic and Germanic tribes of Northern Europe. But it has to be added that he didn't know much about them. The Greeks in general didn't really know much about them. By contrast, they knew quite a bit about the Persian Empire. A lot of Greeks had served as mercenaries in the Persian army, so the Persian Empire they knew pretty well. The Celtic and Germanic tribes, they didn't really know that much about them, and so you shouldn't necessarily trust Aristotle's description of what those societies are like. But, according to Aristotle, the best kind of societies are, guess what? The societies in his own world, the Greek societies. Those are political societies. Those are societies where people, rather than either bowing down to tyrants or running off on their own, they come together through rational discussion and submit their concerns to the group to talk about. And here Aristotle is following a very popular sentiment in Greece. So there's this famous orator, Lysias, who praises the founders of Athenian democracy for holding that it was the way of wild beasts to be held subject to one another by force, but the duty of men to delimit justice by law, to convince by reason. So Aristotle is saying very much the same thing here, even though Aristotle is not as much of a democrat as Lysias was. But Lysias and Aristotle both think that political society should be based on some kind of common conversation about common affairs. However, you have to keep in mind that the majority of Athenian residents, if you take the women plus the slaves plus the immigrants, of course those are overlapping groups, if you take the women, slaves, and immigrants and add them all together, that's actually the majority of Athenian residents. The free male citizens are the minority. It's only the free male citizens who had this right to participate in determining common affairs through reasoned discourse. Whereas women, slaves, and immigrants just had to do what they were told, by and large. Immigrants less so than the other two groups. But still, an immigrant could not become a citizen, except in very rare cases. There's no such thing as an immigrant becoming a citizen. Being an immigrant was like a permanent status, to be a resident alien, which incidentally Aristotle himself was. Aristotle was not Athenian, although he lived in Athens. Socrates and Plato were Athenian citizens. Aristotle wasn't. Aristotle was, from the northern wilds of Macedonia. So, Aristotle doesn't have any problem, despite being a non-citizen himself, he doesn't have any problem with excluding women and slaves and immigrants from this process of common deliberation, even though he thinks that it's the fundamentally human way to live, to resolve your common disputes through reason. But he only allows a small proportion of people to do that. And so you might wonder, if a political society is one where people resolve their disputes through common discourse, then were these societies of Greece that Aristotle praises, were they really political societies? And maybe they were more so than the Persian Empire, which is a very hierarchical authoritarian system, although it had its good points too, needless to say. But and of course, you also might wonder how different are these political societies from these, these Celtic and Germanic bands that he's, casting shade on. Given that it's not really the case in those bands, each individual just went off and did whatever they wanted. And many of these Celtic and Germanic societies, women actually had more rights than they did in Greek societies. Not all, but some of them. Anyway, so although this is an interesting idea about a political society being a society based on mutual discourse rather than force, you might think that Aristotle is being a little bit too quick to think that his society has achieved that. In fact, even if you leave aside women and slaves and immigrants, it's not the case that all the adult male citizens were free from being forced to do things that you might think they shouldn't have to be forced to do. So Aristotle may be Aristotle thinks this is an ideal that's actually realized in his own society, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's an ideal he's pointing to that isn't realized in his own society, and maybe it's not fully realized in ours either. Okay, we've looked at Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle as representatives of the ancient classical eudaemonist version of virtue ethics in ancient Greece. Now we're going to look at one more classical eudaemonist, Cicero, who's a little later and a little farther west. So Cicero, Marcus Tullius Cicero, if you want to give his Latin name, he was a Roman senator in the 1st century BCE. He's also a philosopher. In fact, he helped to introduce Greek philosophical ideas into Rome. He was one of the people who was promoting the idea that Romans should learn more about Greek philosophy. And when Cicero wrote his works trying to introduce Greek philosophy to the Romans, he discovered he had some trouble expressing Greek philosophical ideas in Latin because there hadn't been as much philosophical work done in Latin, and as a result, Latin's philosophical vocabulary was rather impoverished. And so Cicero discovered he had to invent a whole bunch of Latin words in order to express in Latin these Greek words that the philosophers had been using forever. And a number of our English words come from Latin words that Cicero invented. So the four I mentioned here are quality, quantity, humanity, and evidence. Qualitas, quantitas, humanitas, and evidentia. Those are words that Cicero invented because Latin didn't have any word that meant those things, and Greek did. And so when he's trying to explain Greek concepts in Latin, he invented these words. So we owe that much to Cicero, at any rate. Now, as I said, Cicero was a classical eudaemonist, He's influenced by Platonic and Aristotelian and Stoic ideas, and leans sometimes more one way, sometimes more another. I mean, his official philosophical view was a kind of skepticism, where he thought that you couldn't really know which philosophical views were most defensible. But nevertheless, in practice, he always found the classical eudaemonist views more defensible than the alternative, even though he wasn't always sure which of these versions, the Platonic, Aristotelian, or Stoic ones, in different texts, he seems to defend one of them rather than the other. So the last book he ever wrote was on duties. It was written in the last year of his life, before he was assassinated. Cicero had been the main political opposition at that point to Julius Caesar, which is a dangerous thing to be. And after Caesar's death, Mark Antony, Caesar's main henchman, gets in power, and so Caesar has Cicero assassinated out of revenge for Cicero's opposition to Caesar. Supposedly, Cicero's last words to the soldier who had come to kill him on orders was, "What you are doing is not proper, but if you're going to do it, at least do it properly." Now, who knows if he said that? It sounds like the kind of thing he would like to have said. Anyway, interestingly enough, On Duties explores the application of some of these ideas to business ethics. So we've been looking at sort of basic general ethical foundations about why you should respect the rights of others and so on. But now we're actually seeing how some of these people actually apply these things to business ethics. So we'll see that people who had very similar ideas to each other, nevertheless had quite different ideas from each other in business ethics. Now, one of the important things in Cicero is this idea of the four personae. Now, remember that Aristotle says that you should try to live the most human life you can, but he also said that the way of specifying the most human life will differ from one person to another. He calls it the mean in relation to us. Just as the example I gave of the right diet for an ordinary person, the right diet for Milo of Croton, the wrestler who carried bulls on his back, might be different. And so we can see Cicero's picking up on this. He's also developing ideas from the Stoic philosopher Panaetius, who was a big influence on Cicero. So Cicero introduces this idea of the four personae. It looks like at least the idea of the first two personae he's talking about looks like he got from Panaetius. We don't know whether the second two personae he also got from Panaetius or whether this is Cicero's innovation. Part of the problem is we don't have Panaetius' works anymore. We just have Cicero's, and so it's not always clear. But the word persona, your translation says character, but a persona is literally a theatrical mask. So in ancient Greece and Rome, actors wore masks on the stage. They wore sad-looking masks like this for tragedies and happy ones for comedies. Part of the reason for this is that an actor might play several different roles. At least originally in Greek tragedy, originally there were only three main actors, and there might be more than three characters in the play. Only three people, other than the chorus, only three people could be on the stage at the same time. So often, one actor would have to play lots of different roles, and so the easiest way was just to come in with a different mask. So persona is a theatrical mask, but Cicero's using it metaphorically. So he says you should regard yourself as being assigned four personae, four roles in life that you should play. The first is your human nature. All human beings have the same human nature, even if it's different in the details. The general essence of human nature is the same for all of us. And this idea that we saw in Aristotle, and it's also in the Stoics, and Cicero picks up on it, is we should live a life that expresses what it is to be human, expresses our human nature, which is going to be centrally rationality, that is. For Cicero, as for the Stoics, and as for Aristotle, so for Cicero, rationality is sort of the centerpiece of being human. But in addition, you also have your individual nature. And here you can see sort of picking up on this, or he or Panaetius or whoever is picking up on this idea of Aristotle's, that the exact detailed way you fill this in is going to be different for different people. Human nature is individualized differently in different people. Each person has their own unique talents and abilities. So in addition to living up to what you are in general, a human being, a rational animal, you also should be living up to your specific nature, your specific talents. However, there's a hierarchy here. If there's a conflict between universal nature and particular nature, universal nature has to win, says Cicero. So for example, I'll take an example from, this isn't Cicero's example, it's mine, which example it was probably on Cicero's mind. Suppose you're like Julius Caesar. You have a really distinctive talent. You have a natural skill at being a political tyrant. You're really good at scheming to get yourself in power. You're really good at winning people's loyalty so that they will support you even when it doesn't seem to be really in their interest. You're really good at giving persuasive speeches. You're really good at leading armies into battle. You're really good at advancing your political career in a way where you charm everyone, but nevertheless you ruthlessly, advance up the ladder of political power. Julius Caesar was a master at this. He was really good at it. So you might say, if you're supposed to live a life that develops your innate talents, well, Julius Caesar had an innate talent for being a political dictator. Should he therefore live that out? And no, for Cicero, because being a tyrant is contrary to justice and human fellowship. And those are virtues required by your universal human nature. So you're not allowed to indulge aspects of your individual nature that go against the virtues of human nature. So if you have a particular talent for something that's okay, you have a particular talent for diplomacy or watercolors or being a plumber or whatever, those are fine. But if your particular talent is to do something bad, you're really good at being an assassin or torturer or something, then sorry, no, you don't get to fulfill that part of your nature. Your third persona is the one that comes with your social role. So you're born into a certain family, you're born into a certain social class, wealthy or poor, aristocratic or commoner, you're born a member of a particular society, or you might get appointed to some job or some political office. The social status, the connection of social ties you find yourself born into, that's a third role that you should live out your life out as best you can. Now again, this is subject to the first two personae. So if you happen to be born into a class that requires you to do something unjust, if you happen to be appointed to some job that requires you to do something unjust, then you can resist. You don't have to do that. But otherwise, you need to follow the social roles you're born into. Now this is something that probably appeals less to many modern people. Many modern people will like the idea of living a life that's a truly human life and also living a life that fulfills your individual talents. But the idea that you should live a life that's been handed to you by your social role, you might think, why? Why should I happen, just because I happen to be born into a social class, why should I have to live that out? We might challenge that. So that's a place where you might want to debate with Cicero. Your fourth persona, assuming there's anything left undetermined, your fourth persona is someone you get to pick for yourself. If once you've satisfied the requirements of the first three, if there are any options left over, you can just pick whatever you want. So suppose there are two careers. They're both equally suited to your talents. So your second persona signs off on them. Neither one of them involves doing anything unjust or immoral or shameful or improper. So your first persona is okay with them. None of them violates the duty assigned to your social role. So third persona is fine. Well then, once you've satisfied all that, you can go ahead and pick whichever one you want. Says Cicero. Now, a lot of people have wondered why a philosopher like Cicero, who's so concerned with justice and fellowship, makes this big fuss about how you should deal with people via persuasion rather than force. He stresses this even more than Aristotle does. People have wondered why he doesn't see anything wrong with the institution of slavery. After all, you might think that dealing with people by persuasion rather than force is incompatible with enslaving them. Cicero is like Aristotle. He just has a blind spot here. He just doesn't see it as an issue. And what Cicero seems to think is, well, the roles of slave and slave owner are these social roles that go with the third persona. Just as if you find yourself being born an aristocrat or a commoner, you find yourself being born a Roman citizen or an Athenian citizen, then you should try and live those roles you've been assigned to as well as you can. So likewise, if you find yourself assigned by society, by social forces beyond your control, to the role of slave or slave owner, well, then you should be the best slave you can be or the best slave owner you can be. And Cicero thinks that slave owners should be humane to their slaves. They should treat them, kindly. Now, you might think there is no way to treat a slave kindly except by freeing them. I mean, if you're holding someone captive and forcing them to work for you, that's not kind. Of course, there are more and less cruel ways you can do that, but you might think that anything you do like that is still going to be unkind. But Cicero seems to think that these are roles you find yourself in, just as you might be subject to the emperor. Well, there was no emperor in Cicero's day, but you might find yourself subject to the Senate. If you're a commoner, you're under the authority of the Senate. And you should say, all right, well, I'm a Roman citizen. That's what it is for me. Well, likewise, then, if you're a slave, you should live that life out. But this is, particularly area where it might be inclined to think that Cicero hasn't really followed the logic of his argument through. So you might think, well, look, these roles of slave and slave owner, it's unjust to be a slave owner, and it's contrary to human dignity to remain a slave if you can avoid it. And so if you're really concerned with justice and dignity and with human fellowship, dealing with one another on a voluntary basis, as opposed to either giving commands or taking them, Cicero himself says that it's part of human nature, a good, appropriate part of human nature, not to want to have arbitrary authority imposed on you. But he's thinking of free citizens not wanting to be pushed around by Julius Caesar. He's not thinking about slaves not wanting to be pushed around by Cicero. Cicero was a slave owner. He was a wealthy, comfortable slave owner. Well, he was comfortable until Mark Antony killed him. But so you might think that Cicero should think this through more carefully and just decide, well, remember that the third persona gets trumped by the first one. That you don't have to follow the social role in the third persona if it's incompatible with the first one. And so you might think that if being a slave or being a slave owner conflicts with justice or dignity or human solidarity or any of these values that Cicero is so big on, or with independence, he mentions being independent as a good thing, a part of human nature, then it seems as though you're not obligated to be the best slave you can be or the best slave owner you can be. In fact, you're obligated to do the opposite. If you're a slave owner, you're obligated to stop being a slave owner. If you're a slave, you're obligated to get yourself out of slavery as soon as you can safely manage to do it. Cicero also endorses Plato's story of Gyges' ring. And he has this quarrel with the Epicureans. This text, the text on duties, doesn't mention that they're Epicureans, but we know from some of his other works, like On Ends, that he has them in mind. She has a quarrel with the Epicureans. So the Epicureans are a group of Greek philosophers who are not exactly classical Eudymonists. They're in some ways very close, and they're influenced heavily by Socrates. But the difference is that they're not classical Eudymonists because they don't regard morality as a constitutive part of happiness. They regard it as an instrumental means. They regard morality as a strategy that brings about happiness, which is the view that Plato and Aristotle and Socrates and the Stoics all reject. Now, even though they think this, one reason they look a lot like classical Eudymonists is that the Epicureans think that sometimes the best way to achieve a goal is to treat certain means as though they are part of the goal, even though they're really just strategies. So the Epicureans think that you should treat virtue and friendship and things like this as though they are part of your happiness, as though they had value in themselves, because doing this is the most likely way to get the happiness. But as a matter of fact, really, strictly speaking, they're just strategies. So they're instrumentalists who want to act like constitutivists, you might say. And Cicero thinks that they don't really have the right to do that. So, so the official Epicurean view is that really virtue is just an instrumental means to happiness. So Cicero is asking them, well, look, suppose you had the ring of Gyges. What that means is that you could achieve your happiness more quickly, more efficiently. You could bypass morality. If morality isn't part of happiness, it's just something that might cause it. You have no more reason to care about morality if there's something else that might cause it. And so having the ring of Gyges, you could go around and grab whatever you want and no one would be the wiser. seems like that would be a way of getting your happiness that would bypass morality, so you wouldn't have to be moral. So would you still have reason to be moral? Because this is supposed to be a problem for the Epicureans, because the Epicureans say yes, you would still have reason to be moral even if you had the ring of Gyges. And that's going to mean that they have to stop being Epicureans and start being classical Eudaimonists. They have to treat morality as a constitutive part of happiness, not just an instrumental means to it. On the other hand, if they say no, you wouldn't have any reason to be moral anymore, then that's going to make them more different from the classical Eudaimonists than they want to be. So Cicero is trying to tell them that they're sort of in a precarious, unbalanced state, and they have to either go all the way one way or all the way the other. So the Epicureans reject the question as illegitimate, because they say, look, the ring of Gyges is not possible. It's not possible to make yourself invisible. Broadly speaking, it's not possible to insulate yourself from the bad effects of wickedness on your reputation and so on. And so therefore, they can reject his thought experiment, and they don't have to answer the question, what would you do if you had the ring of Gyges? Because they think it's a pointless question because the ring of Gyges is not possible. Now, Cicero thinks that they are missing the point. He thinks, look, a thought experiment doesn't have to be possible in reality in order to pose a legitimate question about reality. The ring of Gyges isn't supposed to be a real scenario, but nevertheless, even though it's only a hypothetical experiment, it's supposed to be one that has real impact on our actual choices. So here's Cicero's version of Plato's argument, or my version of Cicero's version of Plato's argument. So, suppose if the ring of Gyges were possible, if it were possible, then it would be possible to achieve happiness without the usual instrumental means. You can just bypass them. Whatever the instrumental means are. Whatever means to happiness are just causes of happiness. You could bypass them if you had the ring. A virtuous person would want to seek happiness in the most efficient way, and so they'd be happy to dispense with any instrumental means that they can. They wouldn't want to dispense with any constitutive means, because you can't dispense with those. But any instrumental means, if you can, get it faster by bypassing them, they'd want to. But if the ring of Gyges were possible, a truly virtuous person would not use it to dispense with morality. So see what these imply. If the ring of Gyges were possible, then if you had it, you could achieve happiness without the instrumental means. So if a virtuous person would want to achieve it without instrumental means, so if a virtuous person had the ring of Gyges, then they would try to dispense with all instrumental means. But a truly virtuous person wouldn't want to dispense with morality, and that means that morality is not a purely instrumental means. That's Cicero's argument. He's presenting to the Epicureans. And the Epicureans are objecting to the argument by saying the ring of Gyges is impossible. And Cicero's answer is, look, no step in that argument says that it's possible. Go back and look at the argument. Is there any that says it is possible? No. It says if it were possible, but that's counterfactual. It's not saying it is. So there's nothing in this argument that asserts or implies that the ring of Gyges is possible. So therefore, pointing out that it's impossible is not a legitimate objection to the argument. It doesn't count as an objection. If I give you an argument and you give an objection, and your objection doesn't contradict anything I said in the argument, then it's not an objection. If it's an objection, you have to say either that one of the premises is false or that one of the inferences is invalid. They haven't pointed to any false premise in his argument. They haven't pointed to any invalid inference. They're just objecting to this concept. But even if the concept isn't possible in reality, we can imagine, it's not inconceivable, we can imagine what it would be like to have the ring of Gyges, and we can ask, in that hypothetical, counterfactual, not physically possible situation, what would be the rational thing to do? And that's the question that the Epicureans are rejecting. That's a picture of Epicurus there, by the way. Although Cicero's argument isn't with Epicurus, it's with later Epicureans. We don't know whether Epicurus himself ever talked about the ring of Gyges, because most of his writings are lost. We have kind of a potluck when it comes to ancient writings. We have some people from whom we have lots and lots of material that survives, and we have other people from whom it's lost. And most of Epicurus's writings are lost. And most of the writings of Epicurus's followers are lost. We just have a handful here and there. It's frustrating. We can always hope that archaeologists will dig up in the sands of Egypt a whole bunch of scrolls that have been preserved. The sands of Egypt are good places for preserving these things because they're very dry. And so lots of scrolls have been preserved, found there. We can always hope they'll find something more. It'd be great if we could actually find more of the writings of the Stoics and the Epicureans. Okay, now Cicero turns to business ethics. And what he's going to do is he's going to describe some debates that philosophers have. And he says, look, a lot of philosophers want to describe some of these moral dilemmas in terms of a conflict between what's right and what's expedient. Here's the right thing to do, here's the expedient thing to do, which do you want to do? Cicero thinks this is the wrong way to describe moral dilemmas. Because, remember, he's a classical eudaemonist. He thinks that virtue is part of happiness, which means that it's impossible to achieve your self-interest by a non-virtuous means. Therefore, there can never be a conflict between the right and the expedient. If something isn't right, it's not going to be expedient either. Rather, we've got conflicts between different conceptions of rightness and expedience, but we never have a conflict between something really right and something really expedient. So really, we have to see these as conflicts between people with different views about what's right and or expedient. So what Cicero's going to do is he describes a debate between these two Stoics. Now, these are two people whose writings are lost. Once again, this constant tragedy of the ancient world that huge amounts of material are lost forever, as far as we know. But so most of what we know about these guys comes from Cicero, but we also have some independent information of them, but we don't have any of their works. So one of these Stoics is named Diogenes of Babylon, and we always add the of Babylon because there's a famous Greek philosopher named Diogenes, and this isn't him. This is a different Diogenes. In fact, there are 4 different prominent Greek philosophers named Diogenes. There's Diogenes of Sinope, who's the famous one. And there's Diogenes of Apollonia, Diogenes of Babylon, and then there's Diogenes Laertius, who is a historian of philosophy, who is a source of information for a lot of philosophers, and also wrote horrible, horrible poetry, most of which has been lost. And that's one of the things we don't miss. From the fragments of his poetry that he preserves in his other writings, we know enough to know that we hope we never find his verses in all meters. Anyway, that's a different Diogenes, too. So Diogenes of Babylon was a Stoic, and he had a student, Antipater, who came from Tarsus, which is also St. Paul's hometown. St. Paul came from a city that was a hotbed of Stoic thinking, which is probably one of the reasons that a lot of Paul's writings use Stoic metaphors and concepts. But anyway, that's another story as well. So here's this debate between Diogenes and Antipater about business ethics. Diogenes of Babylon, the position he takes is very similar to the Albert Carr article we read. Is business bluffing ethical? That is, Diogenes thinks that it's all right to mislead people by withholding information, as long as you're not outright lying or defrauding them. But you can deliberately cause them to have a false belief by presenting information selectively, and as long as you're not outright lying, it's okay in business transactions. That's Diogenes' view. So the example he gives is, suppose there's a famine in Rhodes. It's an island, Greek colony off the coast of what's now Turkey. There's a famine there, and you're arriving from Alexandria with a ship full of food. And because they're desperate for food there, you're going to be able to charge really high prices when you come into the harbor with your food. However, as you were sailing out, you noticed a bunch of other ships in the harbor that were getting ready to sail out to Rhodes too. And you know that they're just, a day or two or maybe just a few hours behind you. And so once they arrive, you're going to have competition with these other merchants. You won't be able to charge such high prices for your food because if you charge a price, they'll try to undersell you. By charging a lower one, you'll try to undersell them, and pretty soon, you'll no longer be charging, famine level prices. So you don't want them to know that there are more ships coming, because if they know about the other ships coming, they know they only have to wait maybe a few hours, and they can pay much lower prices for the food than they can pay now. In fact, they wouldn't even have to wait. Once you know that they're prepared to wait, you'd have to lower your prices now in order to forestall the merchants coming later. And so you'd lose a lot of money. If they know the truth, that other ships are coming with more food, you wouldn't be able to make as much profit. So do you have an obligation to tell them the other ships are coming? That's the question. Diogenes says no. And here's his argument. You may possess all kinds of information that would be useful to people, but you're not under an obligation to give people that information free of charge. Just as in general, you're not in obligation to give people goods and services free of charge. If there's something wrong with your computer and I know how to fix it, this is a counterfactual situation, but suppose that I know how to fix your computer. Well, I don't have to do it for free. If that's my job, I have a right to get paid for it, and so I have the right to withhold the information until you pay me. So in general, you don't have an obligation to give people useful information for free. So the example Gyges gives is he's a philosophy teacher, and so he mentions that he has useful knowledge about the nature of the gods and the highest good. But he's not obligated to lecture on those things without pay, because that's how he makes his money. Doesn't have to lecture for free. So in general, you don't have an obligation to give people useful information for free. So it would be very useful to the people of Rhodes to know that more ships are coming, but I don't owe them that information for free just out of the goodness of my heart, unless you're going to deny, that people have a right to private property at all. And Diogenes is all in favor of private property. And Antipater takes the other side, and Cicero is on Antipater's side in this debate. Antipater says, yeah, okay, I agree with you. You don't have an obligation simply to provide useful information to anyone for free. But there's a difference between simply failing to offer useful knowledge, which is fine, and trying to ensure they don't get it. There's a difference between just not offering the money unless you pay versus trying to prevent you from getting it. So it's like, if I've got an apple here and you want it, I don't have to give it to you for free. I can charge you for it. But if there's another apple there behind you, I don't have the right to try and prevent you from noticing it. Because in that case, in the first case, I'm not treating your ignorance as my goal. I'm not trying to make you ignorant. But in the second case, I'm trying to make you ignorant. It's my interest for you to be ignorant of this other opportunity. And Antipater thinks it's incompatible with human fellowship to have other people's ignorance as your goal. You don't have to give them information for free. You can pay them for it. But you shouldn't be wanting them to be ignorant. That's the distinction that Antipater and Cicero want to make. They make a similar debate about other cases. So suppose you're selling a house and there's some defects in the house. Do you have an obligation to reveal the defects? And Diogenes thinks no, Antipater thinks yes. Or the other example they give is, suppose you're selling a slave, and the slave has certain defects. Maybe the slave isn't as strong as he looks, or maybe the slave has a tendency to disobey. Do you have the obligation to tell that? And Diogenes says, well, you shouldn't lie about the defects of the slave or of the house. But you can simply fail to mention them and just hope that they won't realize it. Whereas Antipater wants to think, Antipater wants to say that if you are trying to manipulate the person into believing something false, even if you manipulate it by not saying something rather than saying something, you're still aiming at their. If you're trying to encourage someone to have a false belief, that's the moral equivalent of a lie. So there's a difference between not giving you the true belief without being paid for it and trying to encourage you to have a false belief. By the way, of course, it kind of seemed kind of ironic to us that they're talking about selling a slave to someone, and they make all this worry about whether you're being honest to the person buying the slave by giving full information about the slave. So they're really concerned about the morality of lying and what the nature and scope of lying is. But, just like Cicero does, they're not seeing any moral issue about slavery. Sure, you got the slave, that's perfectly fine, but are you being unjust to the buyer and selling them the slave without telling them this or that about the slave? So this really seems like a massive blind spot to us. I think, well, they should have, taken this theory and applied it more consistently than they did. Here's another case. Suppose I'm selling something that I think is just brass, and so I'm not charging a lot for it. But you know that it's gold. You can tell that I've made a mistake about my own wares. So if you don't tell me, you could just buy the gold from me at the price I'm charging, which is pretty low because I think it's brass, and you can go resell it for a high price knowing it's gold, and you make a lot of money out of me. Is that permissible? Diogenes says yes. It's not your job to inform me about the nature of my wares. That's information that would be useful to me, but you don't have to provide your services for free. You don't have to simply provide information to me just because it would be useful. And so therefore, it's perfectly okay for you to buy it and then resell it at a higher price. Whereas Antipater says, no, you have to sell. You have to tell me, because you're not just failing to relieve my ignorance, you're actually trying to exploit my ignorance. You want me to be ignorant in order for your plan to work. And therefore, Antipater thinks that that's incompatible with human fellowship. Now, here's a particularly interesting example. One of the reasons it's interesting is that a lot of people who are on Diogenes' side of this debate in the other cases tend to feel more uncomfortable with this case and tend to side more with Antipater. It doesn't always happen, but often this is a case where even people who agree with Diogenes, might feel more on Antipater's side for this one. This example is raised, as some of the other examples too, are raised by this guy, Hecaton of Rhodes. Is it okay to pay for a purchase with counterfeit money? You may think, well, surely not. It can't be right to pay with counterfeit money for something because you're defrauding the person, right? Well, according to Diogenes, maybe yes, maybe no. Suppose I take a counterfeit $50 bill and I say, I hereby offer you this $50 bill in exchange for what you're selling. Well, that's immoral and it's fraudulent, according to Diogenes, because I'm telling you a falsehood. I'm telling you this is a $50 bill when it isn't. And so I'm defrauding you. So Diogenes says, that's no good. But suppose I don't say, I hereby offer you this $50 bill. Suppose I just say, I hereby offer you this. I hold up this thing, a counterfeit $50 bill. I don't describe it. I don't say what it is. I don't say, here's this real $50 bill. I don't say, here's this counterfeit $50 bill. I just say, here's this thing. I offer you this thing in exchange for your goods. Of course, you only take it because you assume it's a genuine $50 bill, which is what it looks like. I didn't say it was. I just said, here, take this. Buyer beware. Caveat emptor. As Cicero would say in Latin. Except that he wouldn't say it in this case. According to Diogenes, I'm not doing anything wrong in offering you the counterfeit, because I don't say that it's counterfeit. It's your assumption that it's counterfeit, and it's not my job to enlighten you about your mistakes. Just as, it wasn't my job to tell you that you were selling gold instead of brass. It's not my job to tell you that you're accepting counterfeit money instead of real money. I didn't say that this was real. I just said, here's this, and I'm allowing you to assume it. But Antipater, and likewise Cicero, think this isn't just a case of my failing to enlighten you. This is a case where I'm actually manipulating you into thinking the bill is a genuine bill. I'm not just failing to offer you information. I'm trying to get you to have the false belief. And therefore, because this is a manipulation, Antipater thinks that this is unjust, and Cicero does too. And so, interesting to see what you think about some of these different cases. Okay, Confucians in the Garden of Virtue, and once we get to talking about watering plants versus carving them up, you'll see why we're talking about this as being a kind of garden. All right, so we've been looking at some examples of virtue theory, in particular, the founders of virtue theory in the Western tradition. And those founders are the classical eudaimonists: Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, the Stoics, Cicero, those guys. But during the very same era that they were founding virtue theory in the West, there was another version of virtue theory being developed in China, Confucianism. And so I want to talk a little bit about that. So Confucianism is named after its founder. Notice that I give, with these various things, I give two ways of spelling it. There are two standard ways of rendering Chinese into English. There's the newer one, Pinyin, and the older one, which you still sometimes see, Wei Giles. And so I'm giving you some, one of each, so that if you see one of the other versions, you'll recognize it. So this guy's name is Kung Tse, sometimes known as Kung Fu Tse, and it was Jesuit missionaries who discovered these ideas and brought them back to the West, and they're the ones who gave him this Latin name, Confucius. So that's why we call him a Confucian name, because Jesuit missionaries were really interested in Confucianism. So he was one of these wandering scholars I mentioned about earlier. Remember, I mentioned that after the Zhou dynasty collapses, all these middle-level educators and bureaucrats and so forth are out of work, and they go wandering from one of these new little kingdoms popping up to another, offering their services as political advisor. And Kung Tzu was one of these guys. You'll notice that lots of names of Chinese philosophers have Tzu at the end. You've got Kung Tzu and Meng Tzu and Sun Tzu and Mo Tzu and Lao Tzu and Shuang Tzu. There's a whole bunch of them. Han Fei Tzu is the bad one. And it's an honorific meaning master. So Kung Tzu meant Master Kung. Kung Fu Tzu is actually a less common usage in the Chinese, but that's the one that the Jesuits picked up on, which is why we get Confucius. Kung Fu Tzu means master, Fu Tzu means grandmaster. So Kung Fu Tzu means grandmaster Kung. But that's not what they usually called him. They usually call him Kung Tzu, and I will too. Now, we're in a somewhat similar situation with Kung Tzu that we are with Socrates, in that we don't actually have writings from him. The difference is that there aren't really any writings attributed to Socrates, whereas there are lots of writings attributed to Kung Tzu. The thing is that most scholars nowadays don't think that those writings are actually by him. They think those are writings by later Confucians. So the closest thing we probably have as a guide to what Kung Tzu actually thought is this work called the Analects. That's what it's called in English. It's a word. Analect is a word that it's called lunyu in Chinese. And the word analect is really used in English only for this book now, so it doesn't really mean anything anymore. But anyway, this isn't a book that Kung Tzu wrote. It's a collection of his remarks that was put together by his students after his death. So that, again, makes it kind of like the writings about Socrates that we have from Plato and Xenophon. Now, Confucius is often described as one of the earliest Chinese philosophers. When you read the Analects, you might think this doesn't really look like philosophy. At least not the way I've been describing philosophy, where philosophy is a matter of argument. Now, people sometimes say, well, Chinese philosophy doesn't really involve argument the way Western philosophy does. That's not true, though. Lots of Chinese philosophers used very clear argumentation. Mo Tzu, for example, the founder of the Moist school, Mo Tzu definitely used argument, and his followers even developed a whole science of logic. People often think the Taoists, people like Lao Tzu, aren't using arguments, but I think they really are. I think the opening passages of the Tao Te Ching really are an argument, but that's another story. But the Analects doesn't look much like an argument, so you might say, is Kung Tzu really a philosopher? Well, I don't know if he is, but his followers are, definitely. So if you're trying to find things in the Confucian tradition that look like philosophical argumentation, you're not going to find that much in the Analects, although there's some. But I think if you look in the generations of Confucianism after Kung Tzu himself, you start seeing things that look like philosophical argumentation. I think this is part of response to Mo Tzu, because Mo Tzu was just really, this guy's really into argumentation, and his followers were as well. And he comes off and gives these really sharp arguments against the Confucians. I think the Confucians start developing argumentative techniques in order to respond to him. Again, this idea that philosophy arises out of intellectual competition. So the two most important early Confucians, I don't think that, for me at least, as a philosopher, Kung Tzu is not really that interesting. I mean, he's kind of interesting, but I mean, really, I think that the two most interesting early Confucians are these guys, Meng Tzu and Sun Tzu, who come, a few centuries after the master. And they're doing recognizable philosophical argumentation. They're inspired by Kung Tzu, but they're doing something that's more clearly philosophical. The Confucians are virtue theorists, which means that, like the other virtue theorists, they think that right actions are ones that express virtue states of character. But one difference between the Confucians and the Greeks is that the Confucians put a lot more emphasis on tradition, and think that virtues have to be embodied in a tradition. Now, the Greeks, they care about tradition sometimes, but it's not really anything as much like what the Confucians go for. One of the central concepts of Confucianism is this word li. Now, there are a bunch of different Chinese words that get rendered in English as li. But anyway, and there's used with different characters in Chinese, but all rendered the same way. But anyway, this word li, it's often translated rituals or rites or ceremony. but that's a little bit inadequate, although it is a hard word to translate. But it really refers to this entire body of inherited social customs and practices. And these are practices have been evolved for centuries, and the Confucians thought that they had reached their pinnacle in the Zhou dynasty. Now, remember I said the Zhou dynasty is the one that just collapsed when the Chinese philosophy got started. So the Confucians are looking back to the Zhou dynasty as this wonderful period of civilization, where people, lived in a civilized and thoughtful manner, and life was made sort of beautiful and harmonious by this wonderful body of rituals and social practices. Now, people have criticized this. People said, well, maybe was it so great for the peasants? Were the peasants enjoying all this, or was it just sort of these bureaucrats? These bureaucrats were, had all these rituals where they'd bow to each other in the court, and they really liked it. So people have made fun of this. But, of course, you might think that Confucians have a point about the importance of traditional customs, even if you think that some of the particular ones that they were into might have been not the best. Who knows? Anyway, the Confucian view is that these li are a necessary structure for shaping your character and your action. That you can't really develop into a good person except through this matrix of social customs. And in particular, they, like Aristotle, they think that virtuous action is a matter of having the right emotional responses to things. But unlike him, or at least to a much greater degree than him, they think that the right way to express human emotions depends on these traditional forms. So, to see what they have in mind, here's an example. It's an example that's controversial. People are going to disagree about it. But a lot of people think that in the West, the traditional words of the marriage ceremony, richer for poorer, in sickness and health, till death do us part, that whole thing. A lot of people think that the traditional words of the marriage vows express the commitment, the emotional commitment of husband and wife better than do vows when couples get together and just write their own vows. So people disagree about this. But some people think, when couples to get together and write their own vows, it's just some sort of god-awful sentimental mush. And it doesn't really express the emotions as well as the traditional ceremony does. Now, not everyone agrees with that. Some people are going to say, this traditional ceremony is written by other people using old-fashioned language. How does that express our emotions? Let us write our own vows, and even if you don't like them, for us they express the emotions. So a lot of people think maybe writing your own vows really does express them better. But still, a lot of people think that, in fact, you don't express the emotions as well coming up with these vows yourself as you do going by the inherited custom, because finding words that express emotions is a difficult task. It's a task for writers and experts. It's not something that everyone is just in a position to do. And these words have stood the test of time. They've gradually evolved over time, and kind of inherited wisdom. And so, we should actually prefer the traditional marriage ceremony. So, Dixon who thinks that's analogous to what the Confucians think. The Confucians think that this inherited, gradually evolved body of social customs actually does a better job of expressing sincere emotion than stuff we would just come up with spontaneously on our own. That's their view. Right or wrong, that's the view. Now, I mentioned Mozi before. He was this guy who criticizes the Confucians. And one of his arguments is, the Confucian reverence for tradition doesn't make any sense, because every tradition was an innovation once. Every tradition started somewhere. And so, the first time, it was an innovation. So if innovation is bad, then it was bad to start all these traditions that the Confucians like so much. Which doesn't make sense. On the other hand, if innovation isn't bad, then maybe the Confucians should be fonder of it. How can you be so much for tradition and against innovation when innovation is the basis from which traditions originally spring? However, the Confucians are not against innovation as much as they want to, they don't want it to take over. They don't think that the li should be immune from revision. So there's this famous passage in the Analects where Kung is talking about some court ritual, and he's talking in the context where his audience knows what this ritual is about and we don't. So it sounds kind of odd to us. But he says, there's this ritual where you used to bow, at one end of the hallway wearing one kind of cap, and now they've changed it so you bow at the other end of the hallway wearing the other kind of cap. And Kunze says, one of those innovations I don't like. I don't like the innovation where you change which end of the hallway you bow at, because one end of the hallway is higher than the other, and somehow it's more respectful to bow at one end than the other. We don't know exactly what kind of setup he was talking about. And this is the kind of thing that makes critics of Confucianism makes their eyes glaze over when they hear about people worrying about these ceremonies of which end of the hallway you're bowing at. But anyway, he thinks that bowing at one end of the hallway is more respectful than bowing at the other end. For whatever reason, he thinks this. And therefore, he thinks that change, where you now bow at the other end, is a bad change. But he says that changing the kind of cap you wear is a good change, because the new kind of cap you wear is cheaper. And, all these ceremonies cost money. And, this is a privileged bureaucratic class. The money's not coming from them. It's coming from, peasants paying taxes. And, we want to be nice to the peasants. And so we shouldn't charge them so much. And so Kunze says it's actually a good thing that they change the kind of cap. So there's an example where Kunze is actually allowing a change in the traditions. You might think it's analogous to allowing a change in the marriage vows. So lots of people nowadays use the traditional marriage vows, except the line where it says the wife has to promise to honor and obey the husband. They drop the obey. So they don't change the whole marriage vow, but they just change one part of it. And that's the kind of change that Kunze thinks is all right. It seems it's all right to innovate in customs, but you make changes from within, and you do it gradually. You don't just throw the whole thing out at once. And the thing, it's like the raft where you have to stand in part of the raft where you're changing the rest of it. You don't just dump the whole raft. You have to have good reason for each change, and you have to make it gradually, and you have to change it slowly within the structure, change within the system. And by contrast with, for example, the 18th century French philosopher Voltaire once advised, the best way to start a new society is just take all the existing law books and burn them and just start from scratch. Because it's so full of confused old traditional crap, they thought that it's just, rather than trying to sort through what's salvageable and what's not in the old, we should just burn it. And the Confucians would be horrified by that. The Confucians think, no, the changes have to be gradual and have to be within the system. And you can, depending on the custom and the context, you can sort of sympathize with each view. I mean, you can imagine cases where Kunze seems like he's right, that people are just trying to throw out traditions without really understanding what they are, and you want to be more careful. On the other hand, there are cases where traditions do seem like just a load of acquired crap, and you can sort of sympathize with Voltaire just wanting to dump them. It's going to depend on the circumstances, maybe. Another important Confucian idea is what's called the rectification of names, meaning that the terminology we use should fit the real natures of things. So here's this example from the book of Mengzi, which is not by him, it's about him, again, written by his students. Unlike Shunzi's book, which seems to be by him, Mengzi's book is about him, a collection of his sayings. So one of the stories in Mengzi is that Mengzi was an advisor to this king, and the king asks him, what do you think about the practice of assassinating kings who are unjust? It was sort of a dangerous question to ask, but Mengzi always tried to give a courageous answer, and he said, an unjust ruler is not really a king. He's no true king. It's assassinating a true king, that sounds pretty bad. But if you're unjust, you no longer have a right to the title of king. You're not really a king. You're just a mere fellow. You're just some guy. And so it's not a big deal killing this guy who's usurped the throne. So the idea is that the rectification of names means you shouldn't call someone a king unless they fit the real nature of a king. And the real nature of a king is to be a just and wise ruler. So if you're not a just and wise ruler, you don't really deserve to be called a king. This is the kind of answer that the king probably was not happy to hear, particularly because it's clear that Mengzi did not think that this guy was a perfect king either. Though he wasn't awful, Mengzi wouldn't have tried to become his advisor if he were one of the worst kings. But still, he was no great shakes. And here we see a similarity with this idea you find in Socrates and also in the Stoics, that only the wise person is a true ruler. That you don't count as being a genuine ruler unless you're wise. Actually, Thrasymachus has that view too, although with rather different content. Also part of this idea of rectification of names is the idea that if you're going to have a category applied to you, that you should try to live up to the moral duties that are implied by the category. So, for example, if I'm someone's son or someone's father, then I have to act like it. I don't deserve to call myself someone's son unless I behave like a son to that person. I behave with appropriate filial piety. I don't deserve to call myself the father of a person unless I act like a father. So you have to, there's this, there's a famous passage in, famous Confucian passage, which literally in Chinese just reads, father, father, son, son, ruler, ruler, minister, minister. It's very cryptic. But the two standard translations of it, one of them is, a father should act like a father, a son should act like a son, a ruler should act like a ruler, a minister should act like a minister. And the other reading of it is, you should treat a father like a father, you should treat a son like a son, you should treat a ruler like a ruler, you should treat a minister like a minister. You see, those are broadly the same idea. And you can see a similar here to Cicero's third persona, where he says, well, look, if you find yourself in a certain social role, then you should try and live out the duties associated with that social role. So likewise here, if you really are someone's ruler or someone's minister or someone's son or a member of a certain society or whatever, then you have to follow the duties that go with that social status. This idea of living up to the obligations of your particular family and social status also shows up in the Confucian version of the Golden Rule. So the version of the Golden Rule that we're familiar with is treat other people the way you want them to treat you. The Confucian version is more associated with differences in social position. So they would say, so if you treat other people the way you want them to treat you, you might think that then, for example, you should treat your children the way you want your children to treat you. But that's not the Confucian version. The Confucian version is treat your children the way you would want your parents to treat you. You treat your parents the way you'd want your children to treat you. Likewise, you don't treat your ruler the way you want the ruler to treat you. You treat your ruler the way you'd want your subordinates to treat you. And you treat your subordinates the way you'd want your ruler to treat you. So there are sort of unequal relations here. It's not just sort of pure, simple reciprocity. It's a golden rule that's sort of relativized to different social structures. Now, one way in which the Confucians are like the Greeks is that they put the emphasis on the idea that you should care more about your virtue than about pursuing wealth, power, and social status. Cultivating virtue is the central idea in Confucianism. So that's a lot like the Greeks. There are some more detailed things that are sort of special to the Confucians. The Confucians tend to be very much opposed to warfare. Actually, that's true of a number of Chinese philosophical groups. I mean, the Mohists are also opposed to warfare. The Taoists more or less are. The legalists are all in favor of warfare, but then the legalists are a special case. Confucians also tend to be opposed to governmental micromanagement and special political privileges and corruption and so forth. They think that although they tend not to be as anarchistic as the Taoists are, they do tend to think that too many laws is a bad thing. Make the laws very simple. And they think that what the rulers should do is not go around issuing lots and lots of commands and orders. What rulers should do is set a good example of virtue. If you want the people to be virtuous, don't pass lots of laws trying to make them virtuous. Instead, express virtue yourself, and you will inspire people to imitate you. Now, there's a famous debate. I call it a debate. They weren't alive at the same time, so it was a one-sided debate. But anyway, there's a famous disagreement between two early Confucians, the two I mentioned before, Mengzi and Shunzi, about whether human nature is good or bad, or to put it another way, about whether human beings are naturally good or bad. Now, this dispute between Mengzi and Shunzi is kind of like the dispute between Diogenes and Antipater I talked about with Cicero, in that it's a dispute between people who disagree about that, but who agree on almost everything else. So these aren't people who are from wildly different traditions. These are people who are very much in the same tradition and accept lots and lots of the same doctrines, but they disagree on this particular point. This is important to see because people often think of this as being like a deep, deep dispute between Mengzi and Shunzi, and actually, although it's an important dispute, it doesn't run as deep as it looks. So here's the standard way of putting the dispute. Mengzi thinks human nature is good. Or, to put it another way, Mengzi thinks that human beings are naturally good. Shunzi thinks human nature is bad. Or, Shunzi thinks that human beings are naturally, or by nature, bad. That's the way of putting it. That's how they themselves put it. But it's really misleading. It's not inaccurate, but it's misleading. It's like saying, I offer you this thing for your wares. It's not inaccurate, but it's misleading. Because it makes the dispute look as though it's a deeper and more fundamental dispute than it really is. I think there is a real dispute between them, but it's not nearly as deep and fundamental and radical as this makes it look. This makes it look like they're really opposed views, and actually the two views are much closer to each other than they look. So, for example, I'll say Mungsa says that people are naturally good. When you hear that, you might think that means that people are automatically going to be good. They're not going to need any training or discipline. They're just automatically going to turn out good. You might think that's what it means to say that people are naturally good. But that's not what Mungsa means. Mungsa makes very clear that people are not going to develop the right moral character unless they get the right kind of moral training and education. So by saying that people are naturally good, he doesn't mean people are going to just naturally turn out good even if they don't get the right training. He thinks the training is necessary. Likewise, when you hear someone like Shunsa say people are naturally bad, you might think that means people are incurably bad. They just have a bad nature. No amount of training is going to make them good. It's not what Shunsa means. Shunsa says that if people do get the right training, then they will, most probably, develop the right kind of moral character. He thinks that people can genuinely be made completely good by training. So it doesn't mean that they're somehow, incurably evil. That's not what he means by their being naturally bad. So you can already see that the two positions are not as different as they look. They both agree that people won't become virtuous unless they get the training. And they both agree that they will, at least probably, become virtuous if they do get the right training. You might have thought that anyone who thinks people are naturally good doesn't believe the first thing. You might think anyone who believes people are naturally bad doesn't believe the second thing. But in fact, they both believe both. So what is it that they're disagreeing about? They're disagreeing about something. What is it? Well, the disagreement is partly terminological. Because when they talk about what people are like by nature, they don't mean the same thing by nature. For Shunsa, when he talks about what something is like naturally, he means what it's like if nothing interferes. What its natural state is its default state, the state it's going to be in unless you do something to make it different. Whereas that's not what Mungsa means. By nature, Mungsa means the kind of thing Aristotle means. He talks about things fulfilling their nature, the fullest proper functioning of a human being to be the most human being it can be. That's the fulfillment of a human being's nature. And so, when we are living at the most human level we can be, we are fulfilling our nature, and so we're living in the natural way. But that doesn't mean that that's the way we would turn out without any training. So when Shunsa says that X is not naturally Y, he means if you need some kind of external interference to become Y, then you're not naturally Y. So moral education is a kind of interference. Just like naturally, you're not going to grow up speaking any kind of language unless someone teaches it to you. So naturally, you have no language. You're naturally mute. Not necessarily mute because you can make sounds, but you're naturally not. You're naturally illiterate because you're not going to learn unless someone teaches you to read. So for Shunsa, our nature is just the way we would be if no one made any effort to change it. Whereas by Mungsa, the way we are naturally is moral education isn't something unnatural. Moral education helps to develop our nature. Moral education helps us fulfill our nature to be all that it can be. So Mungsa doesn't see education as something unnatural. So this also explains another disagreement they have, which is Mungsa and Shunsa both agree that people have an innate desire to improve themselves. But they draw completely different morals from this. Mungsa says, look, people have an innate desire to improve themselves, and this shows that they have a natural inclination toward virtue. This shows people are naturally good. But for Shunsa, the fact that people have an innate desire to improve themselves shows that they're naturally bad. Because you don't desire something if you already have it. See, if you desire to be better, that means you're not better yet, which means you're bad, imperfect, flawed. So the desire to improve yourself is a sign of how bad you are. So again, the idea here is that Shunsa is treating being naturally bad as just sort of your starting point. To what you are naturally is the way you are before you make any improvements. Whereas so when you improve, for Shunsa, you're moving away from your nature. Whereas for Mungsa, when you improve, you're developing your nature. Now, I said it was a terminological dispute, but I don't think it's merely terminological. It's partly, but I think generally when you find a philosophical disagreement that has a terminological aspect, it's usually partly terminological, but partly something else too, partly substantive. And I think here there is a substantive disagreement between Mengzi and Sun Tzu, which is they have different conceptions of what moral education is like. So for Mengzi, training someone to become a good person is like watering a plant. So when you water a plant, are you interfering with it? Well, yeah, in a sense. You're making things different from the way they would be if you weren't there. But watering a plant isn't sort of a violent intervention against the plant's nature. Watering a plant is helping the plant do what it naturally wants to do anyway. You're working with rather than against the plant's natural impulses and tendencies when you water it, assuming you don't overwater it. But when you water it or something like that, you're helping the plant be what it aims to be. Amongst the contrast that kind of education with he tells the story about the farmer from Sung. Sung is a region of China. Stories about people from Sung are usually stories about stupid people, so there's some kind of prejudice against people from Sung. I don't know what the deal was. Anyway, he tells the story about a farmer from Sung who tugged on his plants to make them grow faster. What he said is, I'm helping my plants to grow. So he went to the plants, and he kept pulling on them. Of course, he just ends up partially uprooting them and kills them. And Mengzi says that's the wrong kind of education. That's the kind of education that's like that is education that does violence to things' natural impulse. But watering a plant, the right amount, doesn't do violence to it, it helps it. And so you're not going against the plant's nature when you water it. So for Mengzi, people have seeds of virtue within them. And the seeds aren't fully grown yet, and they're not going to be fully grown unless you do something to cultivate them. People can also do things to cultivate them themselves, but it helps to be inspired by someone else that comes along and tries to show you how. So he gives some examples. Here's an example he gives. Suppose that there's a toddler who's about to fall into a well. Mengzi says that almost everybody is going to just have a natural impulse to rescue the toddler. Now, he grants that if you've been really corrupted by a bad environment, you might not have that impulse anymore. You would have had it originally as part of your nature, but it's been overgrown. He compares this to a mountain that once had all kinds of trees growing on it, but they've all been chopped down. So it's in an unnatural state. But he thinks that unless you've been corrupted, everyone, even if they're not a very good person, everyone just has a natural impulse. Oh no, if you see a toddler fall into a well, your just natural impulse is to stop them. Now that just, that's not enough to make you virtuous, which is why Sun Tzu would think it's not relevant. Sun Tzu would say, great, you want to, you don't want to see the toddler fall into the well, but Sun Tzu would say that's a pretty low bar for virtue. Maybe you cheat your customers if you don't want to see dead babies. It's not enough. The mere fact you want to rescue toddlers from falling into wells is not enough to make you a good person. But Mengzi thinks, yeah, sure, it's not, but it's a seed of virtue that can become full virtue with proper watering. And he thinks that you take the impulse there and you try and develop it and extend it. Try and extend it to other things. Another example he gives is there was a king who saw an animal being led through the hall that was going to be sacrificed in a ritual, and the king felt sorry for the animal. He expressed his sympathy for it. How awful this animal is going to be sacrificed. And Mengzi says, "Oh, it's great. You have compassion for this single animal. That's a seed. It could grow into something greater. Right now you don't seem to have any compassion for the thousands of human beings that are suffering under your crapfest of a regime, but you do have success. You do have compassion for this sacrificial animal. So that's a basis. Maybe you can extend your compassion from one being to many. Maybe you can extend your compassion from this animal to these people, and you could become a better king by developing the seed of virtue within you that's present from that one animal." As I mentioned, Mengzi tends to say things to kings that kings are not that happy to hear. Maybe it's nice to be told you have a seed of virtue, but being told that you're not having proper compassion for the people whose rule they're suffering under, for the people who are suffering under your rule, Mengzi is sort of asking for trouble. Although he seems not to have gotten into as much trouble as you might expect. The king was fairly tolerant. Although in many of these cases in the story, when Mengzi tells one of these things to the king, he just says, and the king then turned and talked to other people about other things. So the king didn't have him killed, but the king just said, I don't want to talk about this anymore. You're making me feel crappy. Now for Shunzi describes moral education is not like watering a plant. It's like chopping a plant down and taking the wood from the plant and carving it into bowls and things. For him, moral education goes against the grain of people's natural inclinations. So it's not just a terminological issue between the two of them. Mungsa sees education as a kind of gentle process of helping people develop their natural impulses more fully. Although obviously it's compatible with making sharp remarks to kings. But Shunzi thinks that education is more like going against people's natural grain. You have to force them in a different direction. And Shunzi's, and this goes with sort of the general tone of Shunzi's book, which Shunzi has much, although we've seen that Mungsa has kind of a sharp tongue talking to kings, Shunzi has much more of a sharp tongue. Shunzi comes up as much more of a hard ass. Seems like he would, much more of a disciplinarian teacher and much less of a sort of a gentle enabler teacher than Mungsa. So they had different styles of education, and that goes with their different conception of what you're doing in education. Are you helping develop people's natural impulses, or are you, having to turn those impulses away from their natural development in order to make them into a good person? But although they do disagree about this, you should remember that they agree on far more than they disagree on. If you read everything Mungsa, everything in Mungsa and everything in Shunzi, the overall picture is much more similar than it is different. They really are sort of Confucians of a similar type. They disagree on this issue, but it's not coming from radically different perspectives. Also, it's worth noting that Mungsa's position is the one that became the official canonical one for later Confucians. Mungsa's book eventually became one of the official Confucian classics, so Shunzi's didn't. This sort of revived interest in Shunzi now because we find Shunzi really interesting, but he did not become one of the official classical Confucian authorities the way that Mungsa did.